On Sports. Once again, it is night 2 of the NFL Draft. I am Vince McKee. Joined alongside me tonight, you remember him from last night? You love him? It is Dom Clary, along with our own guru here, Cole McDaniel. We had a blast last night, and as per tradition, we always do the first 2 nights of the draft. Usually we're on Podbean. As you can tell already, we are back on YouTube this year. We saw the results. We appreciate all the kind words, and we want to thank everybody for that. Before we get going tonight, I want to mention a few key things here. Number 1, save this link, or just really save YouTube to your phone, which pretty much everybody has it already, or on their laptops or desktop computers, and subscribe and like what you are watching. That way, if you need to step away for a moment, run to the store, put the kids to bed, or wherever the interruption is, simply come back to your phone or your computer. As long as you subscribe to the Keon Sports page that you're currently watching, you'll be able to pick up the show right where you left off, or skip ahead or go back. You won't miss anything. With that being said, night 2, gentlemen, are you excited?
Absolutely excited. I mean, we had a great night last night. Dom was just talking about when we came in here, talked about how draining it was, how tired we were today. Thing is, last night flew by. It was a blast. It did not feel like it was 4 hours that we were here and talking about the draft. But after that flying by, again, definitely feeling it today. Very tired, but at the same time, catching that second wind here as we're about to hit the second and third round, because a lot of great players go in the second and third round. So I can't wait to cover that here tonight. Of course, the Cleveland Browns. I'm wearing my polo. For all the people out there here in Northeast Ohio, excited to see the Browns finally go on the clock. They haven't seen that yet this season. We'll wait and see what they do if they stick at pick 44. But going to be a fun night of coverage once again here for Keon Sports.
No doubt about it. And guys, really, that's where we're going to start tonight. 2 quick questions. We'll go to Cole and Dom, had that rotation like we did last night. I will announce the picks. We're going to get it going here, though. 2 questions for you guys. Number 1, what was your biggest surprise from last night? And number 2, Cole already kind of mentioned it in his opening, and I'm just going to put it right out there. Do the Browns go receiver? If they stay put, they're picking, if I'm correct here, 12th here in the second round, 44th overall. Do they go receiver? Cole, I'll let you begin.
Yeah, and the first thing I do want to mention again, thanks to Brandon Soder, who was the producer last night. Again, had all the bells and whistles. It was a great show. This one, as you can tell, going to be a little bit more relaxed as we roll into the second and the third round. Again, still going to be a good night. But again, thanks for Brandon for joining us. As for the Cleveland Browns, I believe you were asking about will they stay at 44 or will they make a trade, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the main things with the Cleveland Browns, they're only going to really need to trade up if for some reason some top guy that they really like, maybe we see a position group like wide receiver. We expect they're probably going to go wide receiver. We see a wide receiver or 2 go off the board super early here at the beginning of the second round. Then they know that they need to come up, but there's still 3, 4 really top quality wide receivers there. So they can hold and stay at 44. My guess is they're going to hold. I don't think that they're going to trade up. The other main thing to talk about, Baker Mayfield, has been a big topic of conversation. A matter of who's going to end up picking him up. Will he still be a Cleveland Brown come Monday? I do think he still is a Cleveland Brown by Monday. I don't think there's going to be a trade through the draft. I think that teams can wait, let the draft play out, see what goes on, and then maybe next week, the following week, they can look to maybe make a move for him. Carolina Panthers, probably the top team, the top candidate to be able to do that. But, of course, we have to see what happens now because only Kenny Pickett came off the board. Malik Willis is still out there. Desmond Ritter's still out there. Matt Corral's still out there. Sam Howell. So there's still plenty of guys that still need to get selected. It depends upon what team snag them. But, of course, the Seahawks, the Panthers, probably some of the favorite teams to possibly end up making a move for a guy like Baker. But I still think he'll be in Cleveland come Monday.
And your biggest surprise from night 1?
Yeah, and the biggest surprise from night 1, first of all, the biggest surprise early on was obviously getting so many picks correct early on. That was my biggest surprise just personally. But I think the biggest surprise was the New York Jets, who actually won that first round because the Jets made the move. They decided to make the trade to come up. They got probably their 3 top guys on their big board, or at least 3 of their top 4 guys on their big board. They walked away with Ahmad Sauce Gardner at corner. They desperately needed a corner. They wanted a wide receiver. They apparently said no to a Deebo Samuel trade. And snagged Garrett Wilson, which makes a whole lot more sense because it saves a ton of money to get who isn't really arguably, because we pretty much all agreed that Garrett Wilson's the most talented wide receiver in the draft. And then they still got Jermaine Johnson, an edge rusher, who they really wanted. Their top 3 position needs were all addressed on night 1. That was the biggest surprise, that they made all of those moves to be able to have 3 picks in the first round. The New York Jets winning that first round, I think, was the big surprise for me.
Mm-hmm. You know, the very first note I have on my paper, Jets and Giants have a big round 1.
Yeah,
I thought the Giants, and we talked about it shortly, but they got Neal and then they got Thibodeau, or the other way around. Thibodeau at 5, then they got Neal. I thought they had a fantastic round 1, being able to have who I actually think is the best pass rusher in the draft. I know there's a lot of questions about him, about Thibodeau, but with Neal is the most physically talented offensive tackle in the draft. I think the Giants did a fantastic job and are up there with the Jets. But like you said, the Jets had 3 needs, 3 players that could be home run, out of the park hits. So I'm looking forward to that. A few other things is like Jacksonville, they strengthened their defense, took 2 defensive players, which I don't think I realized until I was looking over Vince's article last night about all the draft picks. And then, Dallas reached on an offensive tackle, I will say. I feel like they needed one. They got Tyler Smith, and he could be good. But the first 3 go, the 4th guy then goes, and then they take the 5th guy. It almost felt like they were desperate and willing to take anybody. So I think those are the 3 biggest takeaways. But, Gotham, New York, whatever you want to call it, they won round 1 on both their teams yesterday.
Yeah, and the other thing that you actually mentioned, which was interesting, is there are some first-round graded players who obviously weren't selected last night. But I think something that was super interesting is that reaching for offensive linemen was definitely a thing that was key to note in the first round last night. So some guys who were second, third round grades. Actually, Sean McVay and the Rams said they weren't looking to Cole Strange until the pick in the 100s. So surprised that the Patriots went with Cole Strange. Obviously, Tyler Smith went up that board a little bit with being selected in the first round. So a lot of interesting things there happening with maybe some reaches on the interior offensive line, which results in some talented defensive players like Nakobe Dean falling to the second round. Obviously resulted in some wide receivers where we expected more receivers would go in the first round, and it looked like we were going to have just a slew of them go off and way more receivers go off. But they didn't end up in the long run having that because through the 20s really slowed down with receivers. Not much happened.
You bring up Strange. It's weird because when I was making my mock draft, I'm thinking, what's the most out-of-pocket, most obscure player that could be picked? I didn't know he existed until he was drafted. I know there were a lot of people that think the same way as me. When his name was announced, I'm like, oh, he must have been, someone I didn't see. Right. No one saw. He was projected a third-round guy, taken in the first round. And you know what? He's probably going to end up being a Hall of Famer because the Patriots saw something in him that this guy's first-round value. He took him 2 rounds early. I don't know why they did that, but Bill Belichick did it for a reason. And Chattanooga is probably the most random school that anyone could get drafted out of. That had to have been the most interesting round 1 pick, just because it was a reach. But again, it wasn't like they took a quarterback that we didn't see. Like we've seen that with Trubisky when he got drafted by the Bears. Thought with Jones when he got drafted by the Giants years and years ago. This is a different situation with a lineman. But even then, after doing research no one's heard of him. This guy came out of nowhere. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how his career pans out, considering no one really had him round 1.
Well, and as round 2 has started, again, a reminder for everybody who's watching on YouTube right now, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Make sure to like this video. Also, make sure to go back and check out our video from last night. Again, a great show. Had all the bells and whistles. Like I had said, a little bit more casual of a night here for us, but a big one for the Cleveland Browns. But a team I want to touch on here is the team that's on the clock at 33. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they made a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars, 2 Florida teams that made that trade, and the Jaguars were able to come up and make a selection. So the Buccaneers, a team that Brandon was hoping to discuss, thought they were an interesting team to talk about. They now got to sleep on this. They get the first pick of the second round. And it's a team that is interesting to talk about because they thought they were going to have to do something different at quarterback. Tom Brady retires, comes back and unretires, which almost seems like a publicity stunt to continue to increase, his name, keep his name out there in the media, keep the attention on him. It certainly did so. Regardless, he didn't want to give up playing football. He's back. Their offensive line is in pretty good shape. I do think that they could still use a left guard. In general, though, that whole line's pretty good aside from left guard. I don't know if they'd necessarily reach maybe for a left guard here. I think they could wait later on and go ahead and do that. Tight end, they could definitely make a move there because Rob Gronkowski still doesn't look like he's going to come back here this season. So you're really down to Brate, and that's really it. So you can look to get another tight end, and we haven't seen any tight ends come off the board. But overall, a team that has the potential in a weaker NFC to return to the Super Bowl once again because they have good pieces. They just need to plug a couple of those holes that they have. Not major gaping holes, but a couple little things, and they can be a surefire team, perhaps make it to the Super Bowl once again.
Well, interesting enough, 10 teams last night didn't pick. And obviously that is a record here in what they call the modern era of football. Just amazing in itself. We knew of 8 of them. We talked about those 8 several times, but as Cole mentioned just now, too, Tampa Bay, one of those teams that actually traded out of it. You know, we saw really, like you guys said, the Jets making 3 picks, the Giants making a couple picks. A lot of teams like that really just trying to make an early statement, kind of go for broke early. Tampa Bay, they have that luxury. They really don't need to do that. I mean, they're 2 years removed from winning the Super Bowl. They had a decent stretch last year. They ran into some serious receiving injuries late in the year that maybe would have kept them out of another NFC Championship game. Who really knows, right?
Right.
But certainly they are one of the teams now that can kind of pick and be comfortable with it, right? Because anytime you know, to me, I heard somebody mention something today on the radio that made a ton of sense. One of the best things you could do, it all revolves around the quarterback, right? So you want to be able to have a quarterback, but you want somebody to protect the quarterback, and then you want a D-end to rush the quarterback. And his whole point was it all revolves around the quarterback at some point, right? Either on defense or on offense. And you have that guy for at least one more year with Brady. But you're going to have to eventually think to yourself, hey, further on down the road, he's going to get replaced. It might be with a rookie. It might be with a young guy. I can kind of see them beefing up that offensive line here.
Yeah, I could absolutely see them beef up that offensive line. It's really in a good position. Like I said, I think left guard's probably that primary thing for them here at the moment. But in general, they are in good shape. Why not protect your 40-plus-year-old quarterback? Right. I think that would be crucial to keep him upright, obviously, because, he still has the mental aspect of the game. He still has the accuracy where he can put it on the money.
True.
You just got to keep him upright because he's never been a mobile quarterback, and you would think that would wear down a little bit more the longer he goes.
Right, and as Dom here will tell you, I mean, every good team needs 6 good offensive linemen. I know people out there saying, Vince, what are you talking about? There's only 5 on the line. True, but you need 6 good offensive linemen, sometimes 7. You look at the Browns, I mean, they were just such a staple for so many years, having Joe Thomas on that left side, but besides him, just a cavalcade of injuries, right? So, again, that's something that, you might look at that offensive line in Tampa Bay and say, oh, they're set. They're not, because anytime you have that depth that you can bring in, so very crucial. Their pick is in, and we're going to get to that in a second once they announce it. One thing we did not do last night was we never plugged our Twitter, so I apologize for that. Guys, I'll have Twitter up all night long. It's at SportsKey1, so if you want to talk to us on Twitter, please do. SportsKey1. I'll be pulling up YouTube here in a bit as well. We'll see what's going on in the little comment section there, and we're going to have some fun tonight as we did last night. So with that being said, we're going to plug our sponsors. Our first one of the night here, I've talked about them so many times I almost don't even need their sponsorship read here, but I don't want to get too cocky, so I'm going to pull it up anyways. But it is our banner sponsor, JBL Roofing and Construction. And sports fans, homeowners alike, I'm going to take this moment to tell you about JBL Roofing and Construction. They are a licensed, bonded, and insured contractor with the experience to complete any job needed for your home or property. Let their team of professionals help you with your vinyl siding, windows, roofing, and gutters. Not to mention shutters. You want it to look good. Get the job done right the first time and stress-free with JBL. Call them 330-677-9463 or visit them online at jblrc.com. And guys, right off the rip here, one of my favorite parts about night 2 is not having to see Roger Goodell make every pick,
Right.
but alumni from the teams. I just have a blast watching that. So we are right there. Simeon Rice, man, I remember him just dominating in the Super Bowl many, many years ago. I'm pretty sure that was the year they crushed the Raiders.
Yeah, I was 4.
Yeah.
Or I might have been 3 or 2.
I was young. I was like
Yeah.
20. And it is Logan Hall, a defensive end out of Houston. So they said, Vince McKee, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. We're going defense. They go ahead and get a DE out of Houston. Logan Hall, something tells me Cole has some nice things about him on his sheet of paper over there. So that's what we're going to start with. Logan Hall, defensive end, is the pick out of Houston.
Yeah, and Logan Hall has some hype around him with the length and in the stature. You see at 6'6", 283 pounds, even though he's really listed as a defensive end, more of one of those edge rushers. He actually would be a guy that would fit really well as a D end with his hand in the dirt in a 3-4 base defense. Or you could even slide him inside with his frame and the length that he has. You could put a little bit more weight on him. He can also be versatile enough to be a very athletic defensive tackle. So people like the ability and the versatility that he does have. I compare him to more of a Cam Hayward. He doesn't have quite the weight on him that Hayward does, that sturdy body frame, but Hayward was a defensive end with Ohio State, but a bigger guy, not a speed edge rusher, more power. And then he's been able to really prove himself as an interior defensive lineman. That's what Logan Hall is. He was my 10th rated edge rusher, so he is jumping up ahead of a handful of other guys that I liked, but the versatility and the upside does probably intrigue Tampa Bay, and obviously that's why they went with him, so they can just add a little bit of a piece there additionally onto their
We have
defense.
some news, Cole. Packers just traded it up.
Indeed. So the Packers, with who we all agreed last night did not have the best draft. That was the old roller skating rink pick, right? We all joked around about it. But hey, all joking aside, the Packers did not have a very good first round. None of us thought so. So tonight, obviously, they saw something quickly there, jumped ahead a bunch of the teams. They were going to be picking way down the line there. So they trade with Minnesota. And yeah, I mean,
cool.
What are we thinking here?
Yeah, we can forget about the helmets.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it be tonight.
Yeah, now I got another responsibility. I got the stream going here.
Without Brandon, we're all doing double duty here.
I know we're doing even more. I think it'd be a little too hard to then add the helmets in.
Plus, it's almost nice for me to look and see, like, okay, Green Bay traded that far up. So yeah,
it's okay.
I mean, this is interesting though, because obviously there's a little bit of desperation after last night, or what?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm sure what happened is actually Aaron Rodgers probably called up the front office. Yeah, he was so furious, said he's demanding to leave the Green Bay Packers. So Malik Willis is going to come off the board here. No, I'm joking.
We got Mike Rodgers online too.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd have Aaron Rodgers on the phone. We'd have Mike Rodgers blowing up our phone.
But I think the main thing here is wide receiver. They didn't do it in the first round. They're taking flack for not going for wide receiver, but there's still a handful of wide receivers there. Christian Watson, North Dakota State. I think he would probably be the primary candidate for them. I think he would fit in best. Obviously, they could look to George Pickens there, Sky Moore, David Bell. Those are really those top 4 available guys, consensus top 4 available players. So I think they'll go that direction. My guess would be Christian Watson just because of that, Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota area, that connection. But I'm going to say that's the direction they go.
I had Sky Moore going to the Packers in the first round. If they pick him here, I'm not wrong. I just picked the wrong time.
Technically, no, you're not. Aaron Jones with a sombrero on to make this pick here. And there it is. Christian Watson, North Dakota State, the receiver. I know both of you guys liked him, had a lot to say about him. I know a lot of people actually thought he might slide to the Browns with the old Watson and Watson connection. That's not going to happen now. You guys were right. They traded up. They got the receiver. It is Christian Watson out of North Dakota State.
Well, and as funny of a story as it would be if they took Malik Willis and then pulled another Jordan Love situation, and then Jordan Love and Malik Willis are on the roster at the same time. Knew nothing like that was going to happen. Knew it had to be for a wide receiver because they went all defense in that first round. But they're so thin. I mean, this is like going to the deli and asking for a little piece of paper as the type of cut for your salami or whatever type of meat is your choice. But for the cheeseheads up there, they can at least relax here early on. I still think they might actually go with 2 wide receivers here. Later on, they might also take another one, so then they can just add to that depth chart. But Watson is an excellent player. He definitely adds some explosiveness. He really exploded during the Senior Bowl, had a good combine. I look at him as more of I like that lean build. He has some good route running ability. He has nice hands. I look at him more of a Courtland Sutton type of player. That's my comp for Christian Watson. Courtland Sutton, a very talented player for the Denver Broncos. Not one of the top tier guys, but definitely one of those top level wide receivers, just not quite up there with the elites in the game. So Watson, a good pick there for Green Bay.
And we talked about shocks last night. One of the big things with the Titans making that big trade and not really having to give up too much outside of a star receiver. I mean, they kind of came up on that trade.
Right.
Did well. Here they are again, picking 3rd in the second round. Again, this was a team we talked about, the number 1 seed in the AFC. And yes, me and Cole talked about it to death on our podcast. That was really one of the weaker number 1 seeds there's ever been. Regardless of that, it's still the number 1 seed. And here they are, had a good first round, in my opinion. Now they're coming into this, picking very high in the second round. And we're gonna make the pick here in a second. But I mean, the Titans, I think, feel the pressure coming from the Colts. I just do.
Mm-hmm. Have to.
And it's Billy White Shoes Johnson making this pick.
I have no idea who that is.
Sometimes some of these guys make me feel old, but I don't. Him, he's doing a little dancing too, so that's fun. But yeah, I mean,
he's an old
quickly,
Oiler?
Definitely, yeah, definitely played for the Houston Oilers. And he's going to make this pick for them. I mean, any shout outs here, guys? Like, position, do you think for sure they're going to go?
Well, they need offensive line. They need a guard. They need a tackle. But,
nope.
Fantastic
Furthest
pick.
thing from it, though. They go Roger McCurry, a cornerback out of Auburn. That is a damn good pick right there. Cole, take it away.
I love this one. Roger McCreary. They need a corner. And Roger McCreary was my number 1 cornerback in the draft. Okay, a lot of people had him as the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th corner. But why I think he's so good, he might not have quite the ball production of some other guys. Some other guys out there have more interceptions than him, but he always gets to the ball. He gets his hand on it. He knocks it down. He takes good angles as a tackler. He does everything well. The reason he's my number 1, there were no flaws in his game. Stingley might be the more talented, naturally gifted guy. I get it. But Stingley has his injury issues. He has some mental lapses. McCreary never takes a play off. He's going to be an excellent outside corner. I think he is going to be one of those guys where a Pro Bowl type corner. He has so much ability. I love the way he plays football. The Titans just got a really good one in McCreary.
And we like to look at stats. You know what the best stats to look at a cornerback? One that doesn't have any because they never throw the ball to him. Because the quarterback knows if I throw the ball towards his direction, my wide receiver will not be open. Right. And that ball will end up on the ground or in someone else's hand with a different colored helmet on. That's the type of guy they just picked. And, so of course, we all want the guy that's going to get, the most interceptions of that year. He may not be that guy.
Right.
If the ball goes this way, it's going to end up on the ground. Mm-hmm. Or that wide receiver is going to be smothered and they're not going to gain too much yardage on that play. That's the type of cornerback you want. Again, we look for big plays all the time because those are the fun ones, mm-hmm. right? But sometimes the best cornerback is the one that we don't see.
Yeah, and that's why my comparison for him was actually Revis Island, mm-hmm. Darrelle Revis. Did Revis always have big plays? No, not always. I mean, he was always around the ball. It always seemed like he was just such a shutdown corner, mm-hmm. and he was just locking guys up. That's the ability that McCreary has. Do I think he's going to, lead the league in interceptions? No, that's going to go to a guy like Stephon Diggs. But mm-hmm. A guy like that who has the ball skills there, like a guy like Stephon Diggs, has some weaknesses in his coverage game. That's something McCreary doesn't have. Mm-hmm. McCreary really does it all. He's a guy that, again, his ceiling might most people might look at his ceiling and be like, it's not as high as Stingley or a couple of those other guys. But the thing is, I just expect him to have a good 10, 11, 12-year career, if not longer, and just be a stud in the league.
And I'll tell you what, too, guys, as we transition now to the Jets, who are making this next pick here with the Jets, wouldn't it be something if they took Trey McBride? Look at what they did last night, right? I mean, they just really, like we all agreed, stole the first round.
Yeah.
For them to get but now for them to go out and get the best tight end in the draft with the Trey McBride, wouldn't that be something? I understand it's not an immediate need for them. Yeah. It's outside the box. I get all that, but it's New York. Like you guys said, you call it Gotham City, right?
Gotham City.
They like the flash. Dom, I'll start with you. How shocked would you be if they went tight end here just simply based on, hey, this guy graded out with an A. He's a phenomenal tight end. We're going to take him and just go crazy for Zach Wilson this year.
I wouldn't be shocked at all. You know what? I think it's great to have two tight ends. If you can have two tight ends, it just adds the type of formations, adds the play action you can do. You can do so much more with two tight ends. Again, you can have three great wide receivers. That's fantastic. But if you have two big bodies that can block and they can go out for a pass, the amount of different options with the playbook that you can do is just absurd. I mean, you can have it where you can have two tight ends lined up, run a few plays in a row, and you think, these guys are in, this is a run package. Boom, you score a touchdown on a 15-yard out route because it's a play action and they don't expect it coming because your two tight ends are in. If you have two guys that can catch the ball, there's nothing better than that. And we've seen teams do that in the past. Yep. I mean, we saw the Patriots do that years ago when they had two tight ends. We've seen other teams do it as well. If you have two tight ends, there's nothing more deadly than that. And if you can just have one fantastic one, a solid backup, I think that's a great foundation for an offense.
Well, and as much as I love Trey McBride, they do have two tight ends. Tight end was a need for the Jets, a few months back. But then they picked up C.J. Uzomah from the Bengals. They also added Tyler Conklin from Minnesota. They have two tight ends.
That's true.
They're set there at tight end. They could still – we'll see what they look to do, maybe add another tackle. They could still go with linebacker Nakobe Dean's up there. Remember, they also have speed backs right now. Tevin Coleman. They also made another pick, I believe, is Michael Carter last year in the draft. So they have two more speedy backs. They could always go with somebody who's physical. Those are their primary needs.
And you guys talked about, I forget who said it. I apologize. One of you said
Revis
Island, right?
Yeah.
Here he is.
So, and hey, that's the Pitt boy right there. Pitt alum from Aliquippa High School.
He was one of the very first big holdouts too. So hold out for more money. There it is, Breece Hall. You just mentioned it, running back, Iowa State. I'll tell you what, they are loading up.
Yeah.
So Breece Hall, a running back now for Zach Wilson. I'm not a Jets fan. I'm not going to become one. But for all the Jets fans out there, you have to be loving life right now. Cole, take it away. Breece Hall, running back, Iowa State. My goodness.
Yeah, and they're definitely loading up. Now Breece Hall, here's the interesting thing. First running back off the board. I have him as my 6th ranked running back.
Ooh, okay.
I think that Breece Hall is a good running back, but here's the interesting thing. Yes, he has the length, he has the physicality. He was looked at quite highly, and then he's maybe jumped up here a little bit in the last couple of months. The reason why I had him down there, his best comparison, my comp for him was Isaiah Spiller of Texas A&M, who's in this draft. They're so similar to each other, okay? But the one thing that the downside for Breece Hall compared to Spiller is Breece Hall isn't as good as a pass catcher as what Spiller is. Spiller is a better pass catcher than Breece Hall. Breece Hall has plenty of ability. There's plenty of similarities there, but he was a 3rd to 4th round graded guy for me. But he does have physicality. He carried a heavy workload with Iowa State. So I believe he could carry a heavy workload in the NFL, and he'd add that power that they don't really have with their current running backs. But I think there's other ones that are better on the board, but they are definitely loading up for the Jets. I mean, that is, 4 picks, and, we're only at picks 37 already on the night.
Don, the $1 million question for you here. Houston on the board again. It seems like their umpteenth pick. Do they do it? Do they pull the trigger on a quarterback? It's funny. They listed the needs. There was about 9 of them right there.
It should be what the NBA does with the Knicks, where it just says everything.
Yeah.
That's what they should just put for the Texans. What do they need? Every position.
Do they go quarterback, though, real quick? Yes or no?
No.
And you are correct. So they go safety out of Baylor, Jalen Cole, how do you pronounce that last name?
Petre.
Petre, it is. Jalen Petre, safety out of Baylor. I'll let you start. You pronounced it right. You get to start.
Yeah, and he's a guy who actually with Baylor is a solid run defender. I like him coming forward. He's great downhill, has plenty of speed, a lot of hitting power, which is definitely a nice thing for the Texans. We talked about, will they go safety? Will they take Kyle Hamilton after they address corner? They need to load up on the back end. They keep a guy down there in Texas. Of course, Petre played for Baylor. He's going to be a nice guy to be able to come forward and, like I said, make plays in that box. It's a matter of when you have him 1v1 in coverage. I think maybe he's not as talented as some other guys because he's more of a hard-hitting safety. He should truly be a strong safety, is what they play him at. So a nice pickup for them, though. But I still think you had Brisker on the board. There's a couple guys that you could have gone to maybe, but again, he was my fifth safety.
And Cole, $1 million question for you then. Last one I gave to Dom, give this one to you. Falcons were a team that me and you both discussed at length about a possible quarterback going to Atlanta. Here they are again, prime position to take one. Looks like they're going to go to a commercial break, so we have plenty of time to discuss this. Atlanta Falcons, how desperate are they now? I mean, this is a situation where they got two really good mobile quarterbacks they can take.
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily desperate. But the main thing for the Falcons, which is super interesting, is I had them selecting Malik Willis at number 8 because I said that I didn't think Mariota was the guy that they brought in to be their long-term starter. He was a guy to maybe hold them over for a year, but I actually thought perhaps they might be creating a mobile quarterback room where if Willis is starting, then if something happens and he gets injured, then Mariota can step up and they don't need to change that offensive game plan. That was the main thing that I was looking at here. Now you're sitting at pick 38, and Willis has slid all the way through the first round, surprisingly, and got into the second round. I truly think that the Falcons made a mistake with Drake London. I said that, so did Brandon and Vince. You thought that as well. Mm-hmm. I think he has his limitations, but even though they might have been the big losers or one of the big losers of the first round, they could maybe get themselves back on the right track with selecting Willis, and then they can at least have a quarterback room of two guys that they can trust, battle it out. My guess is Willis would be the starter over Mariota, but that would still be an interesting competition and some similarities in their game, which would be quite fascinating to see. So maybe they do pull the trigger here.
Yeah, so I was doing comparisons for Willis, one of the few players I did them. I think I only did it with him and Pickett. And I was thinking, because I had Cam Newton because of his body, Russell Wilson, because when he moves out of the pocket, it reminds me of that. Then I have a third one that no one's going to see, and you're going to forget who this is. Jake Locker.
No, don't forget him.
He played for
Washington.
He played for the Tennessee Titans,
Yep.
and he could move. The problem was he struggled bad on a bad team, and his career ended very shortly because he kept getting hurt. Now, I don't want that to happen to Willis. I want Willis to have a great career,
right?
But that's his floor.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I compared him. At the very worst, he's Jake Locker, who was an okay quarterback,
right?
But with the injuries, with not having an O-line protecting him, I mean, there was some bad Titan teams when he was there.
Yeah.
That's his floor, and that's what concerns me the most. So again, Pickett's comparisons were a lot more nice when, Big Ben, Eli Manning, and Josh Allen. And I had Josh Allen there for him because I think I like them both lower in the shoulder and running over a safety. But with Willis, I just feel like his floor, the lowest he can be is Jake Locker, and that concerns me a lot.
The funny thing is my comparison is as a runner, he has some speed and quickness, explosiveness, like Lamar Jackson. Really, there aren't many quarterbacks in the league that have that quickness. As a runner, that's what he's like. As a passer, he's Geno Smith. And why I say Geno Smith, remember, at West Virginia, Geno Smith could air that ball out. I mean, he was throwing for like 5,000 yards in the season. He'd have a ton of big plays and touchdowns, but he'd also then be forcing the ball because he'd want to take deep shot after deep shot. And that would result in interceptions. It was a difficult thing for him transitioning in the league. Geno Smith's still in the league, but he didn't take off because of that, putting the ball in harm's way. Mm-hmm. So Willis is going to have to make sure that he's, instead of just taking the big shot, be willing to put it underneath. I think that's something that the Falcons take him here. that they'd have to work on. But my best guess would be Willis. And, of course, this pick is coming up here in just a moment.
Now, Roger Goodell doing the honors here tonight. No, probably not going to make the pick. I'm sure he's just giving a little speech here. But, yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting, too. Again, Falcons, a team 5 years ago in the Super Bowl, up big in New England, blew it, and have really never recovered. I'd have to go back and look. I don't even know if they've won a playoff.
They haven't been back since.
Just amazing to think that. So, going through the honors now. Thank you again for watching us here on Key on Sports, KeyOnSports.com, KEE on Sports.com. And Atlanta, though, like we said, a bevy of things they could do.
Okay.
And all right, so we're going to go defensive end here. It is Arnold Avacati. Probably not close there.
You're close. You're close. Avacati, yep.
Give it to me, Cole. Defensive end, Penn State.
Yeah, and he has some explosiveness and some quickness. He'd actually be a really good guy. I like the thought of him being an outside linebacker in a 3-4 base defense. He could definitely be a hybrid edge as well in that 4-3. Probably not putting his hand in the dirt or in the turf there in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. But again, a guy I think you could really stand him up. He has explosiveness. He can get after the quarterback, can still develop as a run stopper, but he has plenty of explosiveness coming around the edge as a pass rusher. I like the way that he plays football. A guy who I compared him to actually for Ohio State was Jonathan Cooper, who, of course, Vince, you are familiar with as well, with him now being a Denver Bronco.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Avacati is a little bit more refined, a little bit more explosive, but there are some similarities in that body build and the way that they actually play football. So I do think this is a good pickup for the Falcons, but I'm not overly, I'm really not overly overwhelmed by what the picks have been for the Falcons over the course of the last 2 days.
Well, I do think it's a guaranteed lock. Absolutely, that the Bears pick Kylo Gordon, cornerback out of Washington. I'm going to roll the dice and probably bet the mortgage on that pick.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Somehow ESPN is about 5 minutes behind. We're at live speed here.
Yes.
But I just got a notification that the Bears picked Kylo Gordon. So kind of strange, but okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, odd. Maybe someone's messing around with the internet, but several sources now reporting.
Well, there were other shows similar to us that said that they were announcing picks before.
I mean, we're at live
Goodell
speed,
was.
so, yeah.
I know that was happening with Pat McAfee show where they said they
Did
had
he say
to
that?
apologize
That's odd.
because they were 10, 30, almost 30 seconds ahead of the actual draft, which I don't know how that's possible. I don't know who's leaking information out there.
That is
but
strange.
I think we found the resource of who's leaking. You're getting the information now.
Well, with some time to kill, then we'll have a little fun here with you, Dom. It's almost been 24 hours for you to soak it in with Kenny Pickett. What's today been like for you?
Today's been fantastic, and here I'll show you something that I on my phone. I was looking for Kenny Pickett jerseys here today, and they do have them online.
That was
As you
quick.
can see, so they are there, and then there's Kenny Pickett smiling with his number 8 jersey.
There you go.
I'm excited. Rarely am I upset with a Steelers pick because rarely
are they wrong.
And usually the problem is when I am super high on a guy, they're like Jarvis Jones and they don't pan out. I actually had a picture of Jarvis Jones in my binder in 8th grade. That's how excited I was. That's how good I thought he was going to be. He was a bust, probably the worst draft pick during the Colbert era there in Pittsburgh. But I think Kenny Pickett is a guy for the Steelers. I'm super excited about it. I'm excited what they do here today. There's many directions they can go. Wide receiver, defensive line. I highlighted out offensive line. They already fixed things up there during the free agency period. They might want to kind of add some experience before adding someone new again.
Yeah.
Last year was a mess.
Right.
With Kendrick Green at center, he couldn't really get anything going after giving him Pouncey's number. And they had a few other guys they put in there. It didn't work out. But now they put in a few veterans. Right. They got one guy from the Bears. They've got a few other players. Offensive line, I would say they don't get anybody there. Look for them to get probably the high. If there's a player that drops on defense that shouldn't be there, watch what the Steelers give them because they love getting those people that slip and get him TJ Watt, who when he was drafted, they didn't think he was going to be there in that spot.
Yeah.
And I think they were in the late 20s and they picked him. So look for them to do something like that here in the second round. But I'm very happy with that Kenny Pickett selection round 1.
Well, and something with Pickett as well, and I know you're happy about it. He's going to be a fan favorite there, and I think it's a perfect fit. It's why I also had the Steelers selecting Kenny Pickett. But the thing is, for Kenny Pickett, I mean, the one thing to, I guess, curb enthusiasm with Kenny Pickett is one of those things where, for a guy like Malik Willis, the ceiling's here, the floor is also here for everybody out there. For Kenny Pickett, the ceiling's here and the floor is here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's a high floor and a low ceiling. So the thing is it's probably really not going to be a bust and completely fail, but he's also not going to be this elite guy and go off. He's going to be good enough to help you win games, but he's probably going to fall right in that window where he can be, kind of one of those, in the teens to 20s of, best starting quarterbacks in the league. But he at least can get it done, and we know how the Steelers' defense is, so it's enough to help them out.
Well, I'll say this too, kind of moving on from Pittsburgh for a little bit here, just kind of looking ahead, because this should be Kylo Gordon unless about 7 different websites are wrong. So you have Seattle Seahawks picking 2 in a row. They're not going to take a receiver. I mean, they're loaded at receiver in Seattle. The Colts, they're probably not going to take one. And obviously you want to think the Falcons are going to take a receiver considering they already took one. So looking ahead, that's the next 4 picks. That really gives the Browns one hell of a choice right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're sitting pretty with Bell, with Pickens. There's some guys out there for him still. So just keep your eyes on that. But I don't want to stray from the Bears real quick, actually. Kylo Gordon is the pick. No shock. All right. So, Dom, you were on the show a few times with me and Cole. The Bears, for me and Cole, were one of those lightning rod teams. We always seem to undervalue the Vikings, and me and Cole always seem to maybe overvalue what the Bears could be. I know Cole believes in the Bears in a couple of years, and so do I. Yeah. Probably because both of us love Justin Fields so much, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Chicago going down the defensive end, to me, this is a team that probably could have benefited from a big play receiver and didn't take one.
I mean, after losing Allen Robinson,
right,
that's hard to see who that number 1 wide receiver is going to be. I don't quite know who it's going to be. I don't know if they have another pick for the second round, so the third round might be where they go wide receiver. But the Bears have so many holes right now. And there's so many worse. I mean, they lost and that's a bad offensive line. They lost their best offensive lineman. And they haven't fit it. What'd you say?
And another new coach.
Which honestly is the biggest plus that they could have done because Matt Nagy.
Psycho. Yeah, no,
not a very good coach. Not very high on him.
The situation was creepy.
Yeah, was not a fan of him. I thought he ruined Trubisky there because they made the playoffs twice.
I agree.
Despite of Nagy. And they had a team I thought that could have went to the NFC Championship when Cody Parkey did the double boink.
I agree again.
And I thought that was a solid team. That was a year that they could have really made a push to get back to a Super Bowl the first time since they lost to the Colts. They couldn't do that, and then they never came close. They ended up getting back there because their division, or what was it? Because they snuck into the wild card because the NFC is a mess for the past few years. But the Bears have holes everywhere. At this point, you can't really key on one thing. First, I would try to get protection for Fields. They didn't do that here.
I love the running game too, though. I mean, I think Montgomery's one of the most underrated running backs out there.
He's awesome.
I still don't think they're as far away as many people believe. Their defense is always physical. Adding Kylo Gordon here, and what I want to mention about Kylo Gordon, my best comparison for him, was Greg Newsome.
Okay.
A guy who's a rookie for the Browns this past year, who was a willing tackler, would come forward and make that tackle. Again, fairly solid in coverage. A guy who I just think can really perform as a rookie. So I think that's really going to help the Bears defense. I like what the Bears have on defense. I think their main thing was to get a corner. I had them taking Roger McCurry here, but McCurry went to the Titans a couple picks ahead. Gordon was still there and available. So they end up going with Gordon, and I think that's a really good pick for them. And then I had them the next couple of rounds taking care of offensive line to take care of Justin Fields. They can worry about wide receiver elsewhere, whether that comes later in the draft or what else they could do. They could look to Julio Jones is out there on the market. Deebo Samuel, again, that would actually be a really interesting fit with the Chicago Bears because you can add a very explosive Deebo Samuel with a talented running quarterback as well in Justin Fields. So we like the running game, but there could be some things that they do there to improve that team. But I'm not impressed with the NFC North right now. I mean, I'm not impressed with the Lions, really. The Packers.
Packers took a step back.
Yeah.
Lions are going to be terrible for a couple more years.
And the Vikings, they still have a lot of work to do on defense.
Right.
Well, I actually didn't mind what the Lions did.
I think we're going to see a trade.
I thought the Lions had a solid draft for what they were able to do.
They did, but they are rolling with Jared Goff. And we know how far that gets you.
See,
Yeah,
I
think we see a trade. Not here because the pick's in. It's going to be the Seattle's pick. But I think they might trade their second pick coming up here back to back. I got a strange feeling.
Perhaps.
That makes sense. I mean,
You
having two
almost
picks
never
back
see
to
a
back.
team do that. Use both.
This would make a whole lot of sense, though, for Seattle to just address quarterback. You have your pick of Ritter and Willis here. And this
yeah. Sorry, I can't add too much. I agree. That's. I mean, I really do. Like, this is the opportunity to do it. I mean, and you got to figure that I still say Ritter was the best quarterback. Period.
Yes.
No offense to Pickett. I just thought he was.
Agreed.
Everything I looked at. So to me, I mean, he's sitting there. They just showed him he's not on the cell phone or anything. So who knows? I mean, today's draft is so difficult to predict anymore. And I'm kind of glad it's been that way, where they if there is video of somebody getting a phone call, it's almost like they wait till they make the pick,
until they get off.
call, because that was kind of a bummer. You know, in years past, you kind of knew coming in really the first 4 picks were, because they were signing contracts, and you know, before it all became when the NFL went on strike and then everything changed, where okay, the first pick in the draft makes this no matter what, second pick makes this no matter what. Like, I'm glad they did that, because now there is a lot more suspense.
And
there was.
Before they announced this, got to give credit to Seattle. They addressed offensive tackle, left tackle. They need to do that before they would make a move towards quarterback. They need to protect whoever this is.
And it is linebacker Boif Mafi out of Minnesota, the linebacker, another Big Ten player. And let me just take a real quick peek here. We got Penn State so far in the second round, and like we said, 7 Big Ten. Actually, right here I know. I was right. 7 Big Ten. But I wrote down somewhere. So that's the 9th overall Big Ten players to come off the board. And yeah, I mean, guys, we said it last night too. They really badly needed to improve that defense. That defense in Seattle last season was horrendous. They're clearly paying attention to that. And their next pick is in too. So at this point, it doesn't look like they're going to trade it. They will go back to back at this point, unless that flips.
Yeah, and Boy Mafe is a talented edge rusher, and I actually thought here they could go quarterback, and then I had them taking David Ajabo of Michigan. Of course, he's a guy who was talked about first round.
Yes.
His Achilles tear made him slip, and he's still falling here at the moment because of that injury. Boy Mafe, a guy who was up in Seattle, again, interviewed with the Seahawks. They really liked him. He was definitely on their radar, and clearly they had a good interview with him. They liked the way that he performs. He was my 8th edge rusher in my prospect rankings. He elevated his stock really since the season ended. He's just got this smooth way of playing football. And a guy that I compare him to is Melvin Ingram. The way that Melvin Ingram moves, there's kind of like you can almost feel like the ground shake, kind of a rumble in the way that he runs, but he's smooth in the way he does it. Really that hybrid 4-3 defensive end, 3-4 outside linebacker type of a player. Not overly long, but a sturdy, stout player. And that's what Seattle what they just snagged in Mafe. And
there's been a trade too. So the Falcons have traded with the Giants. Just a heads up on that. I know I said the Falcons would be picking before the Browns. There has been a trade. It is now going to be the Giants picking before the Browns. So they could very, very easily take a receiver in New York. We'll get to that in a second. Seattle back on the board right now. They've made the pick.
Wow.
There you go. Ken Walker III, another Big Ten guy, running back, Michigan State. Cole, I know that's somebody that we talked about quite a bit. Don, you said great pick. I'll let you start.
I like him a lot. Again, I know people aren't high on running backs this day, where you know the 49ers ruined that for everybody a few years ago when they had 3 guys rushing almost near 1,000 yards, and they kind of ruined the whole, hey, let's have one guy and run with them. But if you can have that guy, I think Ken Walker is that guy, and he can be. I know you probably have him like at 9th on your board or something crazy.
Number 1.
But
number 1.
This was a guy that Cole and Brandon were talking about. You know, I'm going to take you guys behind the show real quick.
Yeah.
You know, we did a little rehearsal like everybody does. And, you know, later that night, Cole and Brandon were talking about this exact player. I just want to throw that out there. So this is not a surprise.
You know, anytime a running back is in the Heisman race, that says something about that running back. Any running back can have success behind a good O-line, but not every running back can be one of the best players in the entire country, no matter what the situation is. Some running backs have it, others don't. They all have speed, but do they have the vision? Ken Walker has that vision. He can see the holes open up. He can see where the linebacker's going and where the strike. He knows when to be slow and then to amp up. He has that ability. He can be a star. The problem is with running backs these days, how long can he be a star?
Yeah, that is always a question here in this era. And I think the main reason why Seattle's probably going running back is because Chris Carson has had his injury concerns. Rashad Penny's not a true starting player. So this gives them a guy where now they have three really on that roster that they can really trust, because Alex Collins had to play some last year, and I don't think Alex Collins is a guy they can really rely on. So I think the main thing, you bring in Ken Walker, and my comparison for him is Nick Chubb. That's why he's my number one guy here in this class, because the stout, compact way, that sturdiness, the body build is so similar, but that vision, something that Nick Chubb does well, is he has this ability to, his frame doesn't look like he'd be able to do it, but he has this ability to cut very quickly. Ken Walker has that ability. Kenneth Walker III can cut. He has those quick feet, change direction. He's excellent at doing that. He does need to improve, Walker does, as a blocker. Something that Nick Chubb struggled with a little bit as well as a pass protector. So Walker won't be utilized nearly as much on third down, but that's where you can use Chris Carson, who's more advanced at that, Rashad Penny. I'm definitely going to see Walker probably be on the field a lot on first and second down for the Seattle Seahawks.
As well he should be. Carson is a guy who upsets me greatly, because this was a guy with a ton of talent, no fault of his own, just could not stay on the field.
Right.
The last 2 years really, really banged up. You know, this was a guy I picked high in my fantasy football draft last year. I really did. I think it was like a third rounder for me, because I needed a running back at that time. I'd gone Mahomes in the first round. I went a receiver in the second round. I forget who it was, but I was like, okay, never mind. We'll get back to that in a second. There's been a trade. The Vikings now swap with the Colts. So actually, I'm going to finish that point real quickly, though, on Carson. Carson is a guy that I would hate to see the Seahawks completely give up on, but considering who they just picked, that pretty much tells me, like Cole said, you got to play the rookie first and second down.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy's a stud. You don't make that pick and not play him.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they deal Penny, which they probably will, or deal Carson. We'll see. But interesting, Seattle. I think Seattle's had a pretty good draft, and I hate the Seahawks. Full disclosure, they beat the pants off the Broncos in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's why I don't like
it has stung for so long. So kind of crazy there. Over the years, Russell Wilson did grow on me, though. I gotta say, and now he plays for my team.
Well, to say, he has to now,
the
right?
irony behind it is unreal.
Well, you have to respect the Seahawks, because they helped grant Russell Wilson to you as well. So
now look, here we go though. So
Love-hate relationship.
early in the night, it was Minnesota trading back from the second pick all the way back. We thought with Green Bay, I believe, right? Green Bay, another interdivision trade, which is wild to me. We've seen a couple of those already.
Right.
So they trade all the way back. Now, boom, they traded back up again. They're on the clock.
Yeah, and the thing is for the Vikings is they definitely need to touch on that defense. Last night they ended the draft going safety, and they took Lewis Cine of Georgia. Now the main thing for them is that secondary. They also need another good corner. I would say there's still some good corners out there on the board, and I think that it would be super interesting to see them go the direction of, perhaps taking a guy that we thought was actually going to go in the first round, in Andrew Booth, who still we haven't seen his name called yet in this draft, which is fascinating to me. That would be a good selection for them. Perhaps they can go wide receiver as well. Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson. Those are both good route runners, but neither of those guys take the top off of the defense. Maybe you can go towards a guy like Sky Moore to take the top off and add a burner there. That would be interesting to couple with those two receivers. So there's a lot the Vikings can do, but I really think they need to look to the defensive end, or maybe a burner in a guy like Sky Moore.
And the Colts, real quick, Colts haven't made a pick, and then they just traded back again.
Yes.
It's just wild to me.
Yeah. And the Colts have a pretty good team. There's not a ton that they need to do. I actually think they thought they were going to go tight end here. No tight ends have gone off the board, so it might be worth trading back if they can go that direction.
And tight ends are one of those things that if there's not that one guy, I think the last guy I remember going in the first round is Hawkinson, I believe his name is for
Hawkinson.
Hawkinson, same
Yep.
name. He's in Detroit. I know he had a tough freshman year.
Hawkinson, another guy that I picked every year in my fantasy football team just to watch him get hurt. But keep going.
Well, but he actually had a solid year last year, I do
did.
believe.
Yep.
But last year we saw Pat Freiermuth was the top guy, and what was he, a second, third round guy?
He was.
And he was phenomenal
Yeah.
for the Steelers. I mean, he was one of the top options for the aging Big Ben. So, we could see a tight end that has a fantastic career not get off the board until late in the second round. And I know you were high on one of the tight ends as well.
Trey McBride.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've talked about him numerous times. I mean,
Yeah.
the wild thing here is
It's been a hot topic.
Minnesota's got about 50 people in their war room. They're talking, the Browns have one.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me. Each team's philosophy. All right, so Ed Marinero making the pick here for the Vikings. And I'll tell you, and sometimes this is going to be loaded. Anytime you see a team trade up, it's usually for a skill position. So let's see what they do.
There were rumors about them possibly wanting a quarterback here, which would be mysterious. But
Both Brandon and Cole mentioned it last night.
Desmond Ritter's a good fit with the Minnesota Vikings.
I like Ritter.
The pick is in. I'm sorry, I thought he was about to announce it. He's
still talking.
Yeah.
But like I said, I still think corner. I mean, Andrew Booth's still sitting on that board. Why not?
Yeah.
That'd be a great steal in the second round this
Mhm.
late into the round. I don't know if this guy's reading a poem. You got to make the most of your 10 minutes, I guess.
15 minutes of fame. He hasn't been to the draft since he was drafted in 1972. So
I really wish it was a counter, like somebody to go back and listen to every one of me and Cole's shows to see how many times the Vikings came up, which is amazing considering they haven't made the playoffs in the last 3 years. Yeah, we probably talk about them.
We were always wrong on the Vikings. That's
Yeah.
the one team the game we thought they'd lose, they win.
Yep, every time.
remember they beat the Steelers, and the next week they lost to the Lions or something nuts like that.
Bizarre.
Yep.
This guy is still going.
That's like when Pat McAfee
Soaking
did
in.
it in Nashville.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't stop talking. He just kept going.
I love Pat McAfee.
He's awesome.
He's working tonight SmackDown.
Yeah.
Hope
Well,
everybody
he's
knows
had a crazy 2 days, huh?
it. Yeah.
Did their draft coverage, and then he goes wherever SmackDown is.
Living the life.
Yeah.
This small talk brought to you by all of our fine sponsors at Keon Sports, by the way. Email me, Vince McKee, CoachFin14@yahoo.com. As Ed Marinero. I don't know if he's giving somebody a eulogy or what is going on here, because we're going on 3 minutes.
I fall
Yeah.
asleep.
I'd be booing if I was there.
Yeah. Pick 42 is not coming in all night.
She probably told him, get with it. Get with it.
Oh, yeah. She told him to announce the
Wow.
pick. Wow.
That's a first. He still hasn't announced it.
What is happening?
Fans, I wish you.
Oh my
Whoa.
gosh!
This is great.
What is going on?
What, he just
We-
slapped the
Hey,
table.
fans on YouTube, put some comments in. Let us know what's going on here, because we've had this on mute this entire time. After all of that, at least they made the right pick after all
Yeah.
that. My goodness. Andrew Booth Jr., Clemson. Cole, I'll let you start, because I know you got a ton of tape on this guy. I've heard you talk about him. I think it's a great pick. Andrew Booth Jr. out of Clemson.
Yeah, and Minnesota was my wild card team to select him. Felt like that was he had, of the 3 top teams I always said were the best fits. Minnesota actually ended up being kind of that wild card team, and it's a great selection here. A lot of value. Could have easily been a first round guy, but has all the physical tools to succeed. Really an aggressive guy, tight in man coverage, stout corner. But I do think he does have a tendency to whiff on open field tackles. That's the main thing, is coming in hot, not breaking down, putting that head down, and sometimes just whiffing on the tackle. And that's something he's going to have to improve on. But he'll come in guns blazing, and it can pay off for him. But sometimes when he's launching, again, it can result in him completely missing, which is something that is going to have to be corrected in the NFL, certainly. But great pick, ton of value here for the Vikings.
Now the Giants on the board next here, just to kind of recap what they've done so far. Again, Dom touched on it with the Jets, but also the Giants had a hell of a first round. Just for everybody at home there. You know what? Never mind. They were ready to pick. So, but real quick, it was Thibodeau and the offensive lineman Evan Neal in the first round for the Giants. 2 incredible picks for them. And here we go. Now the Browns. You Browns fans out there, which I know a lot of you on YouTube.
Coming up quick.
Yeah. Wayndale Robinson, receiver out of Kentucky. And I know the Browns, again, the rumor is they are going receiver, but they now have one less to pick. I see Cole grinning ear to ear over there. Wandale Robinson, receiver out of Kentucky. What did I say the first time? Wendell?
Wayndale
Yeah,
Robinson.
Either way,
We're
Robinson.
missing syllables
I'm
here.
sticking the last name. Robinson, receiver. Marino Jr. shook me off. Robinson, receiver, Kentucky.
You know, honestly, the main thing here with him is he's such a shifty guy. People like the shiftiness. You put the ball in his hands, and he's probably going to make a play happen. But that was in college. Here in the NFL, I'm curious to see if he's going to become a really dynamic, excellent route runner. I still think there's a lot to work on. He's not the biggest guy. Again, get the ball to him, bubble screens, things along those lines. But the main concern with Wandale Robinson is we've seen guys like him before who are those shifty players, and they don't end up doing really anything in the league. Actually, similar player from Kentucky. He reminds me of Lynn Bowden Jr., guy who we just saw, just in the last couple of years. Has he done really anything in the league at this point? No, he hasn't. He was a guy that had a lot of similarities and just so happened to come from Kentucky as well. I think that it is an interesting pick for the Giants. It's almost a direct swap for they lost. That Tony's not going to be back with the team anymore. And so I think that they're just replacing him with Robinson. But Tony is a better wide receiver than Robinson.
You know, with that comparison with Lynn Bowden Jr., when he was in college, no one knew what position he was.
Yeah.
They had him at quarterback from time to time. Not too much was his primary spot, but they did a lot of wildcat with him. And then they'd put him at wide receiver, and then they'd put him at running back, and they almost mixed him around. By the time he went to the NFL and went to the Raiders, they didn't know what to do with him, and they traded him to Miami.
Right.
And Miami had depth at the wide receiver spot when they drafted him and didn't know what to do with him either. And so I think that we'll see a little bit better luck here, but
there we go. As Vince McKee goes away for the Browns pick. Again, surprising that supposedly Cleveland sports fans running away for the Browns pick, but it has now been traded away to the Houston Texans, which is quite fascinating that the Texans are now trading with the Browns. The Browns move back. Clearly, they might not want wide receiver that bad because they have some guys sitting there, or else they feel like they're getting plenty of value here with the Texans. I'm fascinated by this trade, though. Is it possible a guy like Baker Mayfield could be wrapped up in the trade? We'll see about the details. My guess is no, but we'll find out what the details of the trade actually are here as that comes up here in a moment. But at pick 44, the pick is in already for the Houston Texans. And talked about a ton of gaping holes for the Texans. They have now addressed safety. They have now addressed corner. They're looking to make some moves here in this draft. I'm not sure what they can necessarily do here, aside from I like the thought of them adding a running back. I like the thought of them doing something along those lines. They could, of course, add a wide receiver. They could go just on the defensive end, defensive tackle, linebacker. There's so much that they could do if you're the Houston Texans. But it is fascinating that, again, they're coming up here to pick 44. I doubt it's in the quarterback sweepstakes.
That would be interesting if they got a quarterback. I think right now you have to see what you have in Mills. He may not be the guy. He probably isn't, but he can be the guy right now. And that's kind of what you need. You just need him to be able to not turn the ball over every play, hand the ball off, and throw slants and bubble screens until you figure out what you truly want to do. If you can just build your other spots, build around your other spots, and then figure out your quarterback situation.
So the trade, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
The trade details for the Cleveland Browns as they trade back with the Houston Texans. The 44th pick goes to the Houston Texans, and the Cleveland Browns go back to the 68th pick. In addition to the 68th pick, the Cleveland Browns also pick up 108 and 124. So going to be a longer night here in the third round, as then they're leaking their way back. But they definitely have picked up some picks, and it looks like the pick for the Texans has been at least also mentioned there and who it's going to be selected. Again, it's ahead of what's on TV, but it looks like they're selecting Alabama wide receiver John Mechie.
Well, to me, I don't even have the words anymore for the
Yeah,
Cleveland Browns.
you bailed for the Browns pick.
I leave for 2 seconds.
Don't leave for a Browns pick, my guy.
Unbelievable. Well, they went to commercial. I'm like, I got plenty of time to put my glasses on because my contact was driving me crazy. But regardless, my personal issue. Listen, like clearly
suffered through.
Clearly, the Browns wanted Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
They were all in on him, and when he was off the board, that was it.
No, they didn't want Robinson. There's no way. Robinson was like my 17th wide receiver off the board. I think the Giants reached. They just knew that Tony.
There it is. John Mechie the third. You just called it.
Well, I said that was announced on Twitter already. So, but the main thing is.
I'm gonna put my contacts back on. We're gonna rewind the last 5 minutes.
We're gonna stop the stream. Restart.
Go ahead, Cole.
The Giants just wanted to replace Tony, who they drafted last year, who's now no longer going to be on the team, with Robinson because they have some similarities in the way that they play. Not that Robinson was going to be the Browns guy. I think it's that they're seeing some of the wide receivers that they want or some of the other position groups, actually not be touched here at the moment. They feel like they have enough value. They have a good enough roster to trade back, get some picks. And then the Texans come up and they take John Mechie III, who probably wasn't even really on the radar of the Cleveland Browns either. So it is a win for the Browns, even though you don't see a pick here. Right. Overall, it really adds more picks. And I think the reason they're doing that too is, remember, the Baltimore Ravens have 6 selections in the fourth round. So you got to get some more picks to fill some more holes if you have any, if you're the Cleveland Browns, to keep up with the team that's now on the clock in the Baltimore Ravens.
And I think, again, I talked about it a lot yesterday with a bunch of teams, mainly with the Browns, with how their philosophy with the draft needs to change. I think one thing that does need to change for the most part is you almost can't concern yourself with, hey, what are the Bengals doing? What are the Ravens doing? Now, if they're ahead of you or behind you, of course, you have to be worried about them. But if the Ravens have 100 picks in the fourth round, that shouldn't concern you. You should stick to your strategy, stay consistent with what you want to do. And if you do have an initial plan that has to do with all the picks that other team has, that involves trading with them or whatever, that's fine. But trying to keep adding picks and trading back, and if they have 5 picks in the fourth, we need to have 5 picks in the fourth. I think that's a mindset that the Browns and Browns fans need to avoid, because that can just be a deep hole. They have to focus on what they're going to do. What do we have to improve on? What players do we like? What's their value, and where can we get them at? They need to have that mindset. You can't concern yourself with other teams, especially division rivals, because that's just that's just a left turn that keeps on turning, and you'll just end up in a circle. So they have to change their mindset, and it starts in this draft. But trading back, adding a few picks, I don't think hurts.
No, it certainly doesn't hurt, because especially we talked about, there's not a huge discrepancy in talent this year. Mm-hmm. There's not the top of the mountain up here and then everybody else is down here. It's been all pretty fluid, which is the main thing to keep in mind. And we're seeing some guys who maybe aren't quite as talented as some other guys going just a little bit ahead for whatever reason. So the reality is, it really doesn't hurt for the Browns to get into the 60s. Now no longer having a second round pick, they'll just have their picks in the third round. Really does add some more picks, some more chances to hit on picks rather than just getting that one in the second. So we'll see if the Browns maybe come back up if somebody else slides, because they'll have those pieces. But it will be a little bit longer of a night as we go through the second round, unless the Browns do make a move. But it makes sense of why they're getting the value there.
Now, I do want to bring something up. They showed him on the TV. He has slipped. David Ajabu, I believe I said his name right.
Michigan State, right?
Yeah, Michigan. So I want to just talk about what happened to that young man. And he gets hurt, he slips in the draft. It happens. That's the nature of the beast in the NFL. I think we all know that. I think he understands it. But when you watch that clip of him falling down and a guy walks right by him to pick up the ball, no one reacts, no one moves. Now, I played college football. We had guys go down the middle of the drill and literally just turn the other direction and kept going. But someone was there to be with whoever got hurt. You didn't see that when he got hurt. No one blinked an eye. All they did was move him down the ladder on their boards and then went out the building. I got to say, that does bother me. That it almost seemed like no one cared at his draft day. that when he got hurt. That did bother me. But there he goes right there.
Yeah, and that's
nice to see to a good team.
And
too.
against the Ravens.
Not a shocking pick by the Baltimore Ravens because, again, they go with an edge rusher. I do want to bring up something about Ajabo. I'm going to slightly disagree with you there on this. I think the guy going to pick up the ball, again, knew the medical staff was also coming out, cleared that out of the way of the medical staff. So, again, they could go out and attend to him. I mean, there wasn't somebody necessarily immediately right there, but you'd have to think the medical staff was close, and you can't really make too much of a judgment off of a 5 or 10 second video because you're not sure what happened directly after. So picking up the ball, maybe clearing that out of the way. I'm not going to speculate on what was going on, but in all reality, happy for Ajabo to see him go off the board because, heartbreaking for him in the sense of could have been a first round guy, has a ton of explosiveness, a ton of ability as an edge rusher. But because of that unfortunate injury, finds himself going in the second round. Really could have been a lot worse, could have slipped even farther, but the fit just makes so much sense. Baltimore Ravens, they run that 3-4 base defense. Ajabo fits in best as a 3-4 outside linebacker. He'll get to stand up on the opposite edge from Jason Owe, who they drafted last year, who has a ton of speed. Ajabo, a threat. And he's going to make some things happen when he's back and fully healthy with the Baltimore Ravens. And that's just a great value pick for them.
The Ravens, I've always thought of them very similar to the Steelers on kind of how they draft.
Yep.
It's almost like they think that if we can get a pass rusher, if we can get a linebacker, that's the biggest impact that we can have because those are the type of players that we want to influence our team. And it seems like the Ravens, the Steelers, always have a pass rusher that if you're a Bengals fan, a Browns fan, or whatever AFC opponent, you almost have to be nervous because they always have good pass rushers. The Ravens, this is true. I think they found their pass rusher that's going to make the other fans in the AFC North, a little scared when their quarterback drops back. I think that's a fantastic pick. Hopefully when he heals up, he'll be a threat for years to come.
Yeah, and the Lions about to make their selection. And interesting, again, you talked about not thinking that Jared Goff was is too bad, and you feel like he can get some things done there. But, I mean, possibly they could still go quarterback here as well. That would not be shocking to see the Lions make a move.
Amazing they have an actor doing this one. This guy's been in
comedian.
Yeah. He's hilarious.
He's awesome.
His YouTube videos are hysterical. Well, hold on real quick here.
Yeah,
so they are making the pick. It is Josh Paschal, defensive end, another Kentucky player. That's 2 Kentucky players in the last 4 picks. SEC lighting it up. Clemson, Kentucky, Alabama, Michigan, and Minnesota going back here the last 6 picks. So the SEC and the Big Ten absolutely showing out, and then also Clemson as well. Josh Paschal going to the Lions, defensive end. I like this pick. What do you guys feel about it?
I don't love this pick. But the thing I can bring up, which is interesting about Josh Paschal, and obviously they selected Aiden Hutchinson already.
Right.
I don't think they necessarily need another defensive end, but Paschal's not a true defensive end. You're going to see on your TV screen that it says defensive end, but keep this in mind. The size and the build that he has, they could even put some more weight on him because he's a stout type of a player. He's more of a power-based guy. He has some decent speed, but I think you add a little bit more weight to him, add more strength to him, and he becomes an attacking, pass-rushing defensive tackle. You put him in the middle in that 4-3. And my best comparison for him is on the upside, if they can make that adjustment for him, he could become a guy like Ed Oliver, who's a little bit undersized, who weighs in at about 285 for defensive tackle, but is a pass rusher from the middle. That's probably what you can do with Josh Paschal because he's not a true defensive end.
Nothing scarier when a defense has a tackle, whether it's a 3 or a shade technique. And again, if they run a 3-4, a shade or a 3 isn't really used, more heads up in a 0 technique. But if you have a 3 or a shade that can push that guard, push that center back into the lap of the quarterback, I mean, boy, if you're a defensive back, that makes things easier on you, especially if you're an edge rusher. That quarterback's going to roll out right into your arms. That is some of the best things. We see guys like Cam Hayward, Aaron Donald usually makes the play, but also opens up things for the other. I mean, Von Miller had a decent year with the Rams because people would try to run away from Aaron Donald and end up right at Von Miller. if you can have that one pass rusher up the middle, kind of bull rush right into the quarterback, that could open things up, not just for your defensive backs to make a play, but also for your edge rushers to be able to make it a little easier for them. When the quarterback roams around, the offensive tackles, they have no idea where the quarterback's going. Makes it harder for them, makes it easier for the rushers. A good three or nose that can pass rush opens up so much on your pass rush.
And it's not surprising that the Lions went defense. We talked about it yesterday. They need to go defense. So there are good things about the pick, maybe some bad things. It's going to take some developmental side of things with Pascal. But now the Washington Commanders, after they had traded down in the first round and then at wide receiver, they took Jahan Dotson. The Commanders back on the board here. And I still think that they could maybe look the direction of they could go for a corner. They could go for a safety. I think that they could get some help in the secondary. Also, wouldn't hurt for them to maybe look linebacker. I like what they have with the front seven. Chase Young's going to be back this year. They're explosive with those edge rushers that they have with the defensive tackles they have additionally. So a lot of good things, but they can add to the linebacker group. They can add to the secondary. And you look at guys who are on the big board still out there. Nakobe Dean would be really interesting to put him there when he's so fast. He gets all over the field. When you have players like Chase Young and you have Jonathan Allen and you have a couple other guys there on that line, that could be interesting because it could free up a guy like Nakobe Dean. I'd like the fit. They could, of course, go corner, but there have been some corners who have gone off. So you might have to reach a little bit more for some guys. So maybe like the upside of a guy like Tariq Woolen, who's a big, long corner. Of course, still a bit raw, switched from wide receiver, but really an athletic freak, showed out at the combine. So a lot that the Commanders could do here. But I got to say, guys, and this might sound so interesting, but I like things that the Commanders are doing. Dallas, they have some good pieces. I'm not necessarily sold with. We know how Dallas is when they get to the playoffs. They really don't do anything. They always seem to fall apart. I think the Giants have started to do some good things here in the draft, but I still think the Giants would probably find themselves at the bottom of that division here at the moment. They still got steps to take in the right direction. Eagles, with that defense struggle, division struggling last year, they still went 9-8, and they weren't that impressive. Washington's still in a position here with Carson Wentz and with the pieces that they have, and if they're healthy, or perhaps they could find themselves making the playoffs again here. So it doesn't hurt to add to the defense, and that's, I think, where they need to focus on that side of the ball because the offense should be able to hold up enough.
And we have people just joining us here in the chat room asking why the Browns have not picked that in the second round. In case you are just joining us, thank you, number one, for being here. The Browns traded that pick and will now have multiple picks in the third round. Also, kind words from Scott Cleary as well. I guess that's a relative of some sort.
Oh, yeah, I might know him a little bit. I know him a little bit. What's it?
So, Commanders make the pick. Cole, I'm just going to let you take it away. How do I pronounce this one?
Yeah, and Fedarian Mathis. Yeah, Fedarian.
I'm not going to embarrass myself again. So
welcome to Phonetically Spelling.
Yeah.
Sports. I'm your host, Cole McDaniel, joined alongside Vince McKee.
I turned to the college boys.
Absolutely. But the interesting thing here with this pick, they have a good offensive line. So it is interesting for them to add Mathis when I think it could have been linebacker in the secondary, I think was a greater need for them. This isn't one of their primary needs, but they clearly like the length of Mathis. He definitely has some ability with, some speed and some explosiveness and made things happen during his time at Alabama. As I'm about to grab my prospect rankings here and get to defensive tackles, it's a position group we haven't talked much about here as of late. Really only 2 defensive tackles have come off the board. True defensive tackles have come off the board so far in this draft. For Fedarian Mathis, I look at him as a guy who my comparison for him was Calais Campbell because of the height and the length there that he has. Really could be a 4-3 defensive end or a 3-4 defensive end / D tackle. I like the ability he has, but I think he could be even more physical, and maybe because of his height, doesn't get that leverage at times and can be straight up. But I do think he's best as a pass rusher, which just adds to what Washington is already developing there with some good pass rushers. So interesting pickup. Not a bad one, but I also don't love it necessarily.
Right. We do have a little bit more feedback. Sarah Berry is watching from North Carolina. Thank you, Sarah, for reaching out to us. She wants to know about the Browns. Are they out of their mind? What is the strategy behind it? So you covered a little bit earlier. Sarah Clary just now tuning in. If you want to tackle that again quickly, really, it's multiple third-round picks. Is the thought behind it?
The main thing is, I mean, the Browns are in a good position. They have a really good roster here right now. Really, a lot of the AFC North does in general. The whole division does. But it's a matter of you want to make sure that you hit on as many picks as possible, because we all know that not every draft pick you hit on. It doesn't always work out. So the more opportunities you give yourself, the more chances you provide yourself with the opportunity to hit on that given pick. So for the Browns, have the ability to pick up some more draft selections for the third round. They're going to have a really busy third round here coming up unless they decide to make a move and come up for a guy. But these wide receivers right now, a couple that maybe were graded lower than some others, have gone off the board. And guys like David Bell, who I love, who's actually my third overall receiver because I love the way that he separates, the quick feet and the route running ability. A guy like George Pickens, those guys are going down. Sky Moore still hasn't come off the board. Calvin Austin, a guy I can bring up his name as well, has a ton of speed and people love that track ability. There's a lot of players there that are continuing to go down that list, and I think they feel like they could still get value in the third round.
And just because I love doing this, here are the recent colleges. So the last 10 picks, guys. Last 10 picks. Baylor, Penn State, Washington, Minnesota, Michigan State, Clemson, Kentucky, Alabama, Michigan, Kentucky, Alabama. So with the exception of a few Pac-10s there and an ACC, it has been down. Oh, like this guy a lot. Jaquan Brisker, safety, Penn State. We'll talk about that in a second. Yet another Big Ten guy. But really, this is unbelievable. This run of Big Ten players and SEC players right now swapping back and forth. This is a little nuts. But like we talked about last night, really the two best conferences in college football. All right, Cole, this is a guy I've heard you talk about a lot. I've watched the videotape. I've seen the comparisons. Jaquan Brisker, we were texting about him last night. To me, I'm a little shocked he fell this far down to the second round.
I'm shocked too because I actually had him going at the end of the first round. I thought there was the ability there. He's my third overall safety and such an excellent player because he has the versatility. He can really play either safety position, whether that's free safety or strong safety, or even if they're playing three safety sets in nickel situations, he can drop down into that nickel spot and be able to play there. He's good in coverage, a great tackler. He really just makes a ton of plays. And I have to say the Bears in the secondary, I love what they're doing to their secondary here. They're really improving their defense, and I already liked what they have on defense. And you know what the Bears' focus always is. It's can they play defense? In the Bears, they're doing just that.
They're loading up tonight.
They picked up Kylo Gordon, who I think highly of, and they pick up Jaquan Brisker, who I think highly of. Those are two very talented pieces you add to the secondary. Now you'll probably see them flip towards the offensive line, maybe wide receiver here come later on and flip to the offensive side of the ball, but they're definitely shoring up what they have in the back end on the defense, and I really like that for the Chicago Bears as they're trying to take steps in the right direction in their division as perhaps the Packers and some other teams
slide. I'm a Bears fan. Slowly but surely with Justin Fields, I think kind of suddenly that emotion a little bit. I still think they're 2 or 3 years away, but this ain't bad, man. With the Packers taking a step back, and like we said, the Lions are going to be terrible no matter what they do the next couple days. Yeah, they will be for a few years.
You don't sleep on the Lions. The Lions, that's my NFC team right there. I love the Lions because they're lovable losers. And one day they're going to win a Super Bowl, and I'm going to go to the parade. And you guys are all going to think I'm crazy. I wear my Barry Sanders jersey all the time. But go ahead on what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I do remember the lovable losers comment, though, when you joined us for a selection show. So I forgot that you referred to the Lions as the lovable losers.
Well, the Browns aren't lovable. Oh, that's what you're referring to.
Well, I'm not saying that because you're a Steelers fan, so I don't expect you to think that. But at the same time, that is fascinating that you call them the lovable losers, and that's your team because I really don't care for the Lions too much.
Really? I don't like anything about them. Like, I'm just not a fan. I'm sick and tired of watching them on Thanksgiving every year. Like,
me too.
It's the
That's
same,
what wanted to be good.
Dance. They're always a 12:30 game.
Yeah.
I've never been a big fan.
You know what? I love the Rust Belt teams. And again, I'm a Steeler fan, but I like the grit behind the city of Cleveland. It's similar to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Even if both cities want to disagree, they're more similar than they'd like to ever admit.
Yeah.
And they are. The attitude of the communities, old steel towns, those two towns built America, along with Buffalo, along with Detroit, along with whatever Rust Belt cities. Those teams have a mentality of grab your hard hat, get your lunch pack, and you go to work. And you get some grease on your hand, get some calluses on your hand. And that's the mentality these teams have. They really do. Am I wrong? They same sense of mentality. And you have the Browns who are starting to really live up to that mentality. You have the Steelers who've had that mentality since the 70s.
All right. Not to cut you off, but okay, the helmets aren't in front of me, so I'm just going to do it. Let's say my dad was a bus driver. My grandfather was a postman. If anybody believes in the blue-collar work ethic, it is Vince McKee. I'm 100% behind you. Picking up your lunch pail and going to work, I love that. Right? We all did it today, right?
Yeah.
So staring at the helmets, if I was going to go through that mentality and say, okay, I'm only going to root for the blue-collar cities, I'll tell you right now, Tampa Bay's out. Minnesota's in. Tennessee's out. Giants are in. Texans are out. Jets are in. Bears are in. Seahawks are out. Colts are out. Falcons are out. Browns are in. Ravens, I hate them regardless. I don't care what they do.
They're in.
Lions would be in, unfortunately. Commanders out. Saints out. Chiefs in because of the barbecue. Eagles, Philadelphia in. Can't stand them. Pittsburgh Steelers in. Now I got to root for my rival based on your theory. Packers in. Patriots in. Hold on, almost on. Cardinals out. Cowboys out. Bills in. Packers in. Niners out. Chiefs still in with the barbecue. Cincinnati out. Denver, I don't even know. Because it's probably 50-50.
No.
Your theory, I love you, but your theory is terrible.
I'm not saying you have to I'm not saying you have to work for the you have to work. I'm not saying you have to root for those teams, but I'm just saying there's something behind those teams that are all lovable. And there's the reason why I want the Lions to succeed. I enjoy seeing the cities with that mentality because the Lions haven't had that mentality. They really have. They just been there. They just existed and been in pain. I mean, really, they just breathe the same air as everybody else for the past 100 years.
Okay, now I'm really going to show my age. So I grew up with Barry Sanders, all right? Barry Sanders, to me, all due respect to anybody else, Walter Payton and everybody else, watching him as a player is the best physical running back of all time. And they did nothing with him. They didn't put anybody around him. They had flipping Eric Kramer and Ronnie Peters.
They had Charlie Batch.
Yeah, eventually Charlie Batch. Yeah. But it's frustrating to me that Detroit had a once-in-a-lifetime player and did absolutely nothing with him. So that alone caused me to lose a lot of respect for him. I do love your theory, though. Again, as the son of a bus driver and the grandson of a postman, I love that.
You get that, yeah.
Yes, I do. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? I come from a town where that's strictly. I mean, you drive by and it's steel plant, warehouse, steel plant.
Listen, I love the city of
Pittsburgh
too.
It's all stereo.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm just saying again. I hate the Browns, but there's something. But there's a reason why I root for the Guards. A reason why I root for the Cavs. I want those teams to win. There's a mentality behind that, and it's you want to see those teams succeed because of that attitude.
I agree. And you know what's wild about this, Cole? Here we are again with the Saints having a chance to pick their quarterback.
It's okay.
I don't think they're going to pick it at this point.
Yeah, and to end the conversation that you're on here right now, as long as it's not the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, yeah.
That's all that matters, right?
He likes everybody but the Rays.
Yeah, we're not bringing them up.
Taylor and that beautiful stadium they play in.
Fantastic.
Alontae Taylor,
that stadium should go
safety out of Tennessee, another SEC player. I'm gonna let you guys talk about him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a little research here because this has to be some sort of record. I mean, SEC it drafts heavy every single year, so does the Big Ten, but this is one hell of a streak right now.
Well,
go ahead, fellas.
And here's something: if you're watching, whether that's NFL Network or ESPN, I know we have a ESPN pulled up on the TV, but it says safety Alontae Taylor. He's actually a corner, so they do have that incorrect there. Safety, so a corner in Alontae Taylor, and this is the interesting thing about him. He's actually a wide receiver turned corner, so he made that switch, and because of that switch, he possesses fantastic ball skills. No question about can Alontae Taylor get to the football and make an interception, make a big play happen. He absolutely can do that. He's better in zone coverage than man coverage because he's best at reading a quarterback's eyes and coming forward and jumping the route and making that play, but still working on his tackling form. making sure the guys can't break those tackles. There is plenty of upside for Alontae Taylor because he's still a little bit raw at the position. They can work with him, continue to help him out, and he can take those strides, which is a good thing if you're the New Orleans Saints and you just made your secondary a little bit better, and you already have Marshawn Lattimore and some other talent. But I do like Alontae Taylor there in this selection.
He's coming from a team in the Volunteers where they struggled pretty bad beginning of the year.
Yeah.
They didn't have a quarterback. And, I watched that game where they played Pitt, of course, where we kind of found out who Kenny Pickett was. But we also found out that Tennessee defense was solid. The only thing that team was missing was a quarterback. That defense was solid. It kept them in a lot of games. I think they had a decent record by the time the year ended because I think they figured the situation out. But he was one of those cornerstone players there for them on defense. You'd want him to be that guy there for the Saints, but you like to see a guy that's in a tough situation because Tennessee, that place has been a mess for the past 5-10 years. And it's nice to see that he just threw me off there. You're good. But it's nice to see a player that's being put on defense. Hey, we saw you succeed in a tough situation. We don't have you. We think we have a decent situation, but can you elevate us?
Yeah, and this is super interesting here and now. So we have a trade.
Patriots.
Wasn't the Patriots were already in trade action in that first round? Is that correct? With the Kansas City Chiefs?
Correct.
And now the Kansas City Chiefs were on the clock for the 50th pick, and now they trade to the New England Patriots. So very interesting. The Chiefs and the Patriots working together here in this 2022 NFL draft. And Patriots draft room, again, going with that one-man show type of setup like the Cleveland Browns were doing, as it was just Andrew Berry for the Browns. But right now, as they make a move, we'll see what they do here. And I would assume this would be wide receiver. The Patriots, they might need to snag another wide receiver. But at the same time, you still could go offensive line. They took Cole Strange, but I still think they're going to make another move at maybe offensive guard, maybe a tackle. Maybe they don't do it in this round, but they're going to do it at some point here later on in the draft, or even with some making some trades, making some waves in the NFL.
Go ahead. I'll just say very quickly here.
Okay.
I'm one pick away because I want to do a report on the top 50 percentage wise of how many players went from the SEC and how many from the Big Ten. Obviously, add that together, divide it by 50. So I'm just very curious at the percentage we're at right now. I almost feel comfortable saying that we're done with SEC and the Big Ten through the first 50 because Belichick went Chattanooga in his first round pick. So, but I don't want to get too cocky, so I'm going to wait until they make this pick. But go ahead. That's in case you're wondering what the heck's he doing.
No. I figured when I saw the SEC and Big Ten right there.
And of course, there's got to be a trade.
Yeah. So you're mentioning all these options, and you think they got to be wide receiver.
Yeah.
They have a decent wide receiver core. It wasn't bad. They showed a lot of glimpses throughout the year, but they still don't have that one guy. They don't have that one guy, and you like to see him add to it. But I think we're asking the wrong questions. On one of these papers, where's one player we've never heard of before that can somehow be a Hall of Famer that we never heard of before? He's from a random state and a random university that somehow Bill Belichick is going to use his magic spell and make him a Hall of Famer. Yeah, we're asking the wrong questions.
That's still a position need, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I could still see them taking a corner in this draft. So a guy who's my 20th ranked corner, Josh Williams of Fayetteville State. Again, that's
the most absurd.
Fayetteville State. There you go.
Fayetteville State.
Yep.
So if you want the most random, person in my prospect rankings, it would be Josh Williams, the corner. But I don't think his value is going to have him go here in the second round. That's more fourth or fifth.
So we got a text from Brandon too. So
got
to give a shout out to our guy Brandon here, but he is disagreeing a little bit. So Brandon says, guys, Jets are nailing this draft. Also, your boy Mccurry might struggle in Tennessee. So I know I'm going back about half an hour in the Mccurry.
Yeah, and Roger McCreary, like I said, I love the way he plays football, and he's a great corner. I think he's going to do fine wherever he's at. I think there may be some other schemes, some other teams I think he'd do better at than the Tennessee Titans. But remember, their head coach is Mike Vrabel. He's a defensive guy. Yeah, they're going to find ways to make things happen in Tennessee, and I do think he's going to actually still have success there. I'm really not overly concerned. The nice thing for him, he's actually going to a division that's not as pass heavy as other divisions either.
Mhm.
No,
So he's not going to get tested nearly as much. The Jaguars, they just don't have that same ability. The Texans don't. And we know the Colts primarily would like to run the ball with Jonathan Taylor.
Correct. Yep. I agree with all that. So this is it here. And Boston again now. I'll call him Boston.
Boston?
New England. Sorry.
What was this, 1974?
Force a habit. Showing my age.
What was the last time they were called the Boston Patriots?
Well before I was ever born.
Yeah, but to say that was a very long time ago.
I love the old school jerseys though.
Yeah, with the Patriot Pat,
The
Patriot
guy
Pete.
snapping it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Grew up with that. Loved it.
I even like the ones I had in the '90s with like the flying Elvis on the shoulders, where the stripes are now.
The Drew Bledsoe years.
Yeah,
No doubt.
great jerseys.
So here we go. The pick is in. I still would love to know what happened earlier tonight with the Marinero thing. Again, guys, let us know in the chat room if you're watching. That was wild. This young man obviously very excited.
And I'll tell you what, as he's still up there, we're waiting for the pick. It has been announced on Twitter, and it is a wide receiver, guys. But here's the interesting thing.
Taquan Thornton, for everybody at home, receiver out of Baylor, and I'll get to work on my report.
Taquan Thornton of Alabama. And the thing is
why does it say Baylor?
Taquan Thornton, wide receiver of Baylor. Okay. Correct. Yes, it is
I
Baylor.
thought you said all down.
Okay, and perhaps I might have.
I thought he did too.
Okay. But with this Baylor wide receiver, he's long and he ran fast at the combine. Okay. He caught everybody's attention with his blazing speed, ran in the low fours. I believe actually 4.28 was his time. So again, he was cruising. But this is a guy who he has that ability with the speed, but he was actually my 21st ranked wide receiver on my prospect rankings, going at pick number 50. And the Patriots traded up for him in the second round. So my 21st overall guy, who I graded as somewhere between a 4th to a 6th round prospect, ends up with the New England Patriots. Interesting selection there when there's some other really good receivers on the board, but fascinating to see some of those names we talked about yesterday in depth, sliding behind a guy I had in the 20s.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big fan of Big 12 wide receivers because I feel like they get the most action on everybody. You know, it almost feels like those guys get the ball the most just because those offenses down south love just launching the ball. And so, you know, again, I don't know too much about him. I know you scouted, it seems like every single player that put their name in. I think there might be, my scouting report might be in there somewhere. But, you know, I feel, you know, if he's getting drafted to the Patriots, they see something, they see upside that they feel like they can use to their advantage. Again, a player low on your board was high on theirs. Yeah. So they're seeing something that no one else is seeing. But if the Patriots are taking them, I'm confident that player will succeed.
Yeah, and keep in mind, by the way, just to give you a little bit of assurance here and let you know what happens. So with my offensive tackle rankings, just so you know, I went up to 13. You were actually my 14th ranked offensive tackle, but I just didn't include that there in the story because I only went to 13. Yeah. They lacked some depth at that class, you know, on that side of things. So I just had to unfortunately leave you off, but you were my 14th ranked tackle. So perhaps with the way the Patriots are drafting, you know, you might be going here soon. Later stages here if they trade back up into the second round, or you could go in the third. So get that phone ready.
Look, I'll put the ringer on. Listen, I don't want to get too excited here. I did have a very last week of practice.
Okay.
I had a few pancakes against some of the starting D-line players in our last week. We were preparing for John Carroll. Did a lot of outside zone. Any scouts listening? Great outside zone blocker. So I'm just saying, if anyone's listening, interested in an outside zone blocker, that's 6'1", 260. Okay. Not in playing shape.
Butter and syrup with your pancakes as well.
Everything. Everything. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cut them in little pieces too. That's how I work.
That's what I expected. I'd expect nothing less from you, Tom. Philadelphia Eagles on the clock, and their pick is in. And the main thing for the Eagles, I think they still got a lot that they can address with their team. And this could be interesting with the pick here. I still think that they could go maybe corner perhaps in this selection. So I'm not necessarily sure of what the Eagles are going to do here at this pick. I had them going linebacker in my mock draft here in the second round. I think there's a lot of directions that they can go because they still have a lot of pieces, a lot of holes that they're also filling.
No, definitely.
Because it says the Steelers are on the clock.
Live speed for
on
sure.
this. Yeah, that's weird.
Live speed. So here's the numbers here, and I'll do the percentages in a little bit, but I can tell you simple math. Definitely over 50%. We are 50 picks into this draft, gentlemen. 12 come out of the Big Ten, 17 out of the SEC. 17 players from the SEC in the top 50 of this draft. Obviously, add those two together, 17 plus 12. 29 of the 50, over 50% of the draft coming from two conferences in college. That is absolutely amazing. I'm going to count the Big 12 here in a second. But just really, I mean, to me, that is incredible about the style of play and what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Got a little time to kill, so kill it any way you guys want. But I'm gonna add up this Big 12 because now I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, absolutely. And
ACC and Big 12.
So I have a question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the Power Five, what conference has the best prospects? I don't know why this came across my mind, but what prospects or what conferences have the best prospects outside?
Pac-10 in there too.
Outside of the Power Five?
Yeah.
The Mountain West.
The Mountain West. But I feel like that.
North Dakota State plays it now.
The Mountain, no, because they're in FCS. The Mountain West is Wyoming and Nevada and Utah State and
it's weird because we see quarterbacks, even if they're not high up on the board, we'll see a quarterback that'll be 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
We have one from Nevada. What's his name? Connor Strong. I could be wrong there. I forget his name.
Carson Strong.
Kid from Nevada. It always seems like there's a random guy from Utah State, or that we see people from Fresno. We've seen 2 people selected for the Cards selected from Fresno. Hawaii, we saw a quarterback selected. I forget his name, but we've seen multiple people from that conference selected through quarterback.
Yeah, and interesting here that the Eagles. I'll let Vince.
Another talent.
There's a center there, Cameron Jurgens, and there you go, another Big Ten player out of Nebraska, center.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here, he actually doesn't make my top prospects at the interior offensive line, but they must have liked what they saw in Cameron Jurgens and add him at center. Here's the thing: is he's probably going to be depth initially. I felt like the Eagles at some point were going to go center. Jason Kelce's their starter. At some point, they're prepping for that backup for Kelce, and when things end with his career, he's no longer in Philadelphia. So you won't see Jurgens likely starting immediately. He'll find his way behind Jason Kelce, but definitely that seems to be then their plan to at least prep there. But I do think there's other better centers that they could go towards. Lindstrom of Boston College, Donovan West of Arizona State, Dylan Parham of Memphis still out there on the board. I would think Jurgens would be behind those guys. So.
I thought that was interesting with Kelce. I know he was excited with the pick last night there for the Eagles. Yeah. And then we have Chase Claypool, Mr. Celebrate with 20 seconds on the clock with no timeouts left, down by 3. As if you guys don't know what I'm referring to, he caught a ball. Yeah, and he did this, and you're down with 20 seconds left, and you can get 2 plays off, and he's out here. It's whatever. But I do like Claypool.
You guys made the playoffs.
Huh?
Even after all that, you made the playoffs.
I don't know how. But, the Steelers have a good roster. I think the entire AFC North does. Let's see what they get here. Fantastic pick.
Tremendous pick. George Pickens out of Georgia. Another SEC player. Absolutely tremendous. That's something that I know a lot of fans out there wanted the Browns to go out and get him with the 44th.
Yeah.
My goodness. And really, too, we talked about it last night. Some mock drafts actually had this guy going in the first round, late, but in the first round to the Chiefs. Didn't happen. He goes to the Steelers. So Pittsburgh, doing very un-Pittsburgh-like things, picking quarterbacks and receivers this year, Dom. You got to be a little bit excited about that.
Well, they love taking receivers not in the first round. It's interesting, like the mindset Packers and Steeler fans have. Steeler fans, they don't need one in the first round because they'll find someone in the second, third, and fourth round that has a high ceiling. Martavius Bryant, someone they found. Antonio Brown, someone they found in the past. Juju Smith-Schuster was a third-round pick. Same with Chase Claypool. Johnson was like a second or third. He might have been a fourth-round pick. They pick wide receivers better than anybody else. I think Pickens fell right into their lap. I didn't think he would be there for them. I think they had 2 great picks in Sky Moore and in George Pickens. I think they picked the right guy. I'm happy with this. But I know, Cole, you have the whole scouting report on him.
Yeah, and Pickens was my number 10 receiver. There were a lot of people out there who were higher on him even. He has a ton of ability, but he actually almost blocks like a tight end. He's a great run blocker, so I do like that about him. The thing is, so many injury issues, and we'll get to the Colts pick here in a moment, but so many injury issues for Pickens, which is a concern for me. I like his length and the ability that he has. So he reminds me of A.J. Green. Of course, we know how good A.J. Green was, but A.J. Green doesn't spend much time on the field. Other big problems with Pickens and why I didn't want him to be a Cleveland Brown, because there's talk about he does not like to spend time in the weight room. Okay, there's concerns about that work ethic. There's concerns of off the field things for him as well. Keep in mind as well, he also was a passenger in a car wreck apparently here about a week ago. Seems to be okay there. Supposedly it hit his head on the windshield and things like that, and it was all scraped up. But again, hopefully he's okay there. They said he is. That one's, just thankfully no major injuries coming out of that. But in general, again, he has had some off the field issues, so that is something to be a little concerned about. So Pittsburgh, probably good value pick for them. But then we see a wide receiver come off the board next for the Indianapolis Colts as they take Alec Pierce. And I'll roll right into this, and I like this for the Colts, is they can add another weapon here for Matt Ryan at quarterback. And here's what I like about Alec Pierce, and this is so funny that ESPN, if anybody has the TV on ESPN and they're listening to us, Jordy Nelson popped up. That was my comparison for Alec Pierce, a guy who probably not going to be, super explosive in the sense of he takes over the league, but a guy who I could see having a successful long career, making an impact like Jordy Nelson. It's a great comparison in measurables and play style.
So just to recap, you guys, George Pickens off the board, went to Pittsburgh, the receiver, then Alec Pierce, receiver, to the Colts. So back-to-back receivers. Just unbelievable. Now I think we're going to see that run yet again. And then, the picks are just coming through fast and furious here. Kentucky, Alabama, Penn State, Tennessee, Baylor, Nebraska, Georgia on those last picks, and then Cincinnati as well.
You mentioned Pickens' blocking ability.
Yeah.
First of all, the Steelers love that. You watch, and if there's anyone that ever wants to show a young wide receiver how you should block, search up Hines Ward. He blocks like a guard when Hines Ward played. Just run people clean over. But, you saw that Juju Smith-Schuster, when he was a Steeler, loved blocking. Chase Claypool became a better blocker. And, they already had their skinny, dynamic guy in Johnson. Claypool, a big body. I think they kind of add another bigger body, a guy that can block. After losing Juju Smith-Schuster, Pickens is that guy that they believe. But having a wide receiver that can block opens up things for your running back. Yeah. Because now – you're not worried about putting the ball outside. There are a lot of teams that won't run outside concepts because they're afraid their wide receivers will refuse to block or just can't do it. If you have 3-4 wide receivers that can all block, opens a lot of things up for you. And, I mentioned how dynamic it is to have 2 tight ends, but now you can almost use a 4th wide receiver like a second tight end. And that is a great ability, especially if you have a wide receiver with a big body that's not afraid to get physical and block down on a bigger, maybe of a defensive end on a crackdown block or a linebacker.
Moral of the story is if your offensive line can't block, get a blocking wide receiver because that will help you out. Because the Steelers are still developing that offensive line.
And they've made a lot of good moves at line, which we saw and they needed to do.
They did.
So the offensive line shouldn't be a nuisance like it was last year, but it's not their strong suit by any means.
No.
But it's something they can build upon. But if you have wide receivers that can block, bubble screens, swing passes, you can run various types of jet sweeps, which they love doing with Chase Claypool. Wonder if they do that with Pickens now. But Chase Claypool, they love it with because of his bigger frame. He can run people over, almost like a power back. This is how they almost use him.
Yeah, 10 receivers off the board.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It gets you outside of the hashes is the main thing. So it does definitely add that dynamic side of things. So again, as we keep rolling along, the Chiefs, we can bring up the Chiefs. They've they've been on the clock here. And the main thing is with the Chiefs, and I want to bring this up, they've been so active with trades.
Yep.
Traded up in the first round, just traded back here in the second round. The Chiefs have been moving all over the place. But they've also made so many moves on their roster here right now. It feels like their whole wide receiver core, at least most of it's changed. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Juju Smith-Schuster. Imagine being the jersey guy, the kit guy for the Chiefs and needing to put all those long names for all those new wide receivers then on the back of those Chiefs jersey. But, and we'll see if they maybe go for a long name here and what they do. But I think the Chiefs honestly have shown that they're not afraid to make moves in this draft, and they're willing to move around a bunch. They've taken Karlaftis, they've taken Trent McDuffie, and now Tony Gonzalez steps up to the stand, and hopefully it's quicker than what it was last night when he was up there.
He was up there a little bit, but I'll tell you what, I think the Chiefs have had a good draft. I'd give him at least a B+ at this point. Early on here.
I might be waiting here a minute.
Well, the first 2 rounds, I think, take longer than probably the last 4.
Yes.
Time-wise. It's Sky Moore,
Great pick.
Western Michigan, yet again. So, clearly, I just had 10 receivers off the board, now 11. You guys just got done talking about their need for receivers. But, Cole, I'll tell you, Moore, only 5 letters in that last name. So, they're giving their equipment manager a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
And they honestly, that is a direct replacement for Tyreek Hill, a small, fast receiver who they can dump it down to and just get him the ball, and then he can maybe make something happen. Now, don't forget about Mecole Hardman. I think Hardman has a lot of ability to do that as well, but Moore has that dynamic ability. Not a big receiver at 5'9", one of the smaller receivers in the draft. But we know he has that speed. He has that explosiveness, the guy that Dom actually had going in the first round. So really, whether you get him the ball on screens, on jet sweeps, slants, whatever you do, he is dangerous with the ball in his hands. But he definitely could even be used in the return game, punt returner, kick returner. I actually could see him being a guy where you utilize him somewhat like a Deebo Samuel type player, but at least college-wise, he reminds me of, with watching so much Ohio State football, reminds me of Jalen Marshall back in the day. Jalen Marshall was pretty dynamic, didn't do much in the league. I do think Moore has more potential, so maybe somewhere in between that Marshall and Deebo Samuel fit.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about that division in a second here. But we have the Cardinals on the clock now, making the pick here in a moment, and as they traded out of the first round, kind of shockingly last night to all of us,
and one of the losers of the first round.
I think big time.
Oh, but now that
but there you go. So tight end that my God, we both love. So Trey McBride out of Colorado State, a guy we saw maybe going late first round to the Bengals. Eventually, does get picked here midway through the second round. Again, guys, look up. What Cole McDaniel had to say about this guy. The videos, everything about him, just tremendous. Trey McBride out of Colorado State. Cole, I'll give you the floor. I do want to eventually at some point get back to the AFC West, but go ahead.
And we will. But as we look at Arizona selecting Trey McBride at tight end, he was the guy. He, again, first team All-American, unanimous. The guy is a blocking talent, but he's a smooth receiving tight end at the same time. He runs great routes, can find openings. And the thing is, soon as he gets the football in his hands, he's hard to tackle. He's hard to bring down. A lot like George Kittle. There's a lot of similarities. I expect him to be a top tight end in the league here early in his career. Of course, he goes to Arizona, gives another weapon for Kyler Murray, but don't forget about that blocking ability that he does have. Actually, going to be really good with Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz will then be really the number 2 tight end behind Trey McBride very early. It's going to happen immediately.
Came over from Philadelphia, trade deadline last year.
Yeah, 2 guys with some similar skill sets as well. But Zach Ertz is not what he was, 2, 3, 4 years ago, but he's still a good second tight end behind McBride. I think that's going to really make Kyler Murray happy. And if I have to make a bold prediction, I made it yesterday. If anybody is wearing a gold jacket from this class, my guess is that's going to be the Hall of Famer. That's going to be a star at tight end. I think he's going to have a long career in the league. And if you want to pay attention to your fantasy, draft, I think tight end could be a position where there's maybe some thinness when it comes to selecting a tight end.
He could sneak right in.
He could sneak right in and definitely put up some points in fantasy football too.
No doubt about it. And guys, stick around for our third round coverage. We got about 11 picks left here in the second round. Me and Cole are going to take you through at least pick 99 to 100 tonight. And as Cole said a little bit earlier, look out, because I think the third round is going to be fast and furious. Browns pick 3 times, but also all those quarterbacks still on the board. This is going to get pretty crazy pretty quickly here. 2 points I want to make. One, going back to that, I actually, me and Cole had talked off air about this, but obviously on air quite a bit. Both of us, Cole and myself, agreed that Kyler Murray would have a better NFL career than Baker Mayfield. This is the kind of guy.
Yeah.
And we said this when Baker Mayfield was going to the playoffs.
Right.
We're not bashing Baker after his horrible year. We're talking 2 years ago we said this.
Correct.
And this is the type of player that's going to help Murray do that. And also that division is loaded. So Arizona needs to stay relevant and needs to have weapons. Anytime you're playing with obviously the Rams, the defending Super Bowl champions, the defense of the 49ers, you got to stay strong. So guys, this next pick though, real quick here, Sam Williams, linebacker, Ole Miss. We have not seen a ton of linebackers come off the board in this draft, but there's one there. And the Cowboys, a team last year that picked, well, it would have been last year's draft, went defensive crazy. I think they picked the first 5 rounds were defensive players. So the Cowboys sticking with that theme tonight, though. Sam Williams out of Ole Miss, another SEC guy. And Cole, what can you tell us about Mr. Williams out of Ole Miss?
Yeah, and Sam Williams, actually, he's listed as a linebacker, but he's going to be probably playing as a D end for the Dallas Cowboys. He's versatile. He's a guy who 265 pounds. He can certainly actually play at defensive end, and the Cowboys need to be able to generate some pass rush. Last year, Parsons had to play some defensive end as well. So Sam Williams definitely can play that position. My comparison for him, he's my 15th edge rusher. I had him as a 3rd or 4th round grade. He ends up going in the 2nd. My comparison for him is Clelin Ferrell. Remember when the Raiders drafted him, Ferrell has that length. He had that dynamic ability where he could play both spots. Did he necessarily light up the NFL? No, he did not. He's still in the league. But Ferrell would be my best comparison for Sam Williams, but at least helps the Cowboys with not needing to put Micah Parsons at edge rusher come this next season.
I'm going to step back real quick here, too. Great analysis, as always. Thank you. Dom, right as you stepped away, Arizona went out, got Trey McBride, the tight end that me and Cole have been talking about, and just tremendous talent. Now, with that being said, clearly the Rams are coming off of a Super Bowl season. 49ers improved greatly. We do not know what the 49ers are going to do at quarterback. It looks like it might be Jimmy G. Who knows? But regardless.
I think it's going to be Trey Lance.
I'm with you.
Pretty solid on Trey Lance?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So
I think when Trey Lance did step in, they almost had to step back a second and not have him start the rest of the year. I think they really liked him when he did play. But I think they're pretty much done with Garoppolo. It's like a thank you, see you later type of thing.
Interesting.
The problem is I don't think anyone wants to take him because of his contract, and there's nothing really – he's not getting any better.
Okay. Well, with that being said,
and coming off of the surgery as well.
Yeah. With that being said, and this is no knock on Trey Lance or anything, but I still feel that the Cardinals are better than the 49ers. I said that this year. I thought the Cardinals underachieved towards the end of the year. They got off to that hot start, and 2 years in a row now you've seen them completely fall off the map in December, not being able to win a game in December 2 years ago. This year they finally won a game. I think it was on I don't know, it could have been like December 30th. I mean, finally got their first December win. If they could ever get over that hurdle, to me, I still say the Cardinals have the kind of talent to be the best team in that division. This kind of pick today, I mean, this has to make Kyler Murray happy. How much of a threat do you think they are to unseat the Rams and even maybe not? I mean, even in the West, yes, but I mean, can the Cardinals make a Super Bowl?
No. Just because that I know they have the talent. They probably have one of the most talented teams. I think their coach holds him back a little bit. Though I do like him, I feel like his coaching has held him back a little bit, and I was really rooting for him, but that's sadly been what's going on there. You also have issues with the players aren't trusting the front office, and you also have two teams, the 49ers and the Rams. Those two teams have been to the Super Bowl, one of them twice, one of them once, and they've been there multiple times. 3 times out of 5, 6 years? You have two very experienced teams. I would put Seattle in that, but they did lose all the players that were experienced for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
You are the least experienced team out of everybody, even with the free agents that you bring in. That goes against you. And Kylo Murray, there's been a lot behind him behind the scenes that has me concerned with whether he's going to take the next step this year or not.
I think he will. There's something about him I really like.
I like him too, but there's just been so much going on. The extra stuff that adds on to it that's off the field.
Well, to me, I think what holds them back is their head coach. I'm not a big Cliff Sperry fan. I've never been. You know what I mean? But they have to find a way. Titus O'Neil, by the way, WWE superstar, making this pick. My goodness, look at that suit.
Primetime players.
Oh my gosh,
greatest tag team ever.
I met him. That guy's enormous.
Yeah, heard he's a really nice guy.
He was okay.
Yeah.
But he's making this pick. This is twice now we've seen Cole Tampa Bay trade into this round, trade out, because they traded to get this pick.
Yeah, that is correct.
And they're going to make it here in a second. There it is. Luke Goki, Central Michigan. So that's 2 MAC players here in the last couple of picks. Last 2 out of 3 here.
Mm-hmm. Right. And Goki's a guy who we'll probably actually see him maybe play some guard. I know I talked about them needing a left guard, and I definitely think that he could slide in and actually play in that spot there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him actually move on the inside. So a decent pick there. Again, wasn't one of my top prospects when it came down to offensive tackles or it came to guards. But in general, I do think that at least helps the Buccaneers with the need that they have. They really don't have many glaring holes. So just taking a piece there, I think he's going to, make a huge difference, be a giant difference maker. No, not necessarily. He played at right tackle there at Central Michigan. Again, I really think it would be best to move him inside. Obviously, he's not going to play at right tackle there for the Buccaneers because Tristan Wirfs is in that spot.
The MAC has a lot of decent prospects that come out of there too.
They do. They do have some decent prospects.
They do a good job with wide receivers. I don't know why, but every few years we'll see a wide receiver that lights up the league that comes out of one of those schools. Yeah,
and while we're on the MAC, I guess speaking of the MACtion, I know that's something Vince always gets to enjoy doing the MAC tournament. And again, Dom, you did the MAC tournament here this week as well.
Man.
So it branches back when I think I was 13. Me and my dad went, and I think all 3 rounds all 3 days that we went, and it was a blast. Got a hotel. I think who won that? Western Michigan won that year. They had a dynamic duo with the guard in the center. So it was fun. There was the MAC player of the year.
Drafted the pros that year. I know who you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I got to go back and look at the name. He was blonde-haired kid. I
really tall.
He's right in front of my face. I just cannot think of his name. I know exactly who you're talking about.
But Kent State, the MAC player of the year, I played youth basketball with him since Mccurry. I don't think he remembers me. But my dad was a coach. I played on a tournament team with him called the Ballers, and we went undefeated 15-0, and we beat a team 110-10. Okay. And it was cool being a part of that. And that was one of the reasons why I was happy to be able to participate, was writing for someone I played with growing up.
Well, a team who even could be up 110-10 and still blow that lead. The Atlanta Falcons now on the clock.
Work done. I remember watching him play at Florida State. Tremendous stuff. Yeah, Dom, that was great having you with me this year. I really appreciated you doing that. I needed a day off badly. I was sick as a dog, so you stepping up helped. Well, Troy Anderson is the pick, linebacker out of Montana State. So you talk about non-Big Five conferences. We've seen a couple here in the last few picks. It is Troy Anderson, linebacker, Montana State. Cole, I know you go deep on your lists. What can you tell us about this guy? Because now we're really testing it, because I never heard of him.
We're going to have a really fun conversation about Troy Anderson because he is my 16th linebacker. Again, I think they're taking a really high jump up here because Nakobe Dean's still on the board, and he was my number 1 guy. But they're taking my 16th guy. Why would they take a guy like Anderson? And it's because you're going to see on the screen he played quarterback, running back, and linebacker. This guy is your true gadget type player.
Good arm on him.
And my best comparison is Taysom Hill.
This is cool.
He's a linebacker, but I compare him to Taysom Hill because he played all those positions. So he's best defined as a football player because he does it all. The main thing for him as a linebacker, because that's where he's mostly going to play, he has plenty of speed and strength and size. But I do think because he's newer to the position, maybe that awareness can become a little bit better. Sometimes it's a little bit delayed to reading a play. That will improve the more he sees things, the more he practices, the better he gets. So the ceiling is extremely high for Anderson. It's just going to take work to get him there.
Mm-hmm.
Can they get him to that top level? But like I said, this guy, Troy Anderson, is the Taysom Hill of a defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's playing against pros now.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. It's cool to watch, but yeah, there's no way.
You know what? I like it. I'm a big fan of it. We've seen a few players that we haven't even thought about. I mean, Julian Edelman, quarterback at Kent State University, and then he's a phenomenal wide receiver. We've seen a few. Tyler Boyd for the Bengals from he's from the
WWE
Pittsburgh.
superstar, by the way.
Gable Stevenson,
That's crazy.
the Olympian. Hey,
How wild.
but you know what he didn't do as an Olympian?
What's
He didn't
that?
win a gold medal with
The
a broken
freaking
freaking
neck.
Yeah.
That's right.
But
Well, what the hell are they talking about? So Ed Ingram, guard out of LSU. Now we're back to the old SEC. Ed Ingram, this is actually a pretty darn good pick. Guard LSU. This is a guy some people could have had go in the first round. He goes in the second. I actually think the Vikings got a good one here. But finish your point real quick before we go to Cole and Ingram.
yeah, no. But you know, a guy that you don't think of is Tyler Boyd. When he came into college, they didn't know where to put him. When he went 4 years, never lost a game in high school. He played quarterback, cornerback, safety, linebacker, wide receiver, running back, kicker, and punter. When he went to Pitt, they didn't know where to put him. He played two positions, and they even put him on defense from time to time. Jordan White had another one from Pitt where he went to Tampa Bay. They didn't know where to put him at wide receiver or cornerback. And James, I know I'm using all Pitt examples, but these are what I know.
That's fine, sure.
James Conner played defensive end in a bowl game against Bowling Green. He played there, and I believe in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen players in college that played multiple positions, and when they go to the NFL, it's almost is he even in the right spot?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Touching on this one is the Vikings took Ed Ingram. I don't necessarily love this pick. I think Ingram is a decent prospect, but the thing is for the Vikings, I don't think that was one of their main primary needs. The needs for the Vikings, they already address safety, they address corner. They have linebacker, wide receiver, defensive tackle, corner, and edge up. Don't necessarily need, I think, another guard desperately. They have Wyatt Davis, who really didn't play much last year, who they drafted early, first 2 days from Ohio State. I think he'll be out there playing at guard. I think they're okay where they really don't need Ed Ingram. But the one thing with Ed Ingram is he can play either side. He can play left guard. He can play right guard. That versatility does benefit them. But I'm not necessarily impressed with what they did on this pick because I think there's other prospects out there they could have gone for, addressed greater needs.
Interesting. Okay. That being said, again, I mean, it seems like we've seen some teams pick 4 or 5 times already. For you Cleveland Browns fans out there, they traded away their pick, obviously, in the second round. So it's been a long night for a lot of Cleveland Browns fans, maybe a long 2 nights already, as you've seen teams like the Jets and the Giants make 5 picks. It seems like the Bears have been up there a lot. The Texans have been up there a lot.
The Packers, Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, multiple teams now with a cavalcade of picks thus far. So now this one gets traded, though. It is the AFC champion Cincinnati Bengals trading with Buffalo into this pick. Very interesting here to see what Cincinnati's going to do. Daxton Hill, their only pick thus far in the draft, which they had traded out of the first round last night, I believe. Let me double check. No, I'm wrong. I apologize. They stayed put last night with the 31st pick, took Daxton Hill, the safety out of Michigan. Interesting to see what they're going to do here.
It is interesting. Bengals needs at corner. Again, the safety in Daxton Hill that they took could also play some nickel, but has that versatility. But they still could go corner. They could look to a tight end. I think it would be nice for them to snag one other tight end to couple with Hayden Hurst. And linebacker, I do think that they could add more depth at linebacker. And there's still a guy who could start, Nakobe Dean. I'm shocked that he isn't off the board. Maybe it's because he's not that big of a linebacker. Again, only 6 foot tall, shorter, but he moves around so well. He's a bullet, can really get from sideline to sideline. I think that would be huge for the Cincinnati Bengals to have a guy who can go sideline to sideline, especially when they run really more of a 4-2-5, similar to what the Browns do, where they have one less linebacker, an extra guy in the secondary. So if you can get a linebacker who could move like Nakobe Dean, that would be a really good fit. Now, I actually had the Bengals taking at pick 63 in the second round, Cam Taylor-Britt, a corner out of Nebraska. So just a couple picks later, in 3 picks later, I had them taking Cam Taylor-Britt. The physicality that he has at corner could also be an excellent fit with Cincinnati.
I just have a little time to kill here. Dom, you want to share with Cole what you just showed me
So-
about the
so-
Ed Marinero situation?
So you can confirm by the New York Post that he was told to hurry up.
Yeah,
And that's why he was I didn't watch the
You went off
video,
script.
but he did go off. There's also a few memes out there. There's one of Seinfeld with the mic, and it said, "So, what's the deal about airlines?" They're saying that's what the Ed Marino was like. That's funny. That it's almost like the Oscars when they start playing the music.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
not a shock. So here's the thing, a couple things to consider right now. I don't think any of us at this table are going to say that the Bengals run to the Super Bowl last year was a fluke.
no.
But are they built to compete long term?
They're not built to make the playoffs every single year because of
I
their
agree.
division, but they're built to compete and have a winning record each year.
And we've seen, the trend for so many years is a team loses the Super Bowl and then they kind of fall off a cliff. Not always.
Right.
Not always. But a lot of times lately, that's been the case. I don't see Cincinnati doing that. And here's why I say this. They're so good up front with the combo of running back, quarterback, receiver.
Well,
3 guys who can stretch the field like you wouldn't believe.
the main thing is this offseason, they really changed their offensive line.
Mhm.
And so that's going to really help them out because they brought in some excellent pieces. You see Alex Kappa, Ted Karras, Leo Collins. They reloaded 3 of their 5 starters on offensive line. They only kept left tackle and left guard. That's it. The whole right side of the line.
And they needed to, though, because that was the shaky part.
Yeah,
So
their right
I
side is
agree.
very bad. Yeah,
Huge upgrade.
their left side of their line was fairly good. I think the left guard they have, I can't remember his name, was the anchor of that unit, but the left tackle was fine as well.
Jackson Carman was their left guard of Clemson.
Okay. That right side seemed to fold every
It did.
play, and being able to fix that. If you're on the left side, it's a breath of fresh air knowing that you don't have to be the man side, and now they can flip where that concept is, where the zone and where the man side is.
This guy looks
the
in
slide.
incredible shape. 15th overall pick in 1973. He looks like he could still play.
Can you run me over?
I don't know. Well, it is the Bengals on the clock. As we said, pick is in, traded up to get it. And who do they take at 60?
And the main needs corner.
Close.
It is a corner.
So they take a safety,
No,
but
it is
gonna
a
play as a
corner.
corner. Okay.
Yeah.
Cam Taylor-Britt. Tell us about him.
Yeah, and that's the guy who, like I said, in my mock draft, second round, pick 63, I had the Cincinnati Bengals selecting Cam Taylor-Britt, the corner out of Nebraska. Perhaps he could play some safety, but again, he actually is a corner, not a safety. He has some physicality, and I do like the ability he has back there. And that is a guy who I knew that the Bengals had brought in. They sat down with and interviewed him, and I think pretty highly of the ability that he has. So I think the main thing is with Cam Taylor-Britt, and let me find this here. 2 pages stuck together. Cam Taylor-Britt, he was my 11th overall corner out of Nebraska. And the interesting thing is he tackles like a safety. So maybe that can confuse people because of the physicality he has. But he definitely does have that ability. He's good in he may struggle more in man-to-man coverage. I think he's better in zone, but he can play inside or outside. The thing is he's kind of a poor man's Jalen Ramsey would be my comparison because of the way he tackles, the way he plays as a corner. He's just not quite to that same level of Jalen Ramsey, but does help out the Bengals going with a physical corner.
All right, so another Big Ten player off the board. Nebraska having a couple go in this round. Cole, I brought you extra water because the Browns picked 3 times in the 3rd round. So I figure you're going to be doing a lot of talking there. Just a tremendous night of draft coverage again here on Key on Sports. We appreciate all the listeners and viewers out there. Vince McKee alongside Dom Clary, Cole McDaniel. And if you would have told me at 9:14 on Friday night that the Cleveland Browns still had not made a pick, I don't know if I'd be shocked. A little disappointed, but again, it's going to see what they can do coming up in the 3rd round. I mean, if they nail these picks, then it's kind of sort of worth it. But it's to me, it speaks volumes that the Browns looked at their roster after getting Deshaun Watson and said, okay, we didn't need a 1st round pick or a 2nd round. They must feel very comfortable with what they have.
They must feel super comfortable. But the thing is, the guy
I'm nervous about their offensive line, by the way, but that's a conversation every single year.
Really.
I mean,
nervous about the Browns.
Just a little bit with the line, but again, I mean, it was not Zeitler that left, but Treader, J.C.
Treader.
You know,
Nick Harris. They have high hopes and high confidence in him, but then they also brought in a guy who started about half of his career games in the NFL with the Seattle Seahawks. So they have 2 guys, and they have experience with what they did at center. So they're okay. They got 2 guys that they trust, they believe in. So I'm not too concerned, but I think they'll give Nick Harris the go. And if he fails, then they can fall back on somebody who has a lot of starting experience.
Interesting too. David Bell's still on the board. So
I know
you've been keeping your eye on him. If they do all this and pull that off and get him in the 3rd round,
that would be big.
That's awesome. Casual draft fans probably won't be going nuts that they were last year when the Browns got the Joker in the 2nd round. But I mean, to me, and I know you for sure, if they get David Bell in the 3rd round, to me, that's the same kind of thrill.
It's huge because of the footwork and that shiftiness. And like I said, it's all about, I don't care as much about, okay, this is the biggest guy, the size, or this is the fastest guy. I care about who's the best route runners. Okay. And the 2 greatest route runners in this draft, Garrett Wilson and David Bell. Those are the 2 best. And some people might just look at the film and be like, David Bell, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, David Bell, he was constantly getting 9, 10, 11 catches a game. Played at Purdue. Can you name a good Purdue quarterback?
No.
Drew Brees.
Since Drew Brees, no.
Drew Brees.
Not in recent history. You can't name a really good quarterback. So the thing is, the quarterback play hasn't been great. And last season, he did it without Rondale Moore there. So he was the only really main weapon rather than 2 of those guys. So the main thing is Bell just produces. He has good hands. He can get the separation. And he was making crazy catches because it wasn't put on the money. Those passes. Just wait when you get a quarterback like a Deshaun Watson or wherever he goes. You get an NFL-level quarterback, you're going to see David Bell's going to pop in the league. He's my best guess as he might actually, if he gets with a good quarterback and a good team, he might be the best producing wide receiver in this entire class.
What's amazing to me is just, because I know how deep you and Brandon go. You know what I mean? Like a guy like Troy Anderson, Don was telling us about him and stuff. Like I never would have known, So I'm excited to see what he's going to do. I don't think he's going to do anything special, but it's just kind of cool to, hey, this guy can play through positions, like all of that. That I think to me, that's what makes night 2 fun. You look for little nuggets in night 2, stuff that stands out. Night 1 is such drama, such high pressure. Night 2 is really when you get to hear those kind of stories. So just want to make a mention of that. That was pretty cool. So the 49ers on the clock right now. Their pick is in. It is a USC linebacker. So now we've seen a little bit of a run on linebackers here over the last 10 picks. Drake Jackson, linebacker, USC, University of Southern California. Drake Jackson, the latest linebacker to come off the board. And there we go.
Yeah, and the main thing with Jackson, again, listing him right now as a linebacker, he is just truly an edge rusher. He'll play defensive end there for the San Francisco 49ers who get their first selection of the draft. Drake Jackson, my 16th overall edge rusher. He's definitely going to be, like I said, at that D-end spot. I actually thought he'd fit best as an outside linebacker, but what he can do is he'll probably be a stand-up hybrid type guy. He's got a lot of length. What you're going to see from the film from him is he's very long, but I think he struggles to disengage and shed blocks. I think he lacks some strength. So they're going to need to put some more muscle on him, add some more strength. My best comparison for him is a guy like Brian Burns, who we saw in recent times with the Carolina Panthers. Not nearly the speed and the explosiveness of Brian Burns, but, a lanky type player. Perhaps if there's any place where he can really go and maybe add some muscle and learn from a good edge rusher, it's behind Nick Bosa in San Francisco.
Another thing I want to point out.
It's Baron Corbin.
Wow.
Such a random
professional wrestler making a pick.
And like the most random one, too. It's like the two most random ones.
They're all SmackDown guys. They should be working tonight. So Brian Cook, safety out of Cincinnati, the selection to the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, Brian Cook out of Cincinnati. Cole, is he going to be a safety or a DB? Because it seems to be this.
This will be a safety here
Alrighty.
in Brian Cook. He actually is my number 8 prospect at safety, and not a super deep safety class, but the main thing here with him, he's an excellent safety in pursuit. I think he makes a ton of tackles. To me, he makes most sense as a strong safety rather than a free safety. Let him come forward and lay the lumber on the ball carriers. He's gonna really make some hits. He makes some plays back there. Athletic enough to be sufficient in tight coverage, but I don't think that he really has done much with his interception numbers. His ball skills aren't there quite like some of those other guys in the class, but still going to make a difference for the Chiefs. They don't have the honey badger here at this point. We're assuming he's going to end up landing somewhere else. They do need to make a move in the back end, and they do here with Brian Cook.
One heck of a draft, too. I like the Kansas City Chiefs a lot. At some point tonight, I'm hoping that maybe not tonight, but in the near future, I want to sit down. I want to talk about the AFC West and why I believe the Chargers are actually the best team in that division.
Agreed.
We'll get to that at some point soon. But I want to make note of this. One hell of a draft they're having. I know there's mixed emotions on Sky Moore. I get that. Yeah. But this is one hell of a draft. I mean, with McDuffie, just alone with their first pick, okay? I kind of feel like he slid to them in a bit. I'm skipping over around the second pick because I don't want to try to butcher that name one more time. But Sky Moore, again, like you said, is going to be that inside guy on the slant. And now with Cook, to me, it seems like they're picking smart. They're going to be coached well by Andy Reid. I mean, every time you want to count the Chiefs out, they have a draft like this tonight. They're just reloading. Reloading.
Can you try to pronounce that second name for us?
Karfalaftis.
There you go. Did he get it?
I think he put an F in there. I think he said Karfalaftis.
I probably threw it enough at some point.
Probably.
It was close enough.
Yeah.
I think I heard a niner there or something.
Karlaftis. Yes, George Karlaftis.
Which, by the way, you can't get Tommy Boy or Happy Gilmore on Peacock, which I was kind of shocked. It was two of my favorite movies.
Sunday Night Football on NBC has just said that Baker Mayfield, the pursuit by the Panthers is beginning to heat up. So perhaps something's happening there. Again, we've heard all the rumors about that. I still don't think it happens this weekend.
We don't have to trade them one of our third-round picks and Baker just to get rid of Baker, do we? That'd be ridiculous.
But the longer time goes on and the Panthers or another team don't select a quarterback, you'd have to think the more that Baker Mayfield comes into play.
Yeah, but you have to think of mainstream journalism, too. There could be a guy sitting behind a keyboard and say, if the Panthers, if it gets to a certain point, let's run a Baker Mayfield story.
Perhaps.
I'm not brashing the guy. Who knows? I have no idea. Don't sue me. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to go into that until it actually happens.
Yeah. Yeah. And I got to say this, and this is something where I'm going to go ahead, and the pick has not been announced on TV. It is currently on commercial, but I actually did just see this here.
Buffalo?
A bomb was dropped here for Buffalo, and I love this pick for the Buffalo Bills, and this just ensures that they continue to stay atop their division. Because here's the main thing. What's a weakness for the Buffalo Bills? Their leading rushers been Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And the main thing for them is you look at Devin Singletary. Has he done a ton? No. Zach Moss, he hasn't done a ton. Also, they brought in Duke Johnson. Those three guys aren't necessarily the answers to be able to do everything. Who could you bring in who has a ton of potential, who has speed, who probably going to start off as more of a third down back, but if they add some more muscle to him, can become a talented guy? And let's look to a running back who I said would fit great with the Buffalo Bills because, like I said, he can not only be a third down, but he could probably end up in the future becoming an every down guy. James Cook of Georgia.
No.
Dalvin Cook's brother is now going to be a Buffalo Bill. That is what's being expected to be announced here.
They're going to the Super Bowl.
It's hard to
They're
not
going
see
to the
that.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's
going to happen.
one
it's
thing.
one of the Rust Belt teams. They got the grit.
Well,
Dom's
if
philosophy.
the overtime rule wasn't beyond Stunad, the Italian word there for you, they would be in the Super Bowl this year.
But imagine
possibly.
if James Cook turns into his brother and you have
Holy smokes.
in his brother Dalvin and you have Josh Allen with James Cook, Stephon Diggs, and that defense and the way that they play. I mean, that team is loaded, but expecting that that's the pick about to come here in just a moment.
And that means back-to-back
Stevie-
Cooks coming off the board, too. which is gotta be
Stevie
fun.
Johnson's announcing this pick.
I remember him.
I'll never forget. He dropped the game-winning touchdown against the Steelers in overtime with Ryan Fitzpatrick as the quarterback. He just laid on the
He was
field.
wide open.
He just laid on the field. He didn't get up.
I remember
And then
that.
I'm pretty sure the Steelers won after that.
So there it is. It's now
Wow.
official. Yeah, that's a stud. That is
Mhm.
something.
Great
Man,
pick.
Buffalo, my goodness.
I think that's the pick of the second round right now.
Ooh, it
Would
has
actually
to
be
be.
my thing. And like I said, I love Roger McCreary. We've talked about some other positions. I love Trey McBride as well. Okay, don't get me wrong. I think Trey McBride might even be the most successful player in general. But what I'm saying is this: James Cook is such a good fit here with Buffalo and helps take them to the next level. We talked about, can the Cardinals make the Super Bowl with adding McBride? I
Mhm.
still think they've got other things that they have to worry about. Can Buffalo, with just selecting James Cook, make the Super Bowl? Yes, they're so close to making the Super Bowl already. This
Yeah.
just makes them that much better. He's the best receiving running back in this class. He's such a good third down back. He's actually good at picking up blitzers on third down. Whether he's a third down back or they end up turning him into an every down back, he's going to make an impact. I love pairing him with Josh Allen
And
and the Buffalo Bills.
I agree with you completely. And I'll just say this, too. Again, full disclosure, as I like to say, I was going to predict, it's not tonight, but, we usually do our preseason shows and everything.
Yeah.
And now that we have YouTube, my God, we're going to have some fun, boys. We're going to have some fun the next couple months. But as of today, April 29th, I truly believe my AFC Championship game, don't count it out. Chargers, Bills. I really see the Chargers being
Yeah.
that Cincinnati Bengals team no one sees coming next year. And the Bills, because Kansas City's taking a step back. And I know I just went on and on about how great of a draft Kansas City is
Right.
having.
They
They
have
are.
to, yeah.
They are.
But-
But Buffalo, to me, they're deadly at this point. Because that was the one thing they were missing.
They
Love
are.
my Broncos,
And your
by the way.
Broncos are here on the clock right now.
That's
so.
TD? That's TD. No, I'm sorry.
Elvis
That's
Dumervil.
Dumervil. I'm not even close. They look like Terrell
I
Davis
used
for a second.
to love Elvis Dumerville.
All right, so we need a linebacker. All right, so Nick Bonito, linebacker out of Oklahoma. I'm happy with that pick. Yeah, okay, and that actually completes our second round coverage for the night. As you can tell, I reloaded up on my coffee. Shout out to the fine workers over there at NXT. But this is a big third round coming up for Browns fans. Before we get to that third round, what can you tell us about Nick?
Didn't have the exact pick right, but I did have the Denver Broncos actually selecting Nick Bonito, the edge rusher, in the third round coming up at pick 75. So had the right player to the correct team here. And why Bonito fits in well is just because he really works as a 3-4 outside linebacker. Obviously, we know what base defense the Broncos run. They love their outside linebackers. And I still think that they're still recovering from not having Von Miller. They're finding who can be that guy opposite
Agreed.
of Bradley Chubb.
Yep.
And they're going
If
to
Chubb
turn
can stay
towards
healthy. But yeah.
yeah, exactly. So not only are you taking Bonito because in case Bradley Chubb is out injured, he can fill in, but you're taking him to if Chubb is healthy, then he can be on that opposite side. So he's going to plug and play with Jonathan Cooper and a couple of those other guys in there. So that is a nice pick for the Broncos, and Bonito definitely fits how the Broncos want to play and their needs.
Certainly. All right, fans, we're going to take this moment here between the second and third round as we're about to begin the third round here in a matter of seconds. We're going to do a little housekeeping. What I mean by that is I'm going to make a few announcements, all of them quickly, all of them very, very simple. If you go over to keeonsports.com right now, that's KEEonsports.com. We have a full draft review of the second round, was updated and live as we were going through it. In case you missed any picks, everything is there, your entire second round analysis. draft now completed and done. That was announcement number 1. Announcement number 2, we were flooded today. I know I was flooded my cell phone. Some people I haven't heard from in almost a year reached out, said, hey, caught the draft show last night. Love what you guys are doing. This was excellent. One guy said you're better than ESPN. Really, really, really nice compliments. We saw him in the chat room, on and on and on. We want to thank you for that. But as you know, me and Cole talked about it at length last night, towards the very end of the night. None of this is possible without our sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
As good as Cole is, as good as Dom has just been a like 5 fingers in a glove natural fit with us this year. All of it. None of it truly is possible without our sponsors. We want to thank you again, and small companies out there who have seen this show last night and watched it tonight. You know, hey, we could do this. We could have a Browns roundtable in your facility. Give me a call. Email me, coachvin14@yahoo.com. We can do weekly, shows. It doesn't matter. Very flexible. We'll talk about pricing and all those great things. That being said, email me, coachvin14@yahoo.com. The expansion to YouTube, I mean, and this is something Cole has preached, opens everything up, right? Because instead of us being audio only, like maybe a 92.3 fan or a KNR, where they just hear, hey, we're at such and such, we're at Rivals, or somewhere, right? No, when you're on YouTube, they see where you're at, right? Opens up doors galore. Okay, with that being said, Jeffery Protects Insurance. Cole wore the shirt last night.
Yep.
In today's day and age, insurance from someone you can trust is more important than ever, and you won't make a better choice than Jeffery Protects Insurance. At JPI, they specialize in Medicare, healthcare insurance, and life insurance. Visit them online, jeffreyprotects.com, or call them 330-304-7267. I mentioned Dom's here tonight, was with us last night. Replaced our guy there, Mike Rogers. He is getting married this weekend. Want to wish Mike Rogers all the best. And as I said last night, I'll use the same one-liner tonight because of the wedding. I went and got a haircut. And where did I go? But Dave's Golden Shear Barbershop. At Dave's, they've been around since 1954. They give you a quality cut. The prices are extremely affordable. It's like $15 for a haircut. You try to find that at Lady Jane's or even a Best Cuts, so on down the line. Just I stumble over my words sometimes when it comes to Dave's. Great family. You guys know head coach Dave Valadez. That's his brother. Just good people. I'm speaking from the heart here. I'm not even reading this. Dave's Golden Shear Barbershop. Look them up online. They're on Center Ridge Road in Westlake. You won't find a better family to support. With that being said, the third round has begun. What is your guess? What are the Jaguars going to do?
Luke Fortner. That's my prediction because that's who they picked.
We're at live speed. I swear to you, we're at live speed. All right, Luke Fortner it is. I'm going to do some work here, getting out some tweets, so you guys take over for a bit.
Yeah, and I guess as we talk about Luke Fortner, I'm actually not going to touch on that too long. Again, another center that went above other centers that I had ranked higher. Wasn't one of the guys I really ranked on my big board there. But the Jaguars, they do need a center. I actually had them in the second round getting Tyler Linderbaum, but they didn't actually ending up with that. The Ravens got Linderbaum, but that does address a need right in front of Trevor Lawrence. But what I want to touch on, Cleveland Browns coming up here. Again, they had traded back, and with their trade back, they put themselves in a position. By the way, they just love trading with the Houston Texans.
I know, again, right? Not just this year, but years.
And for years. So they trade with the Houston Texans again, and now that they find themselves at 68, keep in mind, I have continued to mention David Bell, and he's still on the board right now. I would love that at wide receiver there. Something? That would be a really good pick for them, but there's a lot of things that they could do, a lot of directions they can go. That's coming up here at 68. I know the Vikings are about to go on the clock, but Browns fans, they've been waiting all night. Mm-hmm. I would have to say I don't think that Cleveland's going to trade back from 68. It just wouldn't make sense to trade back again. I think they're finally going to make a selection here in the next couple of picks.
Could you imagine waiting all this time and then you trade back again?
Right.
This is the last time I got it from the table. I got it from the table, like to go upstairs.
Yeah, no, stable.
Or
we might, or some of the viewers might get upset if the Browns trade back again.
Well, I always thought, Cole was the eye candy of our broadcast, but last night I had someone, call me a second.
No, it's definitely you. Definitely you.
Well, Cole was adamant that I was on video. I'm like, he just wants to look better sitting next to me. But then when I got that compliment, my head went, woo.
Not what?
Really. Not really.
We talked about sponsorships and in ways of, helping us keep everything going as we continue to grow and expand. Perhaps a Key on Sports calendar of McKee should be on its way next.
Conversation we're gonna have offline. Because I got some one-liners that would just make you pee your pants on that.
How soon does this calendar come out? When can I purchase?
But at 66, the Minnesota Vikings linebacker, they do select Brian Asamoah. And Asamoah, a guy who actually an undersized linebacker, can really move. An interesting selection there for the Vikings, but almost like a safety that plays at linebacker. Interesting system that they obviously run there in Minnesota, but we will see how that pans out for them. And again, things are going to go really fast and furious here as we hit the third round because the Giants, their selection's coming in as well.
You know, I had an interview once at Chuckendale's. I just wasn't big enough. I was close, though.
Yeah.
Chuckendale's.
I don't know what that means.
It's a play on a word of Chippendales. That's okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm going to put this out here for you fans out there, though. The Browns will be drafting 3 times within the next 30 minutes.
Yes.
I'm about to, send that out live and react here and all that good stuff. But, yeah, I mean, what is it? 9:30? By about 10:30, we're going to have 3 new players. Maybe. Not going to look. Maybe. The Browns will have 3 new players.
Yes.
My doggone Broncos finally got to make a pick.
Yeah, they did.
That took me 2 nights to get.
And a pretty good pick at that for them.
I agree. They were talking about Bradley Chubb today on the radio. He's unbelievably talented, but I have no faith in him. Like that, when they traded away Noah Fant, I was like, great, we got Russell Wilson. I think Fant could have been really good, but he was another guy who couldn't stay healthy, and that's a big deal in Denver. And the systems they run on both sides of the ball, you need to be in the lineup.
So the main thing is, I know the Giants just selected Joshua Ezeudu, the offensive guard of North Carolina, but the Browns now coming up here on the clock. There have been, remember, we talked about their needs. The Browns actually, obviously, we talked about wide receiver and defensive tackle and edge rusher. I'd love for them to snag maybe another tight end, to have a third tight end, just to be safe. But there have been some rumors, some inklings about them looking to go corner as well, just because corner is one of the most injury-prone positions in the entire NFL. Denzel Ward, of course, they gave him the money. He's an incredible corner. They want him for a long time. Occasionally, he has his injury issues. Obviously, you can't rely on Greedy Williams as being your third corner and being healthy. He's had his injury issues. I like what they have in A.J. Green, but they can still definitely add a piece there. So there's a lot they can do. I would say go wide receiver here. But remember, they could look towards some of these other position groups. I'm not necessarily sure what they're going to do. I'm kind of at a loss of what they will do here at the moment, even though I think wide receiver, edge rusher, defensive tackle should be the primary things. But again, don't forget, rumors have been also about corner too.
Mm-hmm. Again, if for the Browns fan here, and this is going to be me being unbiased as possible, don't look for a splash pick because you're not going to get it. You're going to get a small move that's the front office can be happy about, the coaching staff's going to be happy about, and they feel like this player is a small piece to the bigger puzzle, a small piece to what eventually is what the Browns fans hope is a Super Bowl run here in the future. Right now, the roster looks like it can be that. And I think the worry was when they got Watson, what are we giving up? Are we giving away key pieces that might lead to a Super Bowl? What are we giving up? They didn't do that. They have the same team virtually that they had before.
Yes.
And even the quarterback they had before, they still have them. He's still there.
Yeah.
But they now have these pieces to help them move forward with a star quarterback. So these pieces that they're going to be getting in the draft here in the third round, again, no first round pick, no second round pick, a bunch of third and fourth round picks. These are small little pieces that you hope are going to just lead to the bigger puzzle that lead to a Super Bowl run. So you may not recognize the name that's going to pop up your screen any minute now, but it's going to be someone that the Browns do believe that can contribute to a Super Bowl run here in the future.
One more time quickly before they make the pick, Cole, give us your original needs when we started this before last night began for the Cleveland Browns.
The needs for the Cleveland Browns: wide receiver, defensive tackle, edge rusher, tight end. Those are the 4 primary needs. Corner also slides in there.
And fascinating that you say tight end with the Njoku and Harrison Bryant. And I agree with you.
Well,
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is most people want it.
Well, and the reason I say it's a need is because of this. So they're not going to go 3 tight end sets.
They might have to
this year. Well, I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to really do much of the 3 tight end sets anymore now that they have Deshaun Watson. But I question, can Njoku stay healthy? Okay, so you get a guy who's somewhat similar. This is why I liked Cole Turner of Nevada, is because he's very similar to Njoku. You look to a tight end to maybe at least be there as that third guy, and in case one of those two are injured, you can still have that second tight end, because I do think they might play some 2 tight end sets out there at times. So that there's going to be a little bit of a change in what they do and how they game plan and how they play. But what you were touching on, how impressive was it for Andrew Berry to get Deshaun Watson and not give up a single player on that current roster?
That's something.
It was all picks. That was so interesting.
It was a great move. And I will say the Texans were in a spot where I don't think they had any room to demand a lot.
Right.
So I think the Browns had it in their advantage. But I don't know if you guys remember what we first heard, what they had to give up. First, we heard Nick Chubb was in the conversation. We heard Ward was in the conversation. We heard Hunt was in the conversation. Maybe it wasn't Ward. Maybe it was somebody else.
Denzel Ward.
And by the way, I think they go defensive tackle here.
You think they go defensive tackle?
I do. And I swear to God, I have no idea who they.
And was that a weak spot for the Browns last year? Tackle? Because they did lose Richardson.
Stopping the run is a weakness.
Yeah. I'm guessing. I have no idea. We're going to find out about 10 seconds.
Because we saw later in the year when they went against Najee Harris, they couldn't stop him.
Another professional wrestler, by the way.
Number 3.
Yeah, no, that's 5. I think it's the 5th one already.
Who were the other?
Titus Jones or Titus O'Neil, Baron Corbin.
Titus Jones.
The other one. She's the 4th. I forget who the 3rd was. All right, here we go, though. Cleveland Browns fans excited as the Miz is.
Shouldn't he be working?
I'll tell you, these were all SmackDown
as
guys.
Long as he doesn't pick Logan Paul, I'm good.
Yeah, terrible. Very impressive that you knew that, by the way.
Yeah.
So the Browns on the clock. The pick is in. The Miz hamming it up.
One of the greatest heels ever, by the way.
He's gotten to do this a couple times, too. What a cool feeling. The pick is in, and I was wrong. And holy smokes. So they go with a cornerback. Did not see that coming. Martin Emerson, cornerback, Mississippi State. Cole, I have nothing to say other than I'm stunned.
I'm just going to say Martin Emerson. We don't have to get all crazy with the name. But
Martin Emerson.
just a little bit. Martin Emerson.
Is he going to play? Wait a second here, though. Is he going to play safety? Or are they
he's going to be a corner. And I'll tell you what, I actually really like this pick for the Cleveland Browns. And here's the reason why. He's probably going to be the 3rd corner is the reality.
3rd round talent.
But the nice thing is you're going to have Denzel Ward and Greg Newsome starting on the outsides. But what do I like about Martin Emerson? He's a very long corner. He brings something that the other corners, Cleveland doesn't really have a ton of that length. My comparison for him, Amani Oruwariye of the Detroit Lions, because of that length, the way that he plays. He can tussle with physical receivers. I think that ability is great. I also think he can come up and make some tackles because of that arm length. And true outside corner ability, he has a lot of promise to him. Really, the only thing that was the main concern for him is he only had 1 interception in college. So there was a lack of ball production in the sense of making, picks and getting picks. But I do like the fit there because it just adds some more depth in the secondary, and they're just getting better in the secondary, which is important when I think there's some good quarterbacks in that division.
Mm-hmm.
This 3rd round was lightning fast.
So we talked about the Browns offense, which I think is interesting to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
They ran somewhat of a I forget what the formation is, where they do have a running back, a single back formation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they stick with that with Watson, which he did run a little bit of that in Houston with that horrible offense with Bill O'Brien? But do you think, because I think it would be fantastic if they ran a spread like offense with 2 running backs beside. I think that would be great because Watson can also run. You essentially have 3 people and you have 2 running backs can go out for passes and a quarterback that can also run.
Yeah, and perhaps they might do that, but I think we're going to see a lot more shotgun that we didn't see with Baker Mayfield. I want to bring this up. The Tennessee Titans, they just selected offensive tackle Nicholas Petit-Frere of Ohio State. So Mike Vrabel, Ohio State himself, brings in an Ohio State product. And here's the nice thing with Nicholas Petit-Frere. If you are the Tennessee Titans, you just got yourself a guy who can play left tackle. He can play right tackle. He's versatile and can play on either side. His career at Ohio State was at right tackle until this last season. DeJuan Jones started at right tackle, and Frere moved over to left tackle because Thayer Munford got kicked inside to left guard. So he can do it on both sides. That's going to help out protecting Ryan Tannehill. that is a nice selection for the Tennessee Titans there.
Fans in the chat room, let us know your thoughts on this pick. If it is appropriate enough, I will definitely read it on air, as the Browns still have 2 more to go, though, before this round is over. As you said, this one goes super, super quick. Interesting enough, though, I mean, again, like we talked about last night, unless you are like really deep into this draft and really look at it hard, I mean, I still think the general perception of that pick is not going to be fan-friendly. I don't feel like that it is.
Yeah, then I don't care what they think, you know?
Yeah.
They can look at it and be like, we don't like that pick. We don't love that pick. The thing is, it gives you some solid depth, and I can't necessarily complain about it. Now, here's a pick that I absolutely love, guys. I can't believe this guy's going in the 3rd round. The Jacksonville Jaguars just selected Chad Muma, linebacker of Wyoming. Chad Muma actually... one of those guys, again, talked about the Mountain West, those non-Power 5 conferences. I said the Mountain West has so much talent and so much potential out there in the players that they have. Chad Muma, my number 3 overall linebacker in this class. I think so highly of him because he really has all the tools you want as a linebacker. He flies all over the field. He absolutely flies to the ball. Very agile, very mobile, terrific linebacker in open space, but also not afraid to stick his nose in there through some traffic. I look at him as a guy that he can really play as a will in a 4-3. He could also work in 4-2 sets. Regardless of how you play him, he's going to make an impact. My comparisons for him, Logan Wilson, who with the Cincinnati Bengals also played for Wyoming. There's a little bit there. But then I also think he has the mobility of a JOK type player, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I love what Chad Muma has. Jacksonville, that might be the best pick they've had in the entire draft so far, and Chad Muma here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, fans, we want to thank you for filling up the chat room here on YouTube. Big switch for us this year, over from Podbean to YouTube. Definitely one of the highlights as well, what we are able to do tonight. So a lot of good stuff going on, and we appreciate that very, very much.
Anything interesting coming from the fans, or
not too much just yet?
Yeah.
Kind of funny too, because no one ever really talks about kickers. You know what I mean? But the Browns, clearly they're not going to draft a kicker tonight. I get all that, but that is a hole though. You know, like when we talk about holes that the Browns need, like I'm not sure I feel very comfortable with who we have.
No.
I'm just, it's
who
funny
was the kicker?
I can't even tell you his name because we brought him on in like week 13, 14. I forget his name. I just remember like
Cody Parkey, Zane Gonzalez.
No.
He was shaky as heck.
It seems like the Browns. It seems like there's like a handful of teams that just can never figure out the kicker situation. The Browns just have to be
Since
one
Phil
of them.
Dawson, they haven't been able to.
Yeah.
No,
Is that the guy that had his face, that single bar face mask all the way down?
That's Matt Barr.
Okay. Every time I see that picture where his face mask is down here and he's the handlebar mustache, greatest Cleveland Brown of all
There was
time.
Mark Mosley, who the famous red right 88 game. The reason why Rutigliano decided to throw the ball instead of kicking a field goal to beat the Raiders is because the guy had missed like 4 kicks, and the field was like ice. My aunts and uncles were there. They actually told me the story that it was so unbelievably cold you couldn't even spit.
When was this?
This was 1980. This is red. They call it red right 88. Rutigliano called the wrong play at the end of the game. The Browns were only down by 2. They simply needed a field goal to win it, but it was just so frozen solid, the field, that you couldn't kick a field goal. So it's famous for that. But no, I mean, Cole hit it. You know, actually, I'll tell you what. When I was growing up, we had good kickers. Like I said, Matt Barr. Then we had Matt Stover. And then clearly Phil Dawson. But yeah, since Dawson, it's been a train wreck. But I'm going to pull that up because now I am curious. I don't remember the guy's name. I just remember he was shaky as can be. But I was watching the news the other night and they re-signed him like for this season, which to me is just mind-boggling. On the clock now, the Bears, a team that's got a lot of action tonight. Jones Jr., receiver out of Tennessee, going to take a crack at the first name and say Velus.
Yeah, I believe it's Velas, but I'm actually
You just can't get it right, can you?
Sometimes I do it on purpose, like just to get them going a little bit. But you should see this.
we can.
Soccer is truly the worst when I butcher them at soccer.
Yes. Soccer is a different animal for Vince McKee.
Yeah.
that we have to deal with, especially when the
Yeah,
Diablos come up from Texas to play against Cleveland SC. Again, that was something else as well. But again, great.
This guy.
Great stuff. As we'll be back in the broadcast booth again for Cleveland SC come this summer. We can't wait for it. So again, if you're a big soccer fan out there, make sure to check out some semi-pro soccer. It's some good stuff with Cleveland SC. But for the Bears, they need to get a wide receiver. I think there's other better wide receivers out there, but going with Jones Jr. again, and it's going to help add a weapon for Fields. I don't necessarily think that it's going to put them in a direction where this is a wide receiver that moves the needle for the Bears. I like some of their other selections they've had so far in the secondary specifically. Now at wide receiver, you got another guy. Do I think he's going to, absolutely ball out this next year? No, I do not. But the Bears at least addressed a need in wide receiver.
Another team that seems like they've been on the clock a lot tonight, the Seattle Seahawks. Chase McLaughlin, the name of the Cleveland Browns place.
No idea. Can I ask you guys something? You guys might want to save this when you guys do your first prediction show. Do you guys have way too early Super Bowl predictions? Because I've had the same one since 2011. It hasn't happened yet. I'm not changing on it.
Bears, Packers?
The Lions.
I'm sorry, Packers.
I wish it was the Lions.
Packers, Steelers? Because it happened in 2010, so I figured you'd say it.
No. So in 2011, 2010, I think both these teams had a decent year, and I thought they were going to take a step up. Neither of these teams, I do believe, I could be wrong. I don't think they've been in the playoffs at the same time since I made this prediction. The Atlanta Falcons and the Houston Texans. That will be my prediction until it happens. Is my prediction in 2011? It's my prediction now.
I'll tell you what. Me and Cole play for just for the hell of it. But if you want to go ahead and join our thing this year, we're gonna have to charge you, and we'll put money on the line. If you're gonna pick the Lions and the Texans every single week, we'll let you join us.
You know what?
What do you say? Okay, Cole, is he really gonna do it?
Hey, if
you promise to pick the Lions and the Texans every week, you could join our prediction.
You'd be crazy if the Lions and the Texans went on incredible runs this year.
Well, it's funny. Going back a couple of years ago, so it was Justin Hibbert's first year, and I was like, I kept picking the Chargers. I love
that you call him Hibbert.
I noticed that too. It's Herbert. It's not a Hibbert. There's an E.
Can't help it.
Roy Hibbert played for the Indiana Pacers. No, Roy Hibbert played for Georgetown, and then the Indiana Pacers. He's a center.
Okay, here's why I always do it.
North Carolina.
Here's why I always do it. Because Bobby Hebert was the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons when I was growing up. And I always know his name isn't Hebert, but it's spelled identical. So I was telling my brain at the last second, switch it around.
Just an Hebert.
Regardless. So
why are you so bad at names?
I'm not. I'm really not. Like that's the thing.
He's not. He just speaks French.
A couple years ago. So the Chargers were barely losing games, like at the last second, right? So I said if they lose this week and they were playing Cam Newton and the New England Patriots, right? I'm like, I've had it. I'm like, if they lose this week to the Patriots, I'm not picking them again the rest of the season. And that's when they won their last 4 games in the regular season. So just saying. It was like, whatever. It happens.
Hey, Detroit Lions, 7 wins this year.
When did the schedules come out?
7 wins. It's all that matters.
We will see. Guys, again, chat room filling up. What do you feel about the Browns' first pick? It came here in the 3rd round. And what do you think they're going to do with their final 2 picks as well? We want to hear what you have to say. Malik Willis. Also, quarterbacks still on the board. Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell. Will any of them go before the 3rd round is over? Percentage chances looks like pretty low. So we will see here. We're not at the halfway mark yet of this 3rd round. This 3rd round does go pretty quick. And we will see where it goes from here. But again, only 1 quarterback off the board. We saw a couple of running backs go in that 2nd round.
And it was at pick 20. We're at pick 72, and we haven't seen another quarterback. I mean, you have to think the Seahawks are one of the best candidates for that. Yeah. And I would say it would make a ton of sense if a quarterback goes here. It's just a matter of who they like.
I mean, Drew Lock's not your answer, as Vince knows. They need
Agreed.
a quarterback, and
Wow.
still won't get one.
Not going to get one here. Abraham Lucas,
Interesting.
tackle out of
quarterbacks.
Washington State.
So they take a left tackle in Charles Cross. Now they take a right tackle in Abraham Lucas, and I got to give them credit in the sense that they're at least addressing their really bad tackle needs that they have. So that will help out the offensive line. But just interesting that still no quarterback for the Seahawks. And the thing is, it's just so funny because it's like once one team pulls the trigger, others are probably going to have to do so. But everybody's just waiting for somebody else to be that person to pull the trigger. So they just keep on waiting. So it's so entertaining. And you saw the odds. There was a less than 1% chance for Malik Willis to enter the third round not being selected. And here he is sitting in the third round.
And so much pressure taken off your shoulders as a quarterback getting picked in the third or fourth round, as opposed to being a top 10 pick. And at the same time, puts that chip on your shoulder too.
It almost reminds me, and I'm guessing you guys saw the movie Draft Day. That was about the Browns. Fantastic movie, by the way. It almost reminds me of that where a quarterback was supposed to be taken early. Now, he only slips at the end of the first round. Gets taken by Seattle in that movie. But there's one thing I don't like about him. One character thing, and he slips that far.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they found that one thing for these other guys? Because I mean, these guys were at least predicted second round. Oh my goodness, did you see that?
Yeah,
it was on his shoulders.
Yep, I just saw that. Oh, and they're going to announce the pick that way. Very interesting stuff happening on ESPN right now.
Who was the guy carrying him? Any idea? Cheeky Boyos making the selection. He's probably like a comedian or something, and that was supposed to be like a
TikTok
joke.
star, probably. I
Tight
think that
end
kid's
out of
hurt.
Virginia. No, I think this is the second tight end drafted tonight. Cole, I'm sure, will correct me if I'm wrong.
And Jelani Woods of Virginia.
I believe it's Jelani. I know it's Jelani, easy. So Jelani Woods out of Virginia, second tight end in the draft. What was he on the big board there for tight ends?
Yeah, and I'll be honest, actually, here's the thing. If we had Brandon here, Brandon would have Woods as like his second tight end. I have him as my 13th tight end.
Ooh.
Okay, there is a lot of potential with Woods. He's about 6'7", 6'8", a really big body, but he's so raw to the position because he came into Oklahoma State as a quarterback. At Oklahoma State, he switched over to tight end, and then he went over to Virginia. He has potential, but again, I still see him as a raw prospect, a guy who's dangerous up the seam, dangerous in the red zone on those jump balls. Perhaps they can develop him a little bit more. I like the fit with the Indianapolis Colts because they have Mo Alley Cox, and now they have Woods. It's really going to be beneficial for them to have actually a guy who can block because of the size he has as well. But my best comparison for him is Jared Cook, if he can get to that point in the future. But we'll wait and see on that.
This could be Desmond Ridder right here. Atlanta Falcons making the pick. Do they go Ridder at quarterback? Yes, they do. Wow, call
right
that.
on the dot.
So Desmond Ridder finally goes to Cincinnati. Cole McDaniel had said, whoever pulls the trigger first, then we're going to see a run on them. That now leads me to believe we might see Malik Rose before this round is over as well. But Desmond Ridder, both Cole McDaniel and myself had this guy ranked very, very high. We loved what we saw out of him. Cincinnati, by the way, a ton of players in the first two rounds. I'm going to go back and look in a second. I think this is at least their fourth selection, if not fifth or sixth, quite frankly. Desmond Ridder, quarterback, Cincinnati, going to the Atlanta Falcons. To me, that is a gigantic upgrade from Marcus Mariota.
Yes.
The potential alone. So, Cole, I know you got a lot of stuff on this kid. Take us away.
Well, I think the main thing is you touched on it. He's my number one guy. He's your number one guy. He's Brandon's number one guy. National media, is he the number one guy? No. But I think they're wrong on that. I think that Ridder is that guy. The main weakness I can say with Ridder is that maybe the accuracy I think is actually quite good, but I think can he put the ball in the same spot each time and be super consistent? That's one thing he can improve on. But the reality is he is a bit of a dual threat guy. He has the ability to read option, pull it back, and run. He's a long strider with those long legs. He sits in the pocket so well, picks apart a defense. I love the way he stands in the pocket. He doesn't flee the pocket too early. He just looks over his offensive lineman. He delivers strikes. He can fire that ball all over the field. I love the way he plays. And he reminds me of Justin Herbert. The way that they stand in that pocket, it's so similar. I put those pictures up in the videos of the prospect rankings, my comparisons. There's a little bit of Deshaun Watson there because of the mobility as well, but it's more Justin Herbert than anything. To me, the Falcons just got their franchise guy. I'm saying this already.
Yeah.
They would be stupid to not start him right away because he's so good. Mariota's got to be the backup. And here's the nice thing. They have two guys who have the ability to run, but Ritter should definitely beat out Mariota. He should be starting immediately. I think he has a ton of potential, and you might see them try to pick him apart a little bit with critiquing issues with Ritter. But in general, I think he's going to just get better this offseason at placing that ball and be more consistent with where he puts that ball and put it on the money. But Ritter, he's going to have the best career of all these quarterbacks.
I agree completely. And the Texans, they've told us over and over again they're sold on Davis Mills, but I still have a hard time believing that. Maybe Malik Rose coming up here in about 6 picks. Dom, you wrote an article that absolutely went viral called Dare Football about your path at Baldwin Wallace. Now, I'm tying this into Desmond Ritter. I had just told you maybe 10 minutes ago about if Desmond Ritter or Malik Rose gets picked right now, they're going to have a chip on their shoulder. There's a lot less pressure getting picked in the 3rd round as opposed to being a top pick or even a top 10 pick. We agreed on that. Back to your Dare Football article. There is such a thing as proving yourself. A chip on your shoulder, sometimes even a second chance, right? A guy like this right now with Ritter, some of that has to be going through his mind right now. At least in one interview, he's going to say 73 teams passed on me. Even though they didn't. Being the 74th pick, mathematically, it's just what guys say.
That's how you view it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say. 73 times I was passed over. You've played football. You've been through it all. Like we said that with that article. What is going through his mind right now? If you could put yourself in his shoes, considering what was in your shoes.
So I never, again, I'm not in the draft right now.
Right.
If I was, I would be there and I wouldn't be here right now. But
I'm just related to how hard you work to get back.
Yeah, but I know that sometimes when you're knocked down as an athlete, you need one person to kind of say, "Let me give you a shot. We'll give you a platform to prove yourself." As he was sitting in that chair, he's thinking, I need that one shot. If one of these 32 teams give me a shot, I will not let him regret it. I'll give him everything I have and will prove myself. That's exactly what he was thinking. And I know when I was getting recruited for college, when teams in my area weren't recruiting me, but in Ohio were, I just needed one team to give me my shot. He was thinking the same thing. Now, he has a way different opportunity than I ever had, but he has a fantastic opportunity. I had him a lot lower than you guys did, but the talent's there. He's a smart player. He has everything he needs. He now has that chip on his shoulder because many people thought he was going in that 1st round. He just dropped big time, but he is the 2nd quarterback taken. He still has a chip on his shoulder. He could end up having a great career.
Now, Cole, and thank you for your honest answer. I appreciate it. Yeah. Cole, before you tell us about Christian Harris, linebacker out of Alabama, Texans traded up to grab him just now. That being said, I want you to tell us a little bit about Christian Harris, but before you do, does the pick of Ritter make the Falcons a clear choice for the 2nd best team in that division? Because to me, I still say Jameis Winston is not the real deal. I feel the Saints take a step back. I know we disagree. That's fine. I think the Saints continue to take a small step back. I could see the Falcons sliding into the 2nd best team behind Tampa Bay.
Well, I would say that what we'd be looking at here right now is Tampa Bay is still obviously number 1.
Carolina's the worst.
And yes, correct. And the Saints, the gap between the Saints and the Falcons have now closed.
I think tremendously closed.
But I still think the Saints are just a little bit above the Falcons here at the moment. They have more pieces on their team. Their defense is much better than what the Falcons' defense is. So for that reason, that's probably the biggest reason of why the Saints are still ahead of the Falcons. But definitely helps put the Falcons in the right direction for the long run.
It's going to make me watch them on a Thursday night football game now.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we had some Thursday night football games over the years that have been clunkers.
That's basically what Thursday Night Football is.
Yeah.
Find the clunker game and
Well,
let's
not always, but most
in general.
times. Yeah. So
It's, hey, let's throw on the Jacksonville on Thursday night and see if anyone watches.
could be. But back to this pick that, like we said, that the Texans jumped up to get just now.
Yeah, I think this is really good. Christian Harris, he's a guy who can, really do it all at linebacker. He moves really well. He's quick. The biggest thing is with his speed at linebacker, he's not the biggest. He can move in coverage and does really well in coverage. He can cover as a linebacker, cover running backs easily. Maybe if a wide receiver flashes across, he can still keep up with them. The big thing he might struggle with is bigger tight ends at times. But in general, I think he has a lot of ability, plenty of tackling ability. Can sometimes put his head down when he comes in, quickly coming forward. But my comparison for him is Patrick Queen. Patrick Queen, of course, makes a lot of plays for the Baltimore Ravens. This is big for the Houston Texans.
And they traded that Broncos league. I'm kind of bummed about that.
Yeah, and Christian Harris, I think, will fit well with the Texans, and that really improves their linebacking core.
Guys, we are flying through the third round, about 25 picks to go. The third round is when they have all those extra picks started adding up there. There's 1, 2, 3, about 9 of them. So that's the third round goes a little bit longer. But again, at the same time, it does go very, very quick. Ravens on the board. They're having one hell of a draft yet again. Baltimore, night 1 and night 2 have really been just dominating. Let's go back. Last night, we both, me and Cole had Kyle Hamilton, safety out of Notre Dame, getting picked 3rd overall. Mm-hmm. He slides to the Ravens at 14, and then they get a tremendous tackle from Iowa later in that first round. Lindebaugh, I believe, is there we go. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. I had him 2 seconds ago. Offensive tackle is who they got in the second round, right?
Linderbaum is a center.
My fault. Yep, center from Iowa. So phenomenal, night 1. They're doing it again here. Baltimore's been very, very busy making some trades in this draft. Just incredible. To me, Dom joked about it a little bit earlier, like, when is it too early to make a prediction, right? Mm-hmm. I'd say for like the last 8 straight years I've picked Baltimore to win the division, the AFC North. I cannot stop picking them. More than likely, I'm probably going to pick them again this year to do it. These last 2 nights have just, how could you not at this point?
Exactly.
Because you're counting on the revamped offensive line of Cincinnati. You know the Bengals probably should be better, right? But when you really look at Cincinnati, they were only 2 wins away from not making the playoffs last year. Mm-hmm. Everybody forgets when they were playing Kansas City, the Bengals were playing Kansas City, and they won on the last play of the game. If they would have lost that, it would have changed everything about their final game of the season against the Browns. It would have meant something instead of not meaning anything. Now, would they have came into Cleveland and beat the Browns? Probably, but still, like that's the thing. Like, yes, Cincinnati is fresh off a Super Bowl win. I'm sorry, a Super Bowl appearance, but I don't think Baltimore's that far behind, if at all.
No, and there has to be something medically related to Nakobe Dean. I'm surprised he's still up there on the board. But if a team would be like, well, let's take the risk on him, it would be the Baltimore Ravens when they're picking best available. Mm-hmm. And so it wouldn't shock me here if at 76 we see Nakobe Dean actually be their pick. And hopefully things aren't actually wrong with Dean. He hops out there and he becomes a great linebacker for the Baltimore Ravens. That would be the direction that I would lean right now. But regardless, they're a team that's known for going best available, regardless of position.
And I would say it works out for them.
Here it is. Baltimore Ravens making that selection right now. Hopefully it's a place kicker with only 1 bar. Nope. Travis Jones, UConn. So again, they're beefing up. They're beefing up again.
And that's a super smart pick because we talked about them possibly taking Jordan Davis early on. Everybody's thankful. Cleveland Browns fans, Pittsburgh Steelers fans.
This guy's not far off with what we know about Davis only playing 2 downs. Yeah.
Well, what the main thing is here is just that Travis Jones, he fits as a 3-4 defensive. As a defensive tackle, he actually fits best as a 3-4 nose tackle, would be my prediction. He's a run stopper, maybe not the most explosive guy. But again, that is probably the weakness on the Baltimore Ravens defense. And now they have him right there in the middle, in between Derek Wolfe, in between Calais Campbell. They just keep loading up. That's all the Ravens continue to do. Jones was my 4th defensive tackle, and now he comes off the board and goes to Baltimore. It's quite fitting for them.
Now, here you go, too, Cole, with the Colts up next. Browns right behind them.
Yeah.
David Bell still on the board.
Yes.
Again, that guy you had ranked 3rd overall receiver. Both me and you fell in love with him pretty quickly there. Highly doubt the Colts are going to pick him here. I'd be shocked if they did. So still in play for the Browns. But let's go ahead, toss it back to the draft right now to see who the Colts are going to pick here. And we talked about the Chargers, right? The Colts, same thing. I can see the Colts making a huge jump next season.
And that's a good pickup there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you announce it.
Yeah. And Bernard Raymond of Central Michigan, offensive tackle, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. And they could definitely use that and add to left tackle. Really put him out there. I think he could honestly play either side. But you look at Bernard Raymond, and as I pull this up, I had him pretty high as my prospects. And actually, I believe the comparison there, it for me is Joe Staley, who played for the San Francisco 49ers. Here's the interesting thing with Raymond. The reason why I compared him to Staley is because Raymond started off as a tight end in college. He then added on weight, bulked up, now an offensive tackle, but he's still athletic and still has quick feet. That is crucial for him. It's going to make a difference, and I think that actually helps make the Indianapolis Colts better as well. I got to say this, guys. I mean, I really like what the Titans have done as well, but I still feel like it's going to be a knockdown drag-out between the Colts and the Titans for who can actually win that division.
Mm-hmm.
It's the two of them. They're going to go head-to-head, and that's going to be super interesting as the other two teams just aren't quite there yet.
The Colts they've been knocking on the door for the past few years with Andrew Luck retiring. That kind of put a damper on
veteran
things.
quarterbacks. First it was Phillip Rivers, right? Then it was
Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz, who actually liked, but didn't work out.
He was the worst out of the three, I would say, because Phillip Rivers was at the end, but he was still good enough. Matt Ryan, he still has just a little bit
Wentz
left in the tank.
Yeah, I
but
agree.
Wentz,
he fell apart late.
The problem with Wentz is that he got hurt when they went on that Super Bowl run, and he just hasn't recovered since.
Well,
he's been a shell of that MVP version of himself and hasn't been able to come back to that.
And sorry to stop this, but the Browns are on the clock. And
Right.
and I got a text from Brandon Soder, and Brandon just texted. He said, N'Kobe Dean and don't look back, and that actually could be a very good thing for the Cleveland Browns if they would go that route. Again, don't care what these issues are with if it's medical issues or what it is, but that would be huge if they went that direction. I, again, still like it wide receiver David Bell. I would love that pick, but that would actually be really interesting to see N'Kobe Dean go to the Browns. As Andrew Hawkins is up there and going to announce the pick.
Cool stuff again, guys. We are looking for sponsors. Key on Sports, the company. We got the chat room filling up again. Every time the Browns pick, I see it load up again. We want to hear your reaction live in the chat room. Key on Sports, KEOnsports.com. As Cole said, Andrew Hawkins out there making the pick. That young man is he's enjoying himself out there. Big smile ear to ear there. Can't say I blame him. Do the Browns go receiver? Do they pull the trigger? Nope. So I was right the first time around, though. I had him going D-line at some point. There it is. Alex Wright, defensive end out of UAB. Cole McDaniel, what can the Browns look forward to when it comes to Alex Wright, defensive end, UAB?
Yeah, and he's a guy who, they list him at linebacker. Again, he has that size at 271 pounds. Definitely more of that hybrid guy. You know what I would have to say, and he's not a guy I watched a bunch of film on because he wasn't even one of my top edge rushing prospects. Didn't make it into, I believe I actually, if I pull this up here right now, I had ranked the top 18, did not make it in my top 18 edge rusher prospects. But the good thing for them is because he can stand up, again, I think that he could also put his hand in the dirt, make an impact, play opposite of Myles Garrett. He's going to be part of probably almost a revolving door of defensive ends. They're going to be subbing in and out those edge rushers. The thing with Wright is I do think he can be a bit of a hybrid over on that side, kind of like Olivier Vernon was, where Olivier Vernon was that hybrid 4-3 defensive end. So that is a good pickup. It definitely fits a need. Not one of those big name guys that we were talking about, but certainly the Browns selecting for that need there opposite of Myles Garrett. And that would also make you think that, who knows, maybe Jadeveon Clowney could be back. The longer time goes on, there's a possibility of him being back, but I'm not sure if we'll actually see him back again as they're trying to change culture in the building too. And Clowney, a guy who doesn't necessarily love to practice.
Dom Clary, who has had the better draft thus far? The Baltimore Ravens or the Cleveland Browns?
Well, I mean,
should be a layup.
Yeah, it's hard to put the Browns even in that conversation.
Yeah.
Not because they haven't had good picks, but they've had just
any.
a little. Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously it's the Ravens. The Ravens have had a very good draft. But the Browns, I mean, they're just making small moves, and those are the moves you want to see for the Browns. Make small moves. That's what they've done. They've added a few picks throughout the draft as they traded down from the second round to early in the third round. They're making small moves. Ravens are trying to make a little bit bigger moves, but you'll see that where the rosters are.
But here's how I look at this. Here's how they're going to spin this, which they should. You got to remember, you have to remember proper grammar there, that Watson is your draft pick this year.
Yes.
And so when you look and say, okay, yes, the Ravens added 6 really good players. Yes, Pittsburgh added 3 good players. Yes, Cincinnati added 4 or 5 good players. But hey, look at our upgraded quarterback. Yeah. That's the way Cleveland and Andrew Beer are going to try to spin this. This is not a sexy draft. I'm sorry, but it's not. And Cleveland Browns fans right now, no offense to the 2 guys they've already picked, nobody's rushing to Walmart at midnight to get their jersey. So they're just not.
Right.
But they're going to pound Watson. Watson is going to be the name you hear over and over and over. Guys, we upgraded the most important position on the team.
Yeah.
That's how they have to spin this.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think I liked the first pick better than this past pick, just because I think there's some other guys I liked out there. I'm a little disappointed. They wanted to go edge rusher. I really wanted Cameron Thomas of San Diego State. Compare him to Max Crosby. I think there's a lot of ability there in Cameron Thomas. So a little bit disappointed they didn't go that direction. But again, they still, like you said, not necessarily making the sexy pick, but they're doing what they need to do to be able to fill those needs. So the Cleveland Browns, again, addressing that need there. So you'd have to think at some point they're going to end up going wide receiver at some point. You'd have to think that they are going to probably look towards D tackle at some point as well. But they're obviously doing what they need to do, and sometimes it's all about just adding some depth, and that's exactly what they're doing to their roster currently.
Absolutely. I'm going to step off screen over to the coveted helmets, and I'll be right back because I'm going to have a little game we're going to play here as we kill some time before the Browns' next pick, but you guys do what you have to do.
So where are we? Because I've noticed the helmets.
Pick 80, I think.
We're at pick 79. The Chargers currently have that one in. You're just one off.
We're near the Steelers pick. That's what I'm. As much as I you know what? And for the viewers who are like, I don't like this dumb guy because he's a Steelers fan. I am looking forward to the Browns pick because it's interesting. It's interesting being on a different side of media than I ever imagined I'd be on. Mm-hmm. So it's cool breaking down the Browns pick. So I am excited every time that they. Every time that I am able to talk about the Browns, it's fun.
Okay. So then the pick for the Chargers at pick number 79 is JT Woods, safety of Baylor. So touching up on the back end there. Actually, in the Chargers, this is something where Vince wanted to talk about this division here later on. We'll definitely touch on it. But that defense is so interesting now as they also add JT Woods. But talking about their team on defense, they have Joey Bosa as an edge rusher. They just brought in Khalil Mack, added J.C. Jackson at corner to couple with Asante Samuels, Nasir Adderley, and Derwin James. That defense is taking strides in the right direction with an already really explosive offense. And I think on paper, I'm liking the Chargers as that number one team in their division. And then the Chiefs coming in second at this point would be my best guess. So we'll see what happens. But that is a nice pickup there with JT Woods. Just adds more to the back end of a defense that's actually doing a lot of work here in the offseason.
And they needed it. They struggled bad in the secondary. And that's kind of where they got beat. Where the Chargers, they had to put up a lot of points to win games. I think a great example was when they played Pittsburgh and they gave up a lot of points in that second half.
Right.
A lot of points where the Steelers crawled back into the game and they relied on that high-powered offense. Now they have a secondary that defensive front is good as always, and it's nice to see they're revamping on that secondary end.
And there you go, the Denver Broncos at pick number 80, tight end Greg Dulcich, and that's a really nice pick. As Noah Fant is now in Seattle, no longer with the Denver Broncos. They have a need at tight end. Vince is over here as he's messing with the helmet, shaking his head, a big thumbs up, and getting that tight end there is a good move for them. And as I touch on Dulcich actually, a guy who I had mentioned because of making the move over to the Cincinnati Bengals, but my comparison for him is Hayden Hurst. I think he's a tough tight end with some fairly decent athleticism, decent straight line speed, could create separation in tight areas. Really not a top run blocker, but he can continue to improve as a run blocker. I think he's going to be much more effective as a receiving tight end, which is going to be nice coupling him with Russell Wilson. There's a lot of potential there. That is a good move for the Broncos as they're trying to keep up with the team that we just mentioned to pick before in the Chargers, and they're a long ways away from catching up with that Chargers team here right now. Dulcich does help out, though.
No, I agree. I think having a tight end is key, especially when they're in the red zone. Having that big body that can either block or get the ball in a tight spot and run and kind of take impact and still get the ball in. I think that's crucial. Russell Wilson, he will not be upset with that pick.
No, not at all. And the New York Giants up, and they select cornerback Cordale Flott of LSU. Not a guy who was a top 200 guy for Brandon, if I'm remembering correctly. Not a guy who was any of my top 20 corners, but the Giants then touching on some need in the secondary there. So the Giants, they've made a lot of picks. But I think it's a good time is definitely Vince is continuing to arrange these helmets right now, and we get to witness this. I think I think we go back to the AFC West. Okay, that's my main thing because I know the Giants were just on the clock, but we were definitely touching on the AFC West. I know Vince wants to talk about that, and obviously, even though he's not on camera right now, again, the mic is also close enough where we can talk about that. I don't know what game he has planned for us, but I think he has one planned here in a moment. Does it involve the AFC West at all?
Yes, and at this point, it should be pretty obvious.
Yeah, he's going to have us rank the divisions.
No, I'm going to have you pick the winner of each division, but don't go until we start because it's easier, at least for me, when it's right in front of my face.
Well, that's not how you arrange it. You have to arrange it by blue collar and not blue collar, right?
That's the only way to look at teams. Are you the type of team I want to support is where the fans leave
the Commanders helmet. Are you guys cold the Redskins?
No,
we will make it work.
I'll buy you a new thing of helmets.
Herbert. I'm just going to start shouting.
There we go, Herbert. But at pick number 82, the Atlanta Falcons go with an edge rusher, D'Angelo Malone of Western Kentucky. And I think Brandon's actually going to be happy with this as well. So a couple of their picks. So obviously he's thrilled about the Desmond Ridder pick with him being a Falcons fan. Also likes the Arnold Avacati pick as well as then D'Angelo Malone here. This is a guy who he was really disruptive in college. I compare him to Kayvon Chason. It would be my best comparison. I actually think that you not only added one good edge rusher, you added two good edge rushers. That really helps the Falcons get on the right track. Again, maybe edging closer and closer to the New Orleans Saints, as Vince and I had talked about earlier. I know you're still thinking Saints are definitely above, and I still agree with that. But we'll see what Brandon thinks about his team, the Atlanta Falcons, as well as they make that move from Malone.
I know you guys were huge fans of Ridder. I'm not high on him. Maybe that's the Pitt fan in me not wanting to like a Cincinnati player. You know, that's the Ohio River rivalry. Big East made me cry when I was 9. I do remember that. You know, again, that's a big rivalry. So I think I kind of have a bias I wouldn't like to admit against Cincinnati.
Right.
Though I did want them to go far this past year. I don't know. There's something with Ritter that I just can't. He just, when I look at him, I think backup quarterback, career backup quarterback. And I know you disagree with me. I know you guys both like him. But when I look at him, he doesn't have that thing that puts him over the top. Now, I thought the same thing about Mac Jones, and I was completely wrong about that.
Yeah.
But when I look at him, and Kurt Warner agrees with me, but Kurt Warner's not always right, but Kurt Warner agrees with me. He just, when he throws the ball, I don't see it. I don't see him being a franchise quarterback. I see him being a backup that can start on occasion.
Okay, so time will tell with that, and a lot of things go into that too. How many years are they going to get with the same offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Hopefully, there's no injuries, things like that. There's certain things that they simply cannot control. I think he's going to have a decent chance. I really do.
Yes.
So, a couple of years ago, me and Cole joked around about it a lot. I think it was the first draft show me, Cole, and Brandon ever did where I said the Rams were going to go to the playoffs. They eventually, I think, they made the playoffs, beat the Seahawks in the first round, they got knocked out. But it was a running joke all year long, as I had predicted the Rams would make the playoffs. They said they won it. It was just a back and forth, had a lot of fun of it. So every draft night, we try to play this game. I usually line up the helmets there. I realized that I didn't this year. So here we go. It should be pretty obvious at this point. Fans at home, if anything huge happens in the draft in the next 5 minutes, clearly we'll stop playing the game. Cole will announce the pick, and we'll roll with that. But in the meantime, we got all the helmets set up division by division. I'm just going to name the division. I want each one of you guys to tell me who's going to win it. You don't need to go into any deep analysis if you don't want to. Obviously, you can, but don't have to.
And we need your pick as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, so here's the way too early predictions, which could change 100 times between now and July.
Right.
All right, AFC West. That is the division I wanted to start with because that is the one that I think is just so loaded. Clearly, the Raiders got better with Devontae Adams. Hibbert there with the Chargers, unbelievable talents. They are getting better and better. I love my Broncos, but they're a distant fourth in that division. Herbert, clearly a talented quarterback, and then Kansas City Chiefs. So
Hibbert for couple skate. Hibbert for couple skate.
I can't stop once it's locked in my brain. I'm going with the Chiefs one more year. I think the Chargers are gonna be a wild card team and then do some damage. But as far as the division winner goes, I'm still gonna go with the Chiefs for one more year division winner.
Okay.
So when divisions like this that beat each other up, the AFC North is like this. You almost never know who's going to win it. I'm going to go with a team that is probably the most unlikely. I'm going to go with the Raiders because I think the other teams are going to beat each other up so much that Derek Carr is going to have a career year and they're going to sneak in with a division win. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be the best team. I just think that they're going to be a little bit more favorable against their division opponents.
Wow, this is fun because you went Chiefs, you went Raiders, and I'm going Chargers. Reason I'm going Chargers, yeah. Their offense, again, they can put up.
Oh, wait. Sorry. There's your boy. Nakobe Dean.
Yep, the Eagles. They finally pulled the trigger on Nakobe Dean, and I'll be interested to see what actually comes out about Nakobe Dean and why he fell so far. He goes at pick number 83. Again, the Eagles, they got a really good player there with Nakobe Dean. He's my number one linebacker. But something's going on. But that's one of those things where he's going to make an impact at the next level. Again, Butkus Award winner, nation's top linebacker last season in college.
Something happened.
Absolutely. But I'm going with the Chargers again for the AFC West. Their offense last year could easily put up 40 points a game. They just always were making something happen. The reality is the offense is still going to be good. They even got better at offensive line as well, and they were already pretty good last year. Now, the defense has taken those strides that I already mentioned, and the Chargers, they're going to end up taking away that, running away with that division, I think. I think the Chiefs and the Raiders are going to be right there with each other, neck and neck, and they're going to both be fighting for wild card spots. But I actually think the Chargers actually might have a commanding, 2-game advantage or so over the rest of that division.
So we all disagree there. Interesting. Okay. Now, the other division that I feel is the best in football. I know a lot of people here with Keon Sports are Northeast Ohio fans, AFC North fans, but to me, I think these are the best two divisions in football. I just do. Right. The next one is the NFC West. with the Rams, the Cardinals, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. I'm going to stick to what I said a little bit earlier, and I changed my mind on this pick. It seems like every single year. I'm going to go with the Cardinals this year. I think I'm going to die on my sword here. I'm going to say if Kyler Murray is going to do it, this is the season they take over that division. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough, but can Matthew Stafford produce what he did 2 years in a row with Cooper Kupp? There's a lot of questionables there with the Rams. They should be. Everybody's good. There's no guarantee, though. I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to say I think this is the year the Cardinals finally do it and win the division.
So my heart wants to say the 49ers if they had Debo still, but with that whole thing going on, I have to stay away from them. The Seahawks stink. And then, I'm split between the two because I've always liked the Cardinals with Larry Fitzgerald, not there anymore. And then you have the Rams. I got to go with the Rams with Aaron Donald. Got to like the guy from Penn Hills, Pennsylvania, going with the Rams.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here is why I would definitely be kind of in some ways leaning towards the 49ers at times because I think they're really good. But the 49ers, the main thing with them is Trey Lance, it's going to take some time for him to develop and get into it. So I can't go with the 49ers. The Seahawks, again, they're still developing. So it comes down to the Cardinals and the Rams. And I just don't know if I can trust the Cardinals. I'm going with the Rams and winning that division again.
All right. Pittsburgh makes their selection, by the way.
Ooh, wow. They got a guy who was, for me, a late first, early second round grade.
Tell us about him.
Defensive tackle / defensive end, DeMarvin Leal of Texas A&M going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we'll toss this over to Dom here in just a moment. But let me break Leal down here a little bit. Leal is a guy who, if you would watch his highlight film, it's super short because he didn't do nearly as much as what the potential and the ability he has really is. My comparison for him is Chris Jones, defensive tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's a pass rushing based defensive tackle. The problem is Texas A&M a lot of times put him too far out wide, almost at like D end. And that took him away from the ball. And he was a lot less productive the farther away he got from the middle of that line. He needs to go up against those centers. He needs to go up against those guards rather than those tackles, be out there on the outside because he's going to be best as an attacking guy on the inside. What's nice with the Steelers is in that 3-4 base defense, he's going to be able to probably be a down lineman, play as a D end, and actually not even need to start here at the moment, be able to come off the bench and be some depth and develop, and that's going to be a perfect fit for him.
Yeah, no, you definitely nailed it on the spot. The Steelers had they call them defensive ends, but they're essentially tackles in that 3-4 system because your defensive ends are essentially your outside linebackers.
Yes,
because Cam Hayward he's classified as defensive end, but he's a tackle. Their tackles and nose guards were injured the entire year. Alu was out the entire year. And that's someone they really like. And then Tuitt was out. He had some family issues. We don't know if he's returning. And we don't know if those two tackles are coming back. So they needed to address the tackle defensive end situation. They just did. Again, I told you they're going to find someone that shouldn't be there or someone they really like that no one else sees, just like what the Patriots do.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about him. You seem to really like him because you had him highly graded from the sound of it. So if usually when the Steelers draft somebody, I roll with it because it's hard to disagree with what Colbert and Tomlin do. So I would say solid pick. But again, I don't know. Third round pick, it's almost hard to you can never tell in the third round.
And there wasn't a ton of production in college, like I said. But why I grade him high is because of the potential, and the potential is there if somebody can capitalize on it. And Texas A&M really didn't.
And the Steelers could be one of those teams. A lot of people, Alu was one of those guys. He was fourth pick of the draft from 2010, and it took him until 2017 to reach his potential with the Steelers. So you've seen people do that didn't reach their potential before they reached it with the Steelers.
Yeah, and I want to point out the next pick. The New England Patriots went with cornerback Marcus Jones of Houston, and why this is so interesting because it's such a great fit. Marcus Jones, 5'8", really more of a nickel corner, plays a lot like Chris Harris Jr., who familiar with him, obviously spent time with the Broncos as a great nickel corner, spent time with the Chargers as a nice nickel corner. There's a lot of similarities there. The main reason I want to bring up Marcus Jones and why this is such an interesting fit with the New England Patriots, and I had him the best fit for him was the Patriots. And that's just because he also acts as a return man. Very talented returner, even as a corner. So he can do a lot of things, be on special teams as well as in the secondary. This is such a Patriots move with a guy like Marcus Jones. Not surprising that they went the direction of him.
Absolutely. And as we always say, it's hard to question anything that organization does. I don't know how you could, with the track history. All right, moving on. So we have had some fun here. 2 divisions in, both West, AFC West and NFC West. Moving on then to the AFC South, we have the Indianapolis Colts, Tennessee Titans, Houston Texans, and Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, to me, this is not going to shock Dom and might, but I almost think it's a no-brainer. Despite how good of a draft the Titans have had, and the Titans have had a pretty damn good draft, I still have this weird feeling like the Colts are going to do it this coming year and finally take over that division. They have not made the playoffs, I do not believe. Only once the Phillip Rivers year got them there, but since Andrew Luck left, they've clearly been a little bit off.
Yep.
But I still believe if you go back and look at some of their games last year, besides the last few weeks of the year where they collapsed, but their losses to Tennessee were so ridiculous, especially the one on a Halloween when they ended up losing at home in overtime. A game they absolutely should have won. Official blew a call in that game, big time blew it. I know this is going to sound crazy. I get it because the Colts did not make the playoffs and the Titans were the 1 seed. I still think the Colts should be the better team this year. I'm going to go with them one more year. I'm going to take the Indianapolis Colts to win that division.
My heart wants me to go with Houston here, but just not quite yet. So I'm going to have to agree with you. I'm going to go with the Indianapolis, or I'm going to go with the Baltimore Colts. Call them Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, I'm going with the Indianapolis Colts as well. Again, that run game, the ability that they have. And I'll tell you what, the Titans who are on the clock right now, rumors are from Twitter, they make one of the most shocking moves here.
Malik Willis?
Sam Howell.
And we will see what actually happens here. But the rumors are Malik Willis is going to be a Tennessee Titan. So perhaps sitting right behind Tannehill, developing a little bit, and then becoming the starting quarterback for the Titans.
So I'm going to circle the Jake Locker thing because similarities to go to the Titans.
Yeah, right. We'll see. Again, we will see. And more tweets are starting to come out. So, yeah, it has to be true that this is a Malik Willis pick.
And if you're Ryan Tannehill, you flip the coffee table right about now, right?
I don't know because I think Tannehill's better.
Yeah, Tannehill is better than Malik Willis.
I think Ryan Tannehill is one of the most underrated quarterbacks.
Well, he had a tough year last year. But if you're Tannehill, was this show, do they trust me? Do they want me here? Or are they pushing me out?
Did someone storm the stage?
No.
That was bizarre. But
they brought a fan up for announcing the pick.
No, he didn't announce it, though.
No, he didn't announce it, but they brought him up with her.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, Malik Willis.
Wild.
So definitely interesting, but okay. I don't think anybody would have had that. I would love to see the mock draft that had this pick. How crazy is it? We just got done talking about how Tennessee shouldn't win that division, coming off the 1 seed. But hey, there it is. Malik Willis goes to the Titans. Clearly, this is a guy, a lot of video, a lot of stuff Cole has on him. So we're going to take a break from the pick a winner game of a division, and we're going to talk about Malik Willis. Cole, go right ahead.
Well, I think we talked a lot about it. He talked about his Jake Locker comparison. I talked about as a runner, he definitely has the explosiveness as a runner, like Lamar Jackson, or even not quite as fast as him. So even the backup for the Ravens, Tyler Huntley, can run. Okay, so guys like that, he has that running ability. I look at him again, like I said, launch it down the field. Almost every pass he has, it just seems like he launches it down the field. He's a big play guy. It's like Geno Smith when he was at West Virginia. The main thing to keep in mind as well, he's only 6 foot. Again, he's not one of those taller quarterbacks. Interesting thing is Tannehill is a longer, tall quarterback. Willis is very different there with actually a little bit on the shorter end. He's explosive. Perhaps maybe the size is a concern, and that's why he also went down the board. But regardless, he has a ton of ability. We'll see if he's able to get something done in the league. He's obviously going to have a chip on his shoulder, go out there and try to perform and prove everybody wrong, considering he was a guy mocked in the first round by most everybody and he falls all the way into the third round to the Tennessee Titans. But
so with that being said, I'm going to take this one step further. We're gonna take a break from the pick a winner game. We're going to go to the starting quarterback game real quick, only for a few teams, because to me, I thought by the end of Friday night, I'm going to give you like 3 teams. But I thought by the end, maybe a fourth, but by the end of Friday night, I thought to myself that these teams would have drafted a quarterback.
right.
None of them have. So I'm going to give you these teams, and I want you to tell me their starting quarterback in game 1.
Yep.
Ready? Seattle Seahawks.
Hard thing is, we haven't even seen if they're going to pick a quarterback in the draft.
I don't think they are now. You can't replace Russell Wilson with a 4th-round guy.
Right now, I'll say Baker Mayfield.
Which switches what you told me earlier in the evening.
I know, because
So I'll give it to you now. Carolina Panthers.
Jimmy G.
So you're going back on.
Gonna
Okay.
fall out of my chair. I wasn't expecting either of those.
I said Jimmy G to Carolina.
Well,
and
and I
were
was
setting
thinking-
up the equipment.
I think
And now
Baker
you're
was.
switching it on me.
Yeah, Baker's
Okay.
more likely to go to Carolina. But the problem is here now that I was thinking the Seahawks are also going to take a quarterback, but they haven't. So, and do I think Drew Lock's going to start week 1? I don't believe he is. So what are they going to do? I mean, honestly, they could take Matt Corral, but I actually think Drew Lock would start over Matt Corral in that first week. Because they're going to have to develop a system around them. It's so tough on that one, but I really think that I'm flipping it here at the moment just because I just think that the Seahawks are going to have to make a move, and I actually think that the Seahawks, I'm trying to find the best words to put it. The Carolina Panthers probably feel a little bit better about Sam Darnold than the Seahawks feel about Drew Lock, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay, and now Houston, Davis Mills.
Yes, correct.
That's nuts. That's nuts. But okay, so now I'm going to go one extra level with this thing,
Yeah.
okay? So clearly these are now teams that are going to stick with the quarterbacks that they have.
And can I stop this here really quick?
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals just selected Cameron Thomas of San Diego State, who I compared to Max Crosby. Maybe the motor dies off a little bit at the end of the game. Maybe that's a conditioning thing. But a very talented edge rusher. You just snagged a guy who I'm very high on as an edge rusher. In my top 10, he was my 9th ranked edge rusher, who I think has potential to be a threat immediately. And you got my number 1 tight end in Trey McBride.
So clearly
The
Arizona's
Cardinals are putting something together here
after a
now.
horrible first night,
Yes.
they're coming out strong second
Yes.
night. I mean, they've probably had the best night too of any team that had a horrendous night.
Perhaps.
Clearly.
Yes.
And I mean, the potential's there. Again, we're talking draft, so you never know how any of this is going to go. So, Cole, I want to throw this at you, though, okay? So now, because these are all teams, and again, this is 3 years of me and Cole talking. Okay, so this is where I'm pulling some of this from right now. Oh, wow. Hold on. So the Cowboys want receiver.
Yeah, and they need to obviously replace Amari Cooper.
But this guy will be a 4th.
Jalen Tolbert, really, really nice player, and actually kind of more of that mid to later round sleeper guy for me. I'm actually very high on him, even though he was only my 12th ranked receiver. He's a guy out of South Alabama who his college film reminds me of Jamar Chase.
Oh, wow.
Very explosive.
That's high praise.
Very explosive when he gets that ball in his hands. Again, can make big plays happen after the catch. I really like the ability that he has. It's just, again, why is he later than a bunch of these other guys? South Alabama. You know, the competition level is so much higher than some of these other schools.
The physical skill set's there.
Can he step up? But the ability's there. You're going to watch the film, and my best comparison is
incredible.
Jamar Chase. You're going to see a lot of Jamar Chase in the way that he plays football.
Yeah, I like what I saw there in about 4 highlights. All right, so I'm going to give you some quick ones then. So obviously, these are teams that I think if they would have went and drafted a quarterback, I don't think you would have heard a peep on any of us. At least not me. Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Got to be Jared Goff.
Jared Goff, yeah.
Because you're not going to upgrade from Goff for the 4th stringer. You're just not. Or a 4th something.
No.
Clearly, the Saints, a team we talked about a lot.
But Jameis Winston.
Obviously.
Well, and they have Andy Dalton as the backup too. So.
And I'm going to give you a couple more that I think you might be kind of shocked, but I'm not because I know how we feel about it. Miami Dolphins. Clearly Tua.
Tua. Yeah,
Man,
they're going to look towards next year.
You get Tyreek Hill, and then you're going to stick with Tua as the Bills are making this pick, by the way. You're going to stick with Tua when you got a guy like Tyreek Hill. He's not going to be able to get on the ball. He's going to throw 10 yards behind him on a deep route.
Imagine if that Dolphins team gets like C.J. Stroud next year. That would be unreal.
I almost kind of wonder if they're going to stick with Tua for one more year. And I'm not saying they're tanking, but they might think to themselves,
They won't
hey,
tank.
if we get a top 10 pick, we'll be able to get Stroud. So, and then one last one, which you might find kind of funny, but you talked about it earlier, so why not? Philadelphia.
Yeah, and Jalen Hurts is their guy.
Right, but I mean, would any of the teams I gave you would have really have shocked
Jalen
you?
Hurts isn't a long-term guy.
Right. And
I don't think he has a ton of time left on his clock.
Would have any of those teams shocked you? I don't even throw the New York Giants. I mean, I'll say it right now. I don't think the Saints, the Giants, the Dolphins, the Vikings, the Lions, all teams that are now going to go with their quarterback into next year, I don't think any of those are long-term solutions.
Right.
No.
The Buffalo Bills at 89 select linebacker Terrell Bernard of Baylor, and this is a guy who, as a linebacker, smaller linebacker, almost reminds me of a safety playing up in the box. Plenty of speed. A nice addition there for the Buffalo Bills as they continue to develop and add. I still love that James Cook pick for them so much. This has been just another piece in the defense, on the defense, that can really help them out. But in general,
they're just their needs tonight. Running back in defense.
Yeah,
They're
exactly. That's really all they need to do.
You took one of the best teams in the AFC and you made them a lot better in one night.
Yeah.
Because those are two key positions. I don't know how this guy's going to turn out. I think he might be kind of small, but we'll see how it goes. But regardless, I mean, like you said, do you think he could drop back and play a free safety?
Yeah, he could play. And here's the thing also, it's trending in the league as well, where sometimes we're seeing almost these nickel linebackers, or sometimes you have a Sam linebacker who pinches up near the line and does a lot in coverage or blitzes. And it's a guy who could maybe even do that type of thing if Buffalo wants to scheme that way.
No. All right, so Dom Clary picked the AFC West champions, the Las Vegas Raiders, next year. They will pick next. Looks like we might go to commercial here. Can't really tell just yet, or we might get a pick.
You know, one thing I'll say about the Raiders, all credit to their fans. When I was in LA, they were overwhelming in force. The amount of Raider fans that were in LA was insane.
Well, because they've been there once before, and the Rams were there once before too. But
yeah,
I could see
technically the Chargers were there for 1 year. Their first year was in LA, and then they moved immediately.
Yeah, I still call them San Diego. I can't.
I can't get over it. Yeah,
doing it. All right, so a little bit of time to kill real quickly here. I believe we are in the AFC North, fellas. So everybody at Keon Sports watching us on YouTube, thank you for watching us. AFC North divisional champions. I will stick to what I said earlier, as Marcus Ellens on the screen. Always loved him. I'm going to go with, hate to do it yet again, the Baltimore Ravens. And I think this is a division where two teams make the playoffs.
Yes.
Don't hurt me here, but I don't see the Browns or the Steelers making the playoffs. I do see Cincinnati and Baltimore. If there's going to be a third team, I do believe it would be the Browns. But, I mean, I'm going Baltimore to win that division.
This is so tough because every year I always say it's either Steelers or Ravens winning the division. Steelers or Ravens. And then the Bengals, they'll go in there for a little bit and then they'll float out.
Right.
But this year is honestly the first year, because even last year I said, I don't know about the Browns yet. I do not know, because I think the Browns, I'm like, well, what about the Bengals? And I think the Bengals, I'm like, what about the Ravens? I think the Ravens, well, what about the Steelers? I will say, and it breaks my heart, the Steelers aren't going to win the division.
They never even factor in my mind the last couple of years. It's amazing what
No, the Steelers could be an X factor to make it to the playoffs. They always are. But if they don't win the division, it's hard for me to go against the Ravens. I think the Ravens have a good bounce back year, and I agree with you. They go to the playoffs.
But they win the division then, yes?
That's what I meant, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going Ravens as
Yeah,
well.
yes.
You know, honestly, and this is so hard, and this is because it's the early predictions, so one of those things where, it'd be easy to turn and look towards the Ravens. I want to be different, but at the same time, it would be so funny to see the Cleveland Browns actually win the division, and then, after Baker Mayfield runs his mouth so much, and just, kind of stick it to him. Now, the biggest thing is they're the biggest question mark. Why are they the biggest question mark? It depends upon if Deshaun Watson's suspended or not. I think they have a really good shot if he's not suspended a single game and he plays the entire season. They do have a really good shot to win the division. It's going to be a knockdown drag out.
Right.
But the question is, will he play the full season? I'm going to make the assumption, and I'm under the assumption that he's actually going to play the entire season.
Who's he going to throw the ball to at this point? You got to hope Njoku repeats what he does, and anything can change in the next 15 minutes.
I'm still not concerned yet about who he's going to throw the ball to.
I'm a little nervous right about now.
I'm not yet concerned, but I think it's one of those things where I think that I'm going to go with the Browns just because I'm going to say that that he's not going to get suspended at all. He'll play the full season, but I'm not confident in when I say that because I think any one of those 4 teams could actually win it. I actually am going to say, I'm sorry to do this. I said it last year, but I'm going to say the Steelers get last in that division. Main reason is they're going to have a rookie quarterback. They're going to get going. The defense is good. They still got a step to make in the right direction.
No. That being said, because I agree with you that because they have the worst quarterback.
The best
They
asset
do.
on the best thing about the Steelers is their coach. I'm a huge Tomlin fan.
But here's what's crazy though. They have a defense better than last year. They've upgraded it.
Yeah.
Their offense is a little bit better because of the offensive line. Now, they lost some wide receivers, but Juju didn't even play last year. Ray McLeod barely even played. Not even worried about that. They're going to be fine. The question is, if Mr. Trubisky plays, which he's going to be the starter week 1. The question is, will he be that throughout the entire year? That's the question. I think he will be.
You think he starts week 1?
100%. I think with Pickett, and the problem is he's going to be 24 when the season starts. So his clock is ticking for when to use him. But Mitch Trubisky is a guy that you can plug in right away. If he's not up to that Steelers standard, the whole thing is the standard. If he's not up to it, they're going to put Pickett in. It's going to be a year. Hey, we're going to improve on Pickett, and then we're going to build our team up for next year. And they can be an actual threat. But right now, with the quarterback situation, they're not one of the top 3 teams.
I think
in
you
that
just
division.
hit it. I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
But here's what's even crazy.
I think Trubisky's going to play the first 6 games.
Yeah.
And then if they're like 3-3, they'll stick with them. But if they're 2-4, no.
And here's what's crazy. I can see them winning 7-8 games, knocking on the door of 9, just because it's Mike Tomlin, a really strong veteran defense.
Yeah.
And that's what's crazy about this division is I don't think there's a bottom feeder in that division.
If I had to guess, I would say they would get 4th in the division at 9-8. That would be my prediction.
Is that even possible?
That's too many. I'd say probably 7.
Yeah, I think it would have to be 7. I think 9.
That's possible.
At that point,
No,
it's
it is possible.
It's possible.
If you look at the schedule, the teams we're going to play, we're playing some weak teams.
Yeah,
we line up, I think, with AFC. I want to say the AFC South. No, not the South. The AFC South.
I believe it's the South.
Yeah, so Houston, Jacksonville, Houston, those should be wins. For all 4 of our teams in the North, those should be wins. So, yeah, I mean, 9-8 is possible. I just don't think the Steelers are going to be that good. No offense. I don't see them winning more than 6 games because I think what is going to happen is what you said. I think it's going to be they're going to take a step back, and I do think Trubisky, who I actually kind of like him but too, I've never thought he's been a premier quarterback. The best I've ever seen that guy play was his last couple of weeks with
absolutely.
The Bears.
I agree with you
and then it was like that was it, right? So it's funny. It's funny. Me and Cole again. I would say take you behind the show a little bit. One of the first conversations me and him ever had was one of them was about how we didn't want Baker Mayfield. We wanted Josh Allen, and this was I'd known him for like 10 minutes. We were talking football, right? And another one, I believe Cole was the guy I was talking about. Mitch Trubisky. We both felt like he's really not that good, and he never really was until. I think he felt his feet underneath the fire in Chicago, and it ended up not mattering anyways. But regardless, so moving on from that though, because that's definitely a conversation we're gonna have a ton. We're gonna keep our eye on the board here with the Buccaneers in case they do something crazy. The next division, I would have to say we all agree Green Bay. Yes, Green Bay for sure.
It's hard to go off of Green Bay. But they're definitely losing their hold.
Losing ground for sure.
Yeah, they are. And by the way, guys, this Buccaneers pick, and we went past a couple picks. I know Las Vegas, they took Dylan Parham. There's been a couple other selections that have gone here, but now at 91, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers take Rachaad White of Arizona State. Guys, I love this running back.
He beat out my guy DeMonte Traynham.
He is so talented. I had him as my number 5 running back, higher than most people had White. For me, he's a top coveted running back because he has smooth running ability. He can make catches out of the backfield as well. My comparison for him is a guy, Arian Foster. He's such a smooth running back.
The Texans.
People loved watching Arian Foster play football. There's a lot of good things that Rachaad White does. He's a tough player. He's physical, but at the same time, like I said, he's so smooth. And you mentioned it. He was in a competition there and
With
won
DeMonte.
that job
Yeah.
at running back. And that is a big pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You're going to have Leonard Fournette. You're going to have Rachaad White.
Oh, he really is talented because I watched a ton of Arizona State games last year because, long story short, this kid, DeMonte Traynham, played for Hogan, had him on our show when we first started with Keon Sports. I know him well, was rooting for him, but yeah, he couldn't get on the field a lot because of this kid.
Right.
Unbelievable. By the way, Traynham now going to be playing linebacker at Ohio State, which
Yeah.
is freaking so cool for me. Like, I'm so geeked about that. All right, so... And it's funny because Green Bay is on the screen right now. Green Bay made their pick, guard out of UCLA there, and we're talking Green Bay. I just don't see anybody jumping over them. Like we said, I think Chicago's going to be better.
Yeah.
Minnesota's going to be almost identical. And then the Lions, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the Lions have made some decent picks, but I still just don't expect them to make a big jump. They're definitely not there yet. They might win an extra game or two.
I think they're going to beat the Vikings now because they're going to be able to stop the run game.
Perhaps that could definitely be a possibility. But I say the Bears are that number 2 in the division, even though the Packers are going down and they're dropping. I mean, they could easily still win their division going 10-7.
So I like putting a random pick out there. Again, my heart's in Detroit. My heart's in the Rust Belt.
God,
but it's those beautiful silver and blue helmets. But so the Lions finished last. You guys are way higher on the Bears than I am. I don't know why. I'm just
see something.
Yeah, I'm not there yet with them. The Packers, they really fell off for me. You guys are going to disagree with this, and it's kind of a wild card. I like the Vikings. My girlfriend's a Vikings fan, so I've kind of had to like the Vikings for the past 5 years. But I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings. I like Dalvin Cook. I like Jefferson. I draft him every year in fantasy football. Maybe Cousins is good eventually, as a Twitch streamer is announcing the pick for the 49ers.
Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah, have you heard of him before?
Aspect. No, I'm not.
So yeah, he worked on Call of Duties, and then no one knows his identity. He wears that. That's his whole thing because no one knows his. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But I got the Minnesota Vikings here winning the NFC
I could see
or North.
The Vikings, sneaking up on some teams, but I don't know. I really don't. So we will see. Price, running back, LSU.
Oh my! Just ran that dude over.
Yeah, man, he's impressive too.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're seeing a little bit of a running back here.
And I actually didn't even have him
backs.
in my top prospects at running back.
He caught my eye.
He has some physicality. That's for sure. You saw that with run over some guys. He's actually going to fit well probably with the 49ers in the way that they play football, the way they run that ball.
They got about 4 running backs back there.
They don't usually take the top running backs. They usually just get somebody who can fill in, and they go by committee. That's what the Niners like to do.
Samuel,
throw
a monkey wrench and all that last year.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't see that coming. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, we are rolling through here. Keon Sports, the Browns pick. In a little bit, we're going to wrap up the show once the Browns pick. Still a couple away from that. So
you're tripping me out. We went, okay, yeah, we're going back and forth between the AFC and the NFC.
I was trying to, and I was
okay.
Truth be told, I was worried I was on camera, so I was trying to get done.
It was going it went west,
yeah,
and then
then
south, then north, then north.
It really became whatever I could grab, at the end there. Okay, so Green Bay, Minnesota, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving forward again, this is a fun one. I think it should be a sure thing with the Buffalo Bills, but boy, oh boy, the Patriots gave them some hell this past year.
I got to stop you here really quick.
Okay.
The Panthers here at pick 94. So the rumor is about 27 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, there were talks about the Panthers and the Browns have been in advanced negotiations about the Baker Mayfield deal. Okay, which seems like it could be it. But now the rumor is that Panthers has now traded up to 94, and they're looking to go with Matt Corral. So they're looking to maybe take a quarterback here,
Baker Mayfield,
which could mean that things fell apart with the Baker Mayfield deal.
Yes, absolutely. I would say they're more like, well, the pick is in, so they're more likely to pick Corral than they are now trading for Baker at this exact moment.
Well,
now let's say they pick a receiver, whoever else, then yeah, but that is something else.
Yeah, so advanced negotiation 30 minutes ago has now turned to the Panthers going to select Matt Corral. But that's interesting, though, because I don't think Matt Corral's a starter right away. And I said Sam Darnold's serviceable, but do you really want him to be your quarterback for too long? I don't think so.
Who was the guy they had? Was it PJ Walker or something?
Yeah.
PJ Walker.
We really liked him in the
XFL. In the XFL?
Yes.
By the way, we got a little bit of time to kill here. I have actually been watching the USFL.
You like it?
I love it.
Go
But
Maulers.
There's nobody in the stands. There's like 3 fans. And they're going to keep putting the Birmingham Stallions on Saturday Night Football because that's the home team. So all 8 teams play in the same stadium. That's the problem. So Birmingham, the residents of Birmingham, are going out to watch the Stallions. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is watching the other 3 games being played.
Well, I don't know if you noticed,
they're going to try to put the Stallions on prime time as much as they can.
They need to put them in the last game, because what you do is that if you buy a ticket for the Stallion game, you have a ticket for the entire day.
Right.
So, and it's $10. So, like, you can, which is incredible that it's $10. I don't know how they're making any money.
I don't know if it's going to last or not, but I'm enjoying
it's not
it.
It's not going to last.
Because XFL is going to take over.
I think XFL is going to be damn good. I do.
I don't know. They're never this spring leagues.
Buffalo. Can we all agree on Buffalo?
Yeah, it's Buffalo.
Yeah.
It's not
actually Buffalo to the Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I love Mac Jones, though. I remember, like, I was the only one who went out on a limb for him last year. I said, I don't think this guy's going to be as bad as you guys think. And Brandon, I love Sword Depender to death, but Brandon was ripping him a new one, and I hope you're watching that, Brandon. Because I remember, like, Brandon was like, no, this guy's going to be terrible. And, like, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, he's going to the right system, the right coach. He might be decent. He was.
The Carolina Panthers.
Dead silence.
It's going to make things really, really interesting.
I hope it's Corral, and they just show a progressive commercial with Baker right afterwards.
At home.
House hunting with Baker
There it
Mayfield.
is.
Wow.
McDaniel, tell us what you know about Matt Corral.
Yeah,
SEC quarterback, Ole Miss.
Main thing with Matt Corral, which is really interesting, he is a good quarterback. I question how much he can just sit back in the pocket and just pass. You really need him to be a read option type of guy. So they're going to have to change their whole offense if they want him to start. He's going to have to be a read option quarterback, and they're going to have to really run the read option with McCaffrey and Corral for him to have any success. If he just sits back and is a shotgun quarterback, I think he's going to fail in this league. You have to develop a system around him and give him that read option ability. He's going to be able to take off as a runner. But we'll see how things go. I think there's some potential there. But he's definitely best when he's out and moving around and running. I don't think Corral is going to take in the league. I don't think he's going to be a starter, for long, if he even is a starter at any point.
Yeah, no, he's an RPO quarterback, which in college it works.
Yeah.
I my senior year ran an RPO offense and it worked for the most part. But when you're an RPO quarterback, sometimes you go to make your read. You see it, and it brings the linebackers in. There's a slant, makes things easy for you. What do you do when that RPO is not there?
Right.
That's the problem. Can he adjust? It's going to be really hard to go from RPO to actually going through your progressions. I'm worried about that with him. I had him number 3 right in front of Ritter, but honestly, it could have gone either way. I just kind of put him in an order, and it's interchangeable. And again, Willis, I think, has looking through progression issue as well. But with Corral, I think it's crippling, and I don't know if we'll be able to do it. But
yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought the Falcons would be the team that would get him because they have an RPO system. I don't think the Panthers have that, so it might be a little bit of a concern if you're a Panther fan. Is this the guy? he's probably just going to be a backup for 4 years and move on.
And I don't think so. And here's maybe the interesting thing that we're talking about. If we're saying that Corral might not take and he's probably going to be a backup, he needs time to develop. And we're saying that Sam Darnold's not the guy. Could the Panthers still be in advanced negotiation with the Browns and still get Baker to start and then Corral be behind him? I mean, they could absolutely do that. Do I think Baker would love it knowing somebody's like, breathing up, breathing down his back?
That's the situation he's in.
But that's the situation he's in. He's just got to do it.
Same with Trubisky.
Yeah.
I mean, even more so. It was a first-round quarterback. But the situation with I think with Trubisky is almost the same with Baker,
Right.
at the sense that this isn't going to be your permanent home. If you play really well, another team might want you as a quarterback for the future. And that's for Baker and for Trubisky. That'll be interesting to see how that pans out for them.
Kylo's making the pick right now, and I think it's fascinating. Starting the night, Cole saying he's going to go to the Panthers, then the Seahawks, back to the Panthers. Now we just have no idea when it comes to Baker.
It's confusing right now.
It's insanity. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think they're going to have to cut him. Zachary Carter, tackle out of Florida, another SEC player, going to the Bengals.
Yeah, and he's a guy who actually he can play defensive end on first and second down.
Line up right there,
But Zach Carter then on third down or fourth and long, if somebody's going for it, can move to D tackle and rush from the inside. That's going to be nice for the Cincinnati Bengals because they can move him around. He can really play at any spot on the defensive line because of his explosiveness, because of his size that he has. The big thing with Carter is, can he be a consistent player? Can he do more things? He has these occasional flashes. I'd like to see him be able to be much more consistent in what he does in his play. But nice pickup there for the Bengals on defense.
No doubt about it. The rich getting richer. All right, so we're all settled on probably this division going Buffalo and then the Patriots. This one here, Buffalo and then Patriots. If you say like 1-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think Miami is close to the Patriots. Yeah, I don't think they win a division, but I think they're in the wild card race there for a while.
If they have a better quarterback, they would be number 2.
Yeah.
Colts making their pick now. They took a split second. She just walked off the stage for making the Bengals pick. So we're going to keep it here for a second with the Indianapolis Colts. Nick Cross, Maryland, safety.
Yeah, physical safety and Nick Cross, the Colts select there. Again, they could use help in the back end at safety on the defense. I like this pickup for the Indianapolis Colts as they continue to get better.
Yep, and the defense looks stout too.
Mm-hmm.
It really does. Moved on then. Another fun division to me. It's just so filled with rivalries. Washington, Dallas, the Giants, and the Eagles. I've been going first, so let's keep going here. None of this is official, just kind of having fun. Real predictions come out in August. But I'm going to guess here and say I don't think the Eagles have what it takes. Even though they're having a damn good draft, I don't think they have what it takes to overcome the Cowboys. I'm going to play it safe and say the Cowboys win this division. As even though, again, the Eagles, I feel, have had a good draft. But I don't see it yet. Cowboys.
Yeah. I'm not going to go. I don't like the Eagles because I am a Western Pennsylvania at my heart. And, for those that don't know, the West hates the East in Pennsylvania. I don't know why, but it's how it's been, is the tale of time there in Pennsylvania. So definitely not the Eagles. I hope they finish last. The Giants, they're always a mess, but they've had a good draft. I think they make a progression. But as long as Danny Dimes is throwing interceptions every possession, you're not doing anything. And it's between the Commanders and the Cowboys. I'm going Dak over Wentz every day of the week.
I don't see the Commanders making that much of a jump.
Well,
so I agree with you. I'm taking Dallas too. I actually have Washington a third.
Here's the funny thing with Dallas, and this is also just a testament to the quarterback situation in the NFL. It's gotten really good. You're getting more and more quarterbacks. And you know what I think for me, and people are going to be shocked by this, but I would say because as more and more quarterbacks have gotten better and more are in the league, I mean, we can go down the list of Tom Brady's back, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, I'm going to say Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson's back in the league. I can keep running down through this list. I think Dak Prescott's in the bottom half of quarterbacks in the league.
Ooh.
And people are going to think that's crazy, but I wouldn't say he's in the top 15 anymore, in my opinion. So Dak Prescott goes to the bottom half. I don't think he's a long-time permanent franchise quarterback for Dallas. I think they like Dak Prescott, but I don't necessarily trust Dak Prescott to be the guy. He's got talent. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they need to immediately go out and replace him right now, but they really don't have great depth with backups. What happens if he goes down again?
Ben DiNucci.
No, their backups are horrendous.
If he goes down again and gets injured, they're screwed. Their whole season's off the rails. So the thing is they more than anything, it's not to really have somebody breathing down the neck of Dak Prescott, but they need to go out and they need to get somebody who can be a backup and be a serviceable backup. It's not to necessarily replace him, but you need to make sure it doesn't fall off a cliff. But because I don't necessarily trust the depth, and I don't trust Dak Prescott's health.
Hell of a debate.
Because I don't trust Dak Prescott's health fully. He's had some injury issues here or there, and I don't trust their depth. I think the Commanders are going to be healthy again here this season, and I'm not saying I necessarily love Carson Wentz's play. I think I used to,
I like him too.
But Carson Wentz has his ups and downs. He has his limitations, but I think that defense, they're taking strides in the right direction. It's going to get better now that Chase Young's back. They're going to be healthier again. I'm going to say the Commanders take the division this year. They win the division. Still think the Cowboys have a good year and actually probably get a wild card spot. But I'm going to say the Commanders actually come away with it because I just think that I'm questioning him as a running back anymore with the Cowboys. I think they need to start looking elsewhere.
I think he's gassed.
I think he's gassed. I question Dak Prescott as being
backup.
as good as some of the others as well.
Let me ask you this. So when you say he's in the bottom half of the league, so that to me means you're telling me that there's 16 quarterbacks better than him, correct?
15 quarterbacks better than him.
There's 32 teams in the league, so 16 is still in the top half. If you rank him 16,
yes, correct.
So
16. There's 16 quarterbacks better than him.
Now, when you hold on one second. So Russell Wilson and Tom Brady, what do you acute that to? Their careers or their current production level? What they're going to go out and do this coming season?
Well, I would still say that Russell Wilson's a more talented quarterback than Dak Prescott.
I would argue against that.
No,
As
I'm
excited as I am
this.
for him to be my Broncos quarterback, I actually would argue against that. Kirby Joseph, by the way, safety out of Illinois, is going to the Lions. Lions having a good draft.
Yeah, they keep just adding on defense.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to do this quickly then. So I'm just curious as to this, okay? Because I could probably pick 16 teams that I think he would be an upgraded quarterback. Even teams that don't need upgrade, like the Raiders. I think he's better than Derek Carr. Do I think the Raiders should upgrade from Carr? I do not. But I think he's better than Carr.
I kind of have him slightly neck and neck. But Derek Carr is just below Dak. I would actually say that probably would be Derek Carr and Dak would be the one spot above Derek Carr.
Okay. So between you guys, you have 20 fingers. All right. So I want you to count this out because I'm going to do this lightning quick.
Okay.
All right. I'm just going to go through and I'll say Dak or the current quarterback's better. Okay. Okay. So Dak's better than Carr.
Yes.
Herbert is better than Dak. I would take Herbert.
Yes, Herbert.
Okay. I would take Dak over Russell Wilson. I would take Mahomes over.
So
over
you're
Dak.
counting what you're choosing.
You guys count, just figure out what I'm saying and figure out.
I don't know what I'm counting.
We don't know what we're counting.
Okay, count how many times I picked Dak, and I want to make sure it's.
16. Oh, how many times?
I want to see if I pick him 16 times, basically.
Dak. Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
All right.
Chase
so
Young's announcing the pick for the Commanders.
Basically, what I want to do is see if I say Dak's name 16 times, which means he's better than
I got you.
me.
You're at 2 right now.
Okay, hold on here. I'll give you this pick. Another running back, Alabama, Brian Robinson Jr.
Can't go wrong with an Alabama.
Okay.
running
Was in your
back.
top 5?
No, not in my top 5. I mean, he was actually, I had him as my number 11 running back. But what I can say about him is, again, he is very physical. You already have J.D. McKissick. You have Gibson. So now that's a third guy you can add to that group. Yeah.
Okay, so here I'm just gonna say the name of the team, and that I think Dak would be better than the guy they have. And this we'll see if I say it 16 times. All right.
Yeah.
Raiders, Broncos, Seahawks. I'm even going to say Rams, 49ers, Colts, Titans, Texans, Jacksonville. Oh, man. I love Deshaun Watson, but I just don't know. I love Lamar Jackson, but I just don't know. Baltimore Ravens, Pittsburgh Steelers, Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears, Minnesota Vikings, New England Patriots, Miami Dolphins, New York Jets, Philadelphia Eagles, New York Giants, Washington Redskins, New Orleans Saints, Carolina Panthers, Atlanta Falcons, and I will say Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I know I named more than 16 teams just now.
You just named 24.
Yeah. So to me, that would tell me that Dak Prescott is in my top 8.
Yeah, I think I disagree with you on a few of those.
Sure,
Like,
but
I would disagree on that. I would say
Oh, I hope
here's the
so,
thing.
because you just told me he's in the bottom 16.
Well, even if I didn't have him right at 16 because I haven't ranked it all, like he would fall at probably maybe somewhere in that 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 range for me.
so I don't
stretch it like 5 would be.
So
right
I
in
definitely
there.
don't have them outside
well,
of
Browns,
top 16.
Browns on the
Yeah.
clock
And the
here.
Browns. Yep, here we go.
As we kind of wrap up
Still
our
need
night
a wide
here.
receiver. David Bell's still on the board. I'm so high on David Bell.
All right, Browns fans, this is your last chance to go to the bet.
There we go!
Holy smokes!
David Bell.
What are the odds? So
Wow.
David Bell, a guy that me and Cole actually did monkey flips on, and full
There we go.
full credit to Cole because he sold me on it. I knew of him, but it wasn't until Cole started preaching to him that this actually turns around. I know our night, me and Cole, this is the guy we wanted. Every time Cole posted the video, number one, every time I would post an article or whatnot, I would post it in these Browns groups on Facebook. Okay, just gonna get this off my chest for 2 seconds. Went ahead and put it in at least, I think, 11 Browns groups that I'm in on Facebook. Took a beating for how much we like this guy, and I don't understand why.
Yeah.
And I think because most Browns fans and most NFL fans in general listen to their daily radio shows and they hear people break down their top 3 or 4 guys. They don't do the deep these radio guys. I'm sorry, but they don't.
They don't.
They don't.
No.
They don't do the deep research that a Cole McDaniel does and a Brandon Sorter punter. So by Cole digging and finding this guy, that's why Joe Sixpack, I'm sorry, in a random Facebook Browns group, had no idea who he was because they didn't do the research that Cole did.
Right.
So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna turn this over to Cole. This is, next year we're gonna institute video into our thing because, guys, just go on to Keon Sports, look up when Cole did the receivers. This is a great pick. Go ahead, Cole.
It is a great pick. And I have David Bell, and this is the funny thing. You're getting him right at the end of the 3rd round. David Bell was my number 3 ranked receiver behind Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and then it was David Bell. I'm so high on him because my comparison, Stephon Diggs. Diggs is such a smooth route runner. Such an excellent route runner. And that's what David Bell is like. I mentioned the great hands. I mentioned that route running ability. The thing is, he makes a ton of plays. And I mentioned when he was just the main guy that, teams knew, where's the ball going to? It's going to David Bell. And he'd still walk out of the game with 9, 10, 11 catches, over 100 yards, maybe even 2 touchdowns. I mean, the guy's legit. What you're going to see with Deshaun Watson in Cleveland, they have Amari Cooper as their number 1 wide receiver. David Bell's going to immediately slide into that number 2 spot. Donovan Peoples-Jones is a good wide receiver, but he's more of a red zone threat. I just don't think he's quite to the level that David Bell is. So I think David Bell immediately that number 2 guy. But my prediction was this. I said that if he ended up on the Cleveland Browns, because people are going to key on Amari Cooper initially, because David Bell has such a great ability to get open, he's going to actually be the leading receiver on the Cleveland Browns.
It's like what Juju did his first year with Antonio Brown. I like that.
This is just perfect because you have your big play number 1 receiver in Amari Cooper, who really, when you watch Amari Cooper's game, he isn't your traditional number 1 big play receiver. He's just not.
Correct.
He's a great route runner. I'm telling you, now you could take a guy, okay, like a Schwartz
Mhm.
and a DBJ, just like Cole was saying, who might be able to take the top off the defense, right? But you know that every single time now, oh my God, I almost said Baker Mayfield. Every time Watson drops back to pass, he should have at least one guy open
Yes.
between either Cooper or Bell. Bell needs to be a 3-down player. And maybe not 3 downs, but I understand we have Hunt and we have Chubb. The biggest thing the Browns lost last year, okay, that nobody talks about except me and Cole, was Kareem Hunt. Look at the production fall off of the passing game.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about Hunt being a great running back, and he is, but
He's a receiver.
Yes. Look at the passing numbers of Kareem Hunt. The passing numbers of the Cleveland Browns last year after Hunt got hurt.
Yeah.
Dropped dramatically. Everybody wanted to talk about OBJ not being there. Everybody wanted to talk about Jarvis Landry not being there. Kareem Hunt was doing the kind of things that now you could have David Bell do.
Yeah.
Look at this lineup for a second. You have Cooper lining up. You have Bell in a slot, and you have pick a guy, whatever, Kareem Grant or something on the far end. Okay, and then you have a double back set, or even if you go Kareem Hunt in the backfield, you have Bell, Cooper. I'll even say Njoku. So you can even run a 2 receiver set. You run a 2 receiver set. You have Njoku, and you have Hunt coming out of the backfield.
Right.
He's got 4 guys right there he can throw the ball to. And Watson, unlike Baker Mayfield, isn't going to lock down on one guy, not see him, and then poop his pants. He might have to run around a little bit, but he's going to know what to do with the ball. This is gigantic.
It's huge. It's so massive. And the major thing is, and like I said, I know that's a bold thing to say that David Bell is going to lead the Cleveland Browns in receptions. I think he's going to be the leading receiver. Amari Cooper is going to be a little bit more big play. But here's the reality. And this is perfect for the team. And I know you were concerned earlier about who's Deshaun Watson going to throw the ball to. I think this kind of answers your question. This makes me feel even better about when I said that I think the Browns had a chance to win the division. Just because I think if Watson plays every game, the reality is you have Donovan Peoples-Jones for the red zone. You have Njoku and Harrison Bryant. You have those big tight ends available as well as receiving targets. But the main thing is you're not bringing in Schwartz at times to make catches. Schwartz is to stretch the field.
Right.
And to you can bring in Grant to stretch the field. Some of those guys who have that speed, you just bring them in, have them run a deep route, stretch it out, and you let Amari Cooper, who's an excellent route runner, you let David Bell, who's an excellent route runner, go to work, and one of the two are going to get open.
Right. And now, if you needed 3 yards before when Kareem Hunt was healthy, you knew you could throw him that screen. Hunt's probably going to pick it up, right? You knew you had that. Now you're in a situation where, hey, if Hunt's dinged up or something like that, or he's tired or whatever the case may be, you have David Bell who could run that quick slot or even a quick out for 3 yards. He's going to catch the ball. With any luck, he's going to spin in and take it down the sidelines. You showed me a highlight that's burned into my brain about him catching it on the sidelines, stepping, and then taking off as the defender goes flying out of bounds.
Oh, yeah. I
goes flying out of bounds.
Against Michigan State.
Yes.
Yeah, he catches it up against the sideline, gets on his tiptoes, keeps his balance. The defender comes in, he sticks out his left arm and shoves the defender out of bounds and then runs down the sideline.
Browns did the smart thing, okay, because they knew going in they were number one, they knew they didn't have a first round pick.
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't have the weapons to get a first round pick.
Yeah.
They probably looked and saw other guys going in the second round, maybe thought to themselves, hey, he might still be there, right?
Yes.
But what I'm saying here is that clearly, okay, would you want some of the guys in the first round? Of course you would. Do they look great on tape? They're big, they're strong, they got the hands. Of course they do. But at the end of the day, the Browns needed this type of player. They needed a guy another Ohio State guy off the board, by the way, Jeremy Ruckert, tight end from Ohio State, going to the
tight
Jets.
End pick. The Jets now have 3 good tight ends.
Jets. Yeah, just incredible. They're in a brutal division with New England and Buffalo, but still, it's good to see that. Some of the bottom feeders are starting to come up again a little bit. But regardless of all that, I'm going to wrap up this point on David Bell. Him and a healthy Kareem Hunt. It's funny because we played the division game about 10 minutes ago. This might make Cole's prediction come true. Okay, the AFC North is still going to be the best division in football, or one of the best, one of the top 3 of the 2 Wests. But he's the kind of guy, if Kevin Stefanski knows what he's doing and doesn't push any panic buttons, gives this guy a little bit of time, he could be a solid number 2 for years to come. And Cooper is I love Amari Cooper. I'm a Cowboys fan, by the way, so watched a lot of Amari Cooper, plus they're on national TV constantly.
Yeah.
And with Cooper and with Bell, these are disciplined route runners, and it's something that they did not have with OBJ. I loved OBJ, but he didn't run routes like he was supposed to. And I mean, you can blame Baker all you want, but both of them were at fault.
So one thing I will add, I know I'm like kind of the outsider on this.
No.
But with Well, it comes to Brown's expertise and on the outsider. So, quick story. My senior year of high school, we had a defensive coordinator that played for the Raiders. He was a defensive back corner. And I remember him telling us after practice, we used to stay after 30 minutes, he would tell us stories. And this Amari Cooper was still on the team. He said Amari Cooper is the best route runner in the league. Now he is someone that he can teach the craft to, someone that can see Amari Cooper run the route tree every day before practice and after every practice, someone he can learn from.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper's a perfect person. His production's all over the place with his time at the Raiders and with the Cowboys. I absolutely love him. I love Amari Cooper. I have a jersey of him with the Raiders. I've always liked him. Now you have a guy that can learn from him and be an Amari Cooper 2.0.
Yeah.
If and you guys seem to really like him, it could end up being a great pick. And again, it's been saying it the entire day. The Cleveland Browns have had a smart draft. Not a great draft because of the picks they just had,
Right.
which is fine. They weren't going to have a great draft, but you had a smart draft, and sometimes it's better than a great draft because they needed a smart one to have a great season.
David Bell was great. The others were good.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly it's going to come out as this is a pretty darn good draft. So you got a starting wide receiver, and then you got depth at two positions.
And they also have the best running back in the AFC North.
Yeah.
I think so. In the AFC
two
North,
best,
I would
maybe.
take him over Joe Mixon in a heartbeat.
I would
Chubb.
because if I were to rank him, and people are going to hate this at times, but
Kareem
I
Hunt's
actually
so good.
prefer Kareem Hunt right now.
Well, he gives you two weapons.
Yes,
in
he
one.
does.
He's like a ball of nice.
And as soon as he touches the ball, he just hits the hole. And sometimes Nick Chubb has a tendency to dance around a
I
little bit
would
too
agree with
much.
that. Yeah.
So I trust Hunt a little bit more at times. So the two of them together is an incredible 1-2 punch. So I would say Hunt 1, Chubb 2, and then Joe Mixon at 3.
And
then
yeah.
Najee would come at 4.
I love Najee Harris.
And then J.K. Dobbins, when healthy, would probably then be your 5 guy.
Yeah, definitely 5 or 6. I love. By the way, I love Harris.
Oh, Najee.
Love him in college.
So I'm actually checked out. The guy who just won the I forget what the word for the best wide receiver in the country is called for college. He's transferring from Pitt. Jordan Addison just sent in his intent to transfer. People were thinking USC. I know we're talking about the draft.
Okay.
But he's a guy that's going to be on top of boards next year.
Yes.
I checked out. I just got a text that said he's leaving, so I thought I would deliver that.
Yeah, I think the last thing I want to say about David Bell before we move on, the other wide receivers in the draft, they got a lot of mouths to feed on their teams, a lot of them in general. I would say that obviously Drake London in Atlanta, they just don't have the same amount of weapons, but I just don't trust him getting that separation, getting open, because I don't think highly of him. But in general, I feel like the Browns don't have quite as many wide receivers as some of those other places where the ball needs to be spread around. And I just really think that Bell's ability to get open and with Watson, I think it's going to pair so nicely. I'm going to say not only is he going to lead the Browns in receptions, but I think he's going to lead all rookies in receptions.
That's a bold statement. I would love it to be true.
Yeah,
absolutely. Guys, this is just the beginning of what we have planned for you. Thanks again. 2 nights now in the books as we wrap up tonight. Certainly something we're going to continue to do. We played a few games tonight. Obviously, who's going to win the division and is this quarterback better than this quarterback? But now that we've kind of mastered YouTube, I could certainly see this being maybe a couple times a month. Have you guys over and we'll do a couple hour podcasts here and there, all kinds of subject matter. Absolutely. I don't think the 3 of us are dying to talk about the NBA playoffs right now, so I could definitely see us having some football podcasts coming up.
And one thing I want to mention is that, of course, we're to the last 3 picks of the 3rd round, and we are going to wrap this up. I'm sure we're all exhausted. It's been a long 2 days, but we've had a great time talking football. Last thing I want to touch on here, the Browns still have a ton of picks here coming up because of the trades they made to go back. So the main thing I want to touch on is this. I think defensive tackle is probably the primary thing that they still need here right now at the moment. I had them taking John Ridgeway of Arkansas. He's still out there on the board. Very good run stopper. There's still a possibility here in the 4th round they could get him. Haskell Garrett, he's more of a pass rushing defensive tackle of Ohio State. But again, a tough guy, a remarkable story. Again, a guy who, got shot in the cheek and came back 2 months later and played football. Those are guys who are available for the Cleveland Browns still. They're out there on the board. Would be exciting to see them go defensive tackle next. And then they really knocked off most of their needs here in this draft, and then maybe they could snag a tight end, snag something later.
Well, the one thing, that secondary help, right?
Yes.
They got a little bit of secondary help tonight.
Love it.
Which they badly needed. So that in itself is big. What's going to happen with guys like, oh my gosh, he was no one picking the draft. The guy we got from the Houston Texans, the end. Holy smokes, I'm drawing a blank. The guy was the number 1 pick in the draft a couple of years ago. Defensive player, stud for the Browns this past season. Now a free agent. Now we're going to get him back. What is his name?
Clowney?
Thank you. My God. Yeah, like you ever see a guy right in front of your face and you can't think of his name?
Okay.
Come on. You've never done that before. Come on. Yeah, you have. Everybody has.
Get
out of here.
You were
Everybody has.
describing him as
Anyways.
who is this guy? And it was
Because he was the
Clowney.
number 1 damn pick in the draft. Anyways, so
There's still a possibility of him coming back.
exactly, and that was kind of my point before I got really flustered. But
Yeah.
Clowney and that has happened to everybody. You've seen a guy, his hands on the tip of your tongue, and you can't say it. Regardless, so him coming back, hopefully knock on wood. Jarvis Landry coming back, hopefully knock on wood. Regardless of those two guys, though, there's 3 players who are going to be lining up in an orange and brown uniform that weren't last year. Hopefully, legally it all works out. That it's going to change everything, and that's Kareem Hunt, a healthy Kareem Hunt, who missed a great portion of the season, Deshaun Watson, and obviously David Bell. So to me, those 3 players alone make a huge impact. What's Lamar Jackson going to be like? We haven't seen a healthy Lamar Jackson in a while. Has the league figured him out? We don't know. Clearly, Joe Burrow is going to be good. I think you're going to see the best Joe Burrow we've ever seen. I think last year was a breakout party for that guy, which is hard to say about number 1 pick, Heisman Trophy winner, national championship winner. But I still say he's even better than what people think. Like he's going to take another leap this year, and it's going to leave people floored.
I'll tell you what, those Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow matchups head to head are going to be so entertaining.
Should be.
Yeah.
So time will tell with all that. Final thoughts, Dom, to Cole, and I'll take us home.
No, I mean, it was an exciting draft show. We saw I think the Steelers had a good wide receiver pick, and the Browns followed up with, I know you were really excited with, players that fit their systems. Jets, Giants, they won the first round, but we saw some teams make up ground.
Cardinals.
The Chiefs, Cardinals, yeah. I think the Packers had a decent draft for not picking their number 1 need in the first round, but I think they've kind of recovered just a tad. I don't know. It was it was fun doing the show. I'm glad I was able to be a part of it. One thing I do want to point out is that it's kind of a little goofy, but every year the Steelers, when they draft their first round guy, take them on a tour through the city. Well, Pickett is now going to give the tour to the other guys once they come to town because he's lived there. So that's a little cool thing. I don't know if other teams do that where they give the tour. They bring him on the incline, give him send him over the Permane brothers, give him the diabetes sandwich, all that fun stuff.
Good stuff.
It's fantastic.
It's actually an awesome city.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I can't root for the Steelers. You know why? The city itself.
The biggest thing I will say. If you're Pittsburgh, go visit Cleveland because Cleveland's a beautiful city. And there's a lot of culture and a lot of great food here in Cleveland. I love it. Yeah. If you're from Cleveland, please go to Pittsburgh. And yes, it does smell like cigarettes and it does smell like Italian meats coming from the ground below. But Pittsburgh's a beautiful it does. But Pittsburgh's a beautiful city. There's a lot of culture there. The cities are way more similar to the thing. But that's all I'm gonna say.
Bring back Fuddruckers. That's all I ask for. Best burgers around in Pittsburgh. Fuddruckers.
Yeah. Cool. Fuddruckers was good. There was one in Columbus. I remember that.
Was it really?
Yeah. Fuddruckers was a good place. I can't believe that that's not around. But yeah, now you got me off track, and I'm feeling a little bit hungry. But
that David Bell pick, I have so much energy. I am ready to go out and eat.
I'm ecstatic about that pick. I really am, and that's the main thing I want to touch on in this draft. Here's the main thing for everybody out there. We talked about sponsorships that keeps this thing going. For everybody out there, whether it's just across the league, but the Browns as well. Okay, that's 2 years in a row. I'm not to toot my own horn, but I nailed Greg Newsome. Okay, I said that the Browns were going to take Greg Newsome when everybody was saying that they were going to do something different. Yep. I said Greg Newsome in the first round, and then they're going to look to a linebacker in the next round. And it happened to be JOK fell to them, which was surprising, I think, for all of us. But I was right on that Newsome pick. here's the main thing is even though you got this pick as your third guy you selected, your best player you selected here in this draft is David Bell to this point. So again, the main thing is you want good draft coverage. You want good content. It's Key on Sports.
And accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've been very accurate.
Yep.
We've been very spot on. And like I said, it had a good start to this draft. Again, Brandon and I started off, hot first couple picks of the draft. I went on a little run here where I've had my best draft ever with the most selections correct. And we'd have to go back and total it up of what players landed with the correct teams. But I would say without actually doing the total tally, we're approaching 20 right now.
Yes.
Which is very impressive for a 4-round mock draft. That's a high conversion rate. That doesn't typically happen.
Absolutely.
And it's because of
As of now, it's 25%.
Yeah, it's because of the work that we put into this. And we definitely do a lot of research. And definitely it is something that we're passionate about and we love to do. So for everybody who's tuned in, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Make sure to check out Key on Sports. Bookmark that to your desktop, to your laptop, on your phone. Make sure you do that because Key on Sports, we're going to keep putting out coverage. I know after tonight, draft coverage is really going to go away in general. Not too much, maybe aside from some recaps and resharing some things. But come next year, December, January, when we start watching film, and especially once we hit March and April, we're going to be doing this once again. I'm sure we're going to still take it to the next level, just like we did in round 1 yesterday with the production we did with Brandon.
Yeah.
Again, that was great, and we got to do this in here again. Not all the bells and whistles tonight, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more casual here for day 2, but we love every bit of it. I want to thank everybody again for watching and listening, and for everybody who plays this one back. Again, enjoy the rest of this weekend. For myself, again, I want to thank you guys again for, getting to be here. And Dom, thanks for joining us. Vince, I love this tradition. It's one of my favorite 2 days every single year. And I can't wait to just continue it.
I'm just glad me and you decided to do night 2 3 years ago.
Yes.
Because that wasn't even talked about. And I remember we had such a good time night 1. You're like, when are you going to get tomorrow? I'm like, sure. I love night 2. I mean, I love both nights tremendously. So, okay, first the housekeeping, as I always say. Want to do the thank yous first. Thank you, Cole, Dom, Brandon, if you're watching. Obviously we couldn't do it without you guys. The level of commitment put into it is absolutely insane. I love that. A lot of people ask me, they're like, hey, during high school football, it seems like you don't sleep. Well, when you love something, sleep gets put on the back burner. That's just what happens, right?
Yeah.
And when you're passionate about something too. So that being said, definitely want to thank Cole and Brandon as well. And I'm sure Don would agree with me. I don't know if you know 2 better draft gurus than those 2. I mean, last night was a pleasure.
It's crazy because I feel like I know football well, but these guys know the players. They know the teams. They know draft tendencies. Cole looks into who's interviewing Hugh. I can talk to you all about coverages. I can talk to you all about offensive schemes and call outs. I can't do that.
Right.
Or I don't even know how to do that. These 2 put in the most amount of work. I mean, they probably put more work in than some of the people we see on ESPN every day. So it's awesome.
I think they do. And if you listen to the radio, those guys don't know anything. They just don't. I mean, they have guys who call into the show experts. Those guys are good. But the guys who are there every single day know very, very little about this kind of stuff. And they'll tell you that too. They'll admit to it. Yeah. So the bottom line here, my name's on the company, right? So to have Brandon and Cole and people who are good at what they do and Dom, when my name's on a company, like to have guys like that is such an honor. It's such a ridiculous honor to think that, KEE represents draft coverage with Cole and Brandon and Dom. Like I can't put it into words what I'm trying to say here, but it's a certain level of pride. So that being said, thank you as always. I hope we do this for the rest of our lives. I picture doing this into our old age, right?
Love it. Yes.
Absolutely. That being said, my final thoughts are this. They're going to be draft related. I want to say who I think really had the best drafts so far. We're only 3 rounds in, so a lot can change. But really, I'll just tell you, I think the Chiefs had a hell of a draft so far. The Seahawks have had a good draft. Arizona last night didn't pick. They made a horrible trade. Really made up for it tonight. Like Cole said, picked a tight end, a guy who could possibly be wearing a gold jacket one day. Very, very talented. Loved what I've seen so far out of the Titans pick. I'm still going with the Colts to win the division. I think the Titans had a phenomenal draft. Just kind of looking over real quick, the Ravens had a great draft. The Lions had a good draft. The Bears had a good draft. Still just kind of scanning the helmets real quick. Obviously, I think the Jets have had the best draft so far, but
Yes.
clearly I think they were really the worst team in the NFL last year, so it's going to take them a lot. But they're on their way. I think the Eagles had a good draft. I think the Giants had a good draft. Still kind of looking. The Saints, we'll see how that plays out for them, but they got some talent too.
Yeah.
So this was a fun one. As I said last night, this wasn't the quote unquote sexiest draft. We really didn't see the quarterbacks until tonight, and even then, it wasn't until late third round. But if you're a true, like I said last night, if you're a true football fan and if you're a true NFL draft fan, these last 2 nights were for you because this is the kind of research when it really pays off. So again, want to thank everybody as we approach midnight here. Want to thank everybody one last time for watching. Keon Sports, coming up, this will be our 4th year of high school football. This was our 4th draft. Guys, one of these days I'm going to write a book about how Keon Sports even came together. It's an amazing story in itself. To think we went from a little Zoom recorder to all of this is just ridiculous. So I want to thank you. I'm going to have Cole reach over and hit the end button, but before he does, again, Coach Vin 14 at yahoo.com for those sponsors. We'll see you guys in a few weeks.